story and narrative of Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a breathtaking, almost jaw-dropping, yet weirdly flawed experience. Released on October 5th, 2018, a little under a year after Assassin's Creed Origins, Odyssey takes the best of its predecessor and turns it up by 1,000, set in a vast, beautifully realized open world, filled to the brim with a just as varied ensemble of characters, with nation-spanning stories to match. It is a gripping tale of family and destiny, of gods and monsters, and where the nature of one's fate is never quite as it seems, set against the backdrop of one of the most fascinating and deeply complex, yet perhaps equally understudied conflicts in all of antiquity, the ramifications of which would haunt its participants for the decades, if not centuries, that would follow. It explores how our decisions and our relationships with those closest to us can have dire, unforeseen consequences, as powers beyond our control, be they mythical or corporeal, attempt to sway us one way or the other like a puppeteer. And yet, it's a narrative and story that, like the game as a whole package, is in a strange place, a sort of black sheep in the ever-growing family that is the Assassin's Creed franchise, regularly criticized and sometimes even outright maligned by some. But why is that? Could it be the grinding nature of its gameplay loop and how its story and narrative feed into it? Could it be the vast shifts from the real to the imaginary, despite the series' adherence to historical authenticity? Could it be the repetitious nature of the many side quests and subplots, both from a mechanical and narrative sense? Could it be that it just got too big for its boots when compared to its leaner yet still expansive predecessor, as Ubisoft continued to experiment with the open world formula and its effects on the narrative? Such will be the subject matter of this video as we go through the story and narrative of Assassin's Creed Odyssey step by step, analyzing its themes and concepts. As is standard fare on this channel, I will only speak on gameplay when and where it's applicable, appropriate, or otherwise unavoidable as it pertains to the story. A few housekeeping items to go over before we dive in. For this video, I played through the game twice, once as Cassandra and once as Alexios, making different decisions as I went and seeing multiple endings. I also played through both of the game's major DLC expansions, as well as the free expansion that expands on the ending and ties Odyssey to its sequel, Valhalla. With that said, spoiler warning for the entirety of Odyssey's main story, as well as portions of Origins and Valhalla. There will also be spoilers for other games and other series, which I will have listed here. Also, as mentioned in the Origins video, for the purposes of full disclosure, my experience with the Assassin's Creed games prior to Origins and the Ancient Trilogy is extremely limited, and thus I will be limiting how much I refer to them, with most references coming in the form of gameplay footage. Any and all information that ties directly to those prior games will almost exclusively be pulled from the great repository of information that is the internet, and I welcome any and all corrections or additional information that I may have missed. Also, as we're dealing with a very real historical period, I must stress that I am not an historian, just a lover of history, and while I feel I have done the best I possibly can in terms of research, I also welcome any corrections or additional information I may have missed on that front as well. In addition, I feel I must disclose a personal bias of mine as it relates to Odyssey. In my youth, I visited the country of Greece during a school trip and immediately fell in love with almost everything about it. The history, the people, the culture, the language, all of it. This in turn has led to me having a deep personal affinity for this game, and thus I feel it prudent to disclose this bias ahead of time, though I will do my utmost to block it out to provide as fair and evenly balanced a take as possible in the analysis of its narrative themes and concepts. Last but not least, thank you so much for joining me on this journey. This has been a game and narrative I've been wanting to do for a while now, and your continued love and support for my channel and work has made it all possible, and I cannot thank you all enough. Now, let's sail to and fro across the Aegean and dive headfirst into the exceptional tale of the Eagle Bear as they try to navigate the turmoil of late 5th century BC Greece and the Peloponnesian War.
We are ready, my king.
Tell me, Venekis, have you ever gone fishing with your son?
No, never. A soldier's life is all I've had the honor to know.
I would have liked to have gone fishing with my son. But now... let us meet our fate, shall we?
Assassin's Creed Odyssey begins in rather dramatic fashion, with perhaps the most famous battle in ancient Greek history, if not all of antiquity, Thermopylae. For those of you who don't know, this is the battle where a small Greek army of 7,000, led by King Leonidas of Sparta and his famous 300, clashed with the Achaemenid Persian king Xerxes, who fielded a force of anywhere between 100 to 300,000 men. This was the second of two Persian invasions of Greece, the first launched by Xerxes' father, Darius I, who was famously defeated by the Athenians at the Battle of Marathon in 490 BC, the cause of these invasions being far too complex for this video. At Thermopylae, the Spartans and their allies would hold the Persians at the eponymous pass, also known as the Hawk Gates, for 3 days, until they were finally overwhelmed by the Persians, leading to the famous sacrifice of Leonidas and his 300, and setting up the conditions that would ultimately lead to the climatic and decisive battles of Salamis and Plataea. In this opening cinematic, we're introduced to Leonidas, as well as his subordinate Thenekes, himself well regarded in the sources, along with what I presume to be the first 2 days of the land battle condensed into one evening. I say land battle because, simultaneous to it, was a battle at sea, the Battle of Artemision, where an Athenian-led Greek fleet held the just as massive Persian fleet at the Straits of Artemision in much the same way as Leonidas and the land force did at Thermopylae. After witnessing Leonidas give a rousing speech and the Persians charge in, we're thrust into the action, as the Spartans and Persians clash in their do-or-die struggle, and we see the skill of the Spartan soldiers, or hoplites, in action against their more numerous, yet not as well-trained Achaemenid foes. This section serves as our combat tutorial where, as Leonidas, we cut down Persians as if they were crepe paper. We're also given a taste as to the abilities we can look forward to having at our disposal, such as Bull Rush and the oh-so-famous Spartan Kick, made famous by the movie 300. This initial free-for-all is really just that, as we're mostly left to our own devices in fighting the Persians. It's only when we trigger a cutscene and come face to face with a Persian officer at a set of nearby ruins that the real meat of this tutorial and the game's combat mechanics are fully fleshed out. If I may touch on gameplay for a moment, if you've played Origins, you'll note how rather rudimentary and basic that game's combat tends to be. While it does lend to more boring combat, with most of the spectacle found in the encounter's setting as well as outside influences, I consider this to be a forgivable shortcoming, as Origins was the first in the franchise to use a hitbox system, compared to previous titles using variations of a paired animation system. While I personally far and away prefer hitbox systems, Origins' combat is at times far too basic to be interesting in any real way, such as its rudimentary design, though it could be argued that this was done to maintain the series' emphasis on stealth being the preferred method of taking down enemies, as well as the developers keeping it simple for the purposes of more smoothly integrating this new combat system into the Assassin's Creed design philosophy. Odyssey, by comparison, is perhaps the realization of the developers' original intentions. A combat system that better mirrors these later games' inspiration, The Witcher 3. Basic combat abilities with light and heavy attacks, parries and dodges, giving considerable depth with powerful abilities and tools made available to the player as they level up and mold their character to their preferred playstyle. All in all, Odyssey's combat is a much more riveting experience with all these possibilities, made possible and logical within the framework of the narrative due to circumstances that will become more apparent the further along we go. It's in the fight with this Persian officer that we're introduced to this increased depth, while Leonidas and the Persian trade rather dramatic insults and threats. If I have one criticism of combat in Odyssey to end off this brief foray into gameplay, it's that it feels very light. For its rudimentary design, combat in Origins has weight to it. You can feel every strike, every parry, and its feedback, an aspect of the hitbox system that I really enjoy and appreciate. In Odyssey, however, it feels like you're cutting through paper more than flesh and bone, giving the combat a weightlessness that feels almost disconcerting and uncomfortable, especially if you're using heavier weapons such as hammers or maces. This could be because the player character is supposed to be more fluid, with a greater emphasis on agility than smashing your opponents to bits, but considering the dramatic flair of most of the finishers, which at times seem almost excessive, this lack of feedback in our strike seems rather out of place. In any event, we defeat the Persian officer, which signals the end of the evening's fighting, with the Spartans killing any and all prisoners and relishing in their momentary victory. This is cut short, however, when a prisoner is brought before Leonidas, along with the news that the Spartans and their allies, who are noticeably absent, more on that later, have been betrayed. Circumventing the main pass along the shore and the mountain overlooking it is a hidden path, known already to the Greeks but not the Persians. until a certain Greek trader by the name of Ephialtes told them of this path. We'll discuss Ephialtes and the results of his betrayal a little more later on. As for right now, the reality of the situation is made abundantly clear. With knowledge of the path, the Persians can render the Greeks' otherwise impregnable position useless and even surround them. This doesn't seem to bother Leonidas, for after he gives the Persian prisoner a rather violent makeover, he gives his men a rousing speech.
Today was a day the Persians will never forget. Tomorrow is a day the world will remember.
The screen then fades to black before we can see what happens to Leonidas and his fabled 300. Spoiler alert, in case it wasn't already clear, they all get murked by the Persians, more on that later. We cut to Layla Hassan finding the spear in the modern day. Oh, for God's sakes, already? Allow me to reiterate my position on the modern day sequences in Assassin's Creed. I cannot fucking stand them. They are by far the worst parts of the game and, for me at least, offer very little in the way of substance to the narrative. I would just gloss over them here as I did in the Origins video, but the modern day sequences in Odyssey are given much more time in the sun, which leads to my first big criticism of its narrative. Despite my vitriol directed towards them, to give credit where credit is due, the modern day sequences in Origins are fairly succinct and to the point, not lingering for longer than necessary and overstaying their welcome. Odyssey, on the other hand, seems to make every effort to try and make us care about them and their characters, with elongated sequences that definitely overstay their welcome and make me want to run my head through a wall in frustration at their very existence. A perfect example of this is the following cutscene after Layla finds the end of Leonidas' spear, the end he dug into the earth and is given some prominence by the staging of the scene, which will, and I know I said it a lot already, will make more sense a little later. We then cut to some loft in London, where we see Layla in conversation with Dr. Victoria Bibot about the spear, which from this point onwards will be known as either the Spear of Leonidas, the Blade of Leonidas, or simply the Broken Spear. Towards the end of Origins, Layla will be met by William Miles, Master Assassin and father to Desmond, offering her the chance to join the Assassins after she went AWOL from Abstergo and they attempted to unalive her. Clearly she's accepted and gotten herself a new team. Victoria, who we just met, along with some schmucks named Kiyoshi and Alana, who we never see in the flesh but are always present in the background. Even if we forego my open disdain for these sequences, the scene in the loft is a bit of a mess. While I think Odyssey's introduction is far better and more coherent than Origins' overall, this scene here with Layla and Victoria really muddies the waters. For starters, we're given very little context for the spear. We only know of its importance given the shot after Leonidas' speech and Layla finding it right after, giving the spear prominence, coupled with the immediate attention drawn to it right after, but beyond that, nothing more of note is added, not even a nugget to grab our interest or provide some kind of foreshadowing. There's also references to a book, but we're never told what this book is or what it's about, beyond that it was written by Herodotus, the famous ancient Greek historian often referred to as the father of history. Apparently, this book is known as the Lost Histories, a segment of Herodotus' famous work, The Histories, that was lost to time but conveniently refound by Layla when she found the Spear of Leonidas. While The Histories is considered the founding work of history in Western literature, the Lost Histories is completely made up to help justify the plot, as well as, spoilers, Herodotus' later inclusion in the story, though that inclusion alone comes with problems, which we'll dig into, say it with me now, much later. The existence of this fictional Lost Histories isn't a problem in and of itself, but the lack of an explanation as to its existence and how it ties to the spear makes this whole loft scene one big old what the hell is going on moment. What makes it even worse is that this scene is practically unnecessary. Odyssey's main plot can perhaps be easily described as one slow burn, but once we enter the Animus and return to the past, it doesn't take its time to reveal why things are the way they are and how the main protagonist is where they are, making this confusing loft scene, like almost all modern day sequences, damn near pointless. We're just forced to endure it because the writers seemingly want us to care about Layla and the gang when she alone hasn't done much to justify our attention, let alone the rest of them, while making clear that she's going to have a much bigger, albeit undeserved role to play this time around. This also isn't helped, for me anyways, by the fact that I really don't like Victoria. She's presented as being Layla's foil, the cautious half to Layla's more reckless. It's a contrast that could have worked and maybe salvaged the modern day sequences in Odyssey, but Victoria comes off as just annoying and incredibly whiny. Compounding this is Layla being much the same way in Odyssey, only in the other direction, leading to a conflict that doesn't really rear its head until the Fate of Atlantis DLC, which is big enough to be a game all on its own, so if you want to see a video on it, let me know down in the comments. Alana and Kiyoshi aren't much better, but given that they're always in the background and never on screen, we can just blissfully ignore them and pretend like they don't exist, which is something I wish I could do with the entire modern day storyline entirely, but alas, at least as far as Odyssey's concerned, we can't. Anyways, Layla jumps into the Animus where we're taken through a pre-simulation setup sequence with Victoria. It's here that we decide the difficulty, how much on-screen information we want presented, as well as who we want to play as. That's right, we have a choice for our main protagonist, justified narratively by Victoria having found DNA belonging to 2 individuals on the Spear, a particular point that actually sees some very clever use by the developers as the story progresses. These individuals are Cassandra and Alexios. While this can be summed up as choosing between a male or female protagonist, this decision can actually affect your playthrough to some degree, particularly in vocal performance, something we, and I'm really sorry to wear out this line so quickly, will discuss later on. For the purposes of this video, most of the footage you'll see will be taken from my recorded playthrough with Cassandra, for 2 reasons. 1, because I, like many others, think she serves as a better protagonist than Alexios, though that shouldn't diminish Alexios' role as he's still very good, just better in another role, something that we'll discuss, along with what makes Cassandra a stronger protagonist later on in the video. And secondly, because it was confirmed by Ubisoft with the game's novelization after its release that Cassandra is the canon protagonist between the 2. Originally, the developers wanted to make Cassandra the sole protagonist, but were told by the executives that they had to have a male option or scrap Cassandra entirely for solely a male protagonist. While having Cassandra be a sole female protagonist in a mainline Assassin's Creed entry would have been a first, and nothing frankly should surprise me about Ubisoft's executives making boneheaded decisions, albeit with considerable hindsight, it seems strange to me at first that the idea wasn't supported, as Ubisoft's writers have proven rather adept at writing compelling female characters. The positive reception of Evie Fry from Syndicate, who shared the role of main protagonist with her twin brother Jacob, seemed fairly indicative that a sole female protagonist would have been a worthy direction to go, so what gives? That was until I did a bit of research on the subject and found that, according to a Jason Schreier report for Bloomberg, that the decision to have 2 choices, one male, one female, was possibly due to some sort of compromise with Ubisoft management, a situation described as being indicative of the sexism deeply ingrained within the company at the time. Classic goddamn Ubisoft. Ultimately, this decision has done little to affect the story and narrative, as both, in my opinion, are fantastic as the main protagonist, though, as already stated, Cassandra is the far better choice for the role, which we'll see as we progress through the story and, again, discuss later on. In any event, once we've chosen our fighter and we listen to Layla and Victoria uselessly waffle on some more, we finally set off back to the past. More specifically, 431 BC. 49 years after the death of Leonidas at Thermopylae, and the first year of the Peloponnesian War. Our return to ancient Greece takes us to the island of Kefalonia, situated on Greece's western seaboard. It starts with us following an eagle as it takes off from a giant statue of Zeus that looks over the island and glides through its farms, forests, ruins, and coastline before ending at a particular house, showcasing the many locales we can expect to find on our journey. It's a striking contrast from the opening minutes of the game with Leonidas and his 300, which I can't help but feel was a deliberate choice, highlighting the dual nature of the world in which Odyssey is set. One of violence and war, unrepentant in its savagery and cruelty, and another far more calm and peaceful side. And I like it. A lot, actually. It's a nice change of pace, a chance to catch our breath after a bombastic opening and help ease us into this world while a soft, peaceful melody plays in the background. It's also a chance for the game to flex its artistic muscles and showcase just how beautiful the game world is. I've never been particularly high on Ubisoft's use of its Anvil engine in Odyssey, especially when it comes to most cutscenes, but there's no denying just how beautiful this game is, and how it allowed the developers to fully realize the world they desired to create. Arriving at the house, we're finally introduced to our chosen player character, Cassandra or Alexios, humming the same melody we hear as the eagle flies over the island. They also happen to have the Spear of Leonidas. Already you may be wondering how and why they have the spear, questions that will be answered in this early portion, but before we can get there, we're rudely interrupted by some cutthroats who have paid us a visit, bearing a message from the Cyclops. A message that involves a punch to the face, which immediately starts another combat encounter, which doubles as another tutorial, this time when facing multiple enemies at once, such as switching lock-ons and parrying. Either way, we give the thugs a good hiding and our hero can take a break and nurse their bloody nose. It's then that the eagle from earlier returns.
Nah. Thanks for the warning.
The eagle in question is Ikaros, our ever-faithful and constant companion, who serves in exactly the same way as Senu in Origins, able to fly above targets and mark items of interest, enemies, and quest objectives. He can also distract enemies as well, both on command and randomly during combat, but unlike Senu, he can even damage them and outright kill them, which, while admittedly slightly broken, can be useful at times if you have the patience for it. How the two met and became inseparable will be revealed later, but it's important to note that such is the bond between them that our chosen hero is often referred to as the Eagle Bearer, a title that I'll use throughout the video when referring to them. We're also introduced to Phoebe, a young orphan and friend of the Eagle Bearer. While her arrival may seem random at first, she's actually come with a purpose, bearing a message from a man named Marcos, presumably also a friend. It's with Phoebe that we're first introduced to the new dialogue system, a bold new step in Ubisoft's continued evolution of their writing and narrative design. Origins has been often criticized for having a noticeable lack of player choice, despite the game being labeled as an RPG. While the usage of the term RPG has become somewhat of a confused mess over the years, in Origins' case, the narrative element isn't helped by the fact that Bayek is a fully written character, with an established backstory and personality that determines its actions throughout the story, with true role-playing limited to how we approach certain encounters, albeit in an incredibly mundane way. The Eagle Bearer is also a written character, with an established backstory that will be explored throughout this opening chapter and beyond, but with the new branching dialogue system comes the opportunity to shape them as we like, though this ultimately just boils down to either being a relatively good person or a ruthless, cutthroaty asshole. Even still, this is a marked improvement from Origins, though I should add this isn't to say that Bayek is a bad protagonist. In fact, I think he's a very good protagonist, and his established backstory, personality, and motivations work wonderfully in the given narrative and setting he's in. It's just that I, like many others I feel, prefer to have the opportunity to shape our character however we see fit, even if the degree of available choice is somewhat limited by the character having an established background and semblance of personality. It helps flesh out the characters so they aren't some emotionless blank slate like we see in Skyrim, while still giving the player some freedom to push the character in a particular direction and demeanor. Phoebe's message for the Eagle Bearer is that Marcos wants them to meet him at his new estate, which ruffles their feathers because, by all accounts, the man shouldn't have enough money for such a purchase, while simultaneously still owing them money for a prior job. Either way, we can ask Phoebe for more information regarding Marcos' new estate and accompanying vineyard, as well as to its location. If you're playing the game in exploration mode, where map markers are hidden, asking these questions is vital to revealing information as to where to find locations, people, or items during quests. If you're playing in guided mode, you don't need to ask these questions, as a map marker will show roughly where the thing in question is, with Ikaros able to pinpoint its exact location once you're within a specific range, the last point also true of exploration mode. With that said, I'd still recommend going through them in guided mode, as not all questions will be related to searching for something, but follow the same tried and true method of providing context to certain situations and adding depth to the game world, so always ask them if you can. The Eagle Bearer will send Phoebe on her way to inform Marcos of our coming. At a price, because nothing is free on Kefalonia, or all of Greece for that matter, just as the two thugs we beat into a pulp earlier will start to rise from their violence-induced stupor and we're given a choice of what to do with them. In keeping with the new dialogue system, Odyssey introduces choices and consequences, some of which won't rear their heads until many hours later, which can have deep ramifications for both the main narrative and some of its subplots. Think along the lines of The Witcher 3, Dragon Age, or more recently, Baldur's Gate 3 as examples. Some decisions you make will have unforeseen consequences that may help or hinder the Eagle Bearer as they progress along their journey, and as the game suggests here with the thugs at their house, careful consideration should be made before you decide your course of action. These decisions have no bearing over historical events, save for a few very minor instances, and so the big decisions are kept sharply focused on the Eagle Bearer and their actions, both in the main story and in side quests. The first decision with the thugs, while incredibly simple, demonstrates this new choice and consequence system beautifully, along with the freedom to shape the Eagle Bearer to our liking, again within the established norms of their established character, as we're given the choice to either send the thugs on their way with a message for their boss, or kill them outright. If we spare them, the thugs will, with the help of some bandit friends, ambush us on the road to Marcos's vineyard. If we kill them back at the house, this doesn't happen. A very simple early example with incredibly low stakes, but important in establishing the need for the player to consider their choices carefully. The three sisters of fate can be fickle, and thus it is wise to think before acting. Arriving at Marcos's new estate, we find the man in talks with one of his farmers, and oh boy, what a specimen of the human race we have here. I'll just skip tiptoeing around the issue like it's some big suspenseful thing waiting for some big reveal and just say it plain. Marcos is an idiot. Nearly every interaction with him, both here on Kefalonia and later on another island we come across later in the game, involves him stupidly getting into conflict with someone considerably more powerful than him and needing the Eagle Bearer to bail him out when his not-so-silver tongue can't do the trick. This stupidity comes on full display here when he tells us the Cyclops has sent men after us, after we've already dealt with them, and then defends his decision to buy a vineyard by basically saying everybody likes wine, everybody buys wine, so why not from me? This is in spite of the fact that, as the Eagle Bearer can bluntly point out, Marcos knows absolutely nothing about growing grapes, let alone making wine, which he shrugs off with what would become something of a trait of his. Because Marcos isn't just an idiot, but also considerably naive, which admittedly could have been a charming and redeemable part of his character if it wasn't for the fact that he's, well, an idiot. It honestly makes one wonder how and why the Eagle Bearer came to work for him, a question that actually has an answer, along with explaining why the Eagle Bearer, despite going against their better judgment, will regularly defend Marcos. Dogpiling onto all this is that Marcos is a naive idiot who's constantly short on money, or drachmi, which makes him being able to afford a sizable vineyard somewhat bewildering, but for now that mystery can wait, for the Eagle Bearer wants their money. Only that Marcos doesn't have it, what a goddamn surprise. Instead, we'll have to collect our own debt from Thuris, a merchant who owes Marcos because Marcos is a naive idiot constantly short on money yet still gives out loans to his fellow Kefalonians because he's such a nice guy. So we have to collect our own debt. Fine. As interest, we get to take one of Marcos's horses, with 3 to choose from. Despite their grand descriptions suggesting particular benefits to each of them, they're all the same, their different colors merely being cosmetic. They're also all called Phobos, a reference to the Greek god and personification of fear and panic, the word phobia derived from his name. Naming our horse by such a name could also be a reference related to the god of war Ares, who rides a chariot pulled by 2 horses, one of whom is named Phobos. There are also accounts mentioning the 4 immortal horses of Ares, again one of them being named Phobos. In any event, we have a haunch to get around the island more easily, but before we can head to the town of Sami, a woman appears and tells us that Phoebe's been kidnapped, taken by some of the Cyclops' men to a nearby beach. The Eagle Bearer resolves to rescue her before heading into town and collecting their debt, so we head straight for Kitameni Beach and rescue Phoebe, which doubles as a short tutorial in stealth, as we carefully take down the Cyclops' minions one by one, making use of the broken spear in the absence of the usual hidden blade. Once we rescue Phoebe and have a brief back and forth, we're treated to a flashback, the first of quite a few we get over the opening hours of the game. While I've stated in the past that I'm not a fan of flashback sequences in games, I think their usage in Odyssey is a perfect implementation of the concept. For one, they're only cutscenes, not forced gameplay segments like we see in Ghost of Tsushima or The Witcher 3 when we control Ciri, where such segments have a tendency to feel narratively forced and unnecessarily slow down the pacing. Secondly, these scenes are rather short and to the point, while providing critical context and backstory that will almost always come back in some form or another throughout the course of the main story, giving them all fairly equal weight and importance. This first scene, for example, introduces us to several key characters, namely the Eagle Bearer's family, their father Nikolaos, their mother Marini, and their younger sibling, who will either be Alexios or Cassandra depending on your chosen character. We also learn that the Eagle Bearer is originally from Sparta, one of ancient Greece's most powerful and influential city-states, famous for its extremely militarized and stratified society, established by the semi-mythical lawgiver Lycurgus. I say semi-mythical because almost nothing is known about the man, including when he lived and when he implemented the reforms that would turn Sparta into the militaristic society that it's most famous for. All of what I've just said about this scene is most apparent, but there's still one detail that we can glean that is not, represented by the servant, or more likely a helot, a slave, holding the Eagle Bearer's younger sibling early in the scene, which suggests that the Eagle Bearer's family is some sort of higher nobility, a key detail that will perhaps carry the most weight the further along we go. From this scene, we can clearly see that the Eagle Bearer came from a loving family with presumably some amount of prestige, which conjures a rather interesting yet poignant question. How on earth did they end up on an impoverished backwater island like Kefalonia, with a lovable but reckless orphan girl in Phoebe and a bumbling fool in Marcos for company, their new family of sorts? For now, we'll have to wait on that, for after rescuing Phoebe, we can now head to Sammy and meet with Duris and get our money. Duris will claim poverty in a not too nice way, highlighting that Marcos may not be the generous moneylender he portrays himself to be. He also reveals how Marcos was able to afford his new vineyard by borrowing money from the Cyclops, the very person who sent thugs to rough up the Eagle Bearer and kidnap Phoebe, and a character who's been mentioned a few times but yet to be seen. In simplest terms, the Cyclops is a pirate who's been terrorizing the people of Kefalonia for some time, a robber baron of sorts, and someone who the Eagle Bearer has been in constant conflict with. Usually it's inferred because Marcos keeps running afoul of him and needs saving. With this news, we have the choice of either leaving Duris alone or getting our money by breaking his pots, forcing him to pay up, another early example of how we can shape the Eagle Bearer's personality, before meeting with Marcos at a nearby temple where we find him being accosted by one of the Cyclops' men. The Eagle Bearer will chastise Marcos for his blatant stupidity before we're treated to another flashback. In it, we see a young Eagle Bearer lying amidst a pile of bones, finding Icaros and the broken spear next to the body of an old man. This is the moment that the Eagle Bearer and Icaros first meet, the eagle remaining by their side ever since, with how they came to have the spear still a mystery. Taking the spear and followed by Icaros, they run to a nearby beach, where they find a boat and proceed to sail off to parts unknown. After a storm casts them overboard, we find them on a beach in Kefalonia where they're met by Marcos, who immediately takes them in on the condition that they work for him. Now we know how the Eagle Bearer ended up in Kefalonia, as well as how they met Icaros and came into possession of the Spear of Leonidas, but in place of these earlier questions, a few new ones crop up. How did they end up in a field of bones? Why is there a dead man lying next to them? Considering we heard Marini cry out their name in anguish, followed by them calling out their sibling's name, something bad happened, to say the least. Also, how on earth did they make it all the way to Kefalonia? We know that the Eagle Bearer is originally from Sparta, yet Kefalonia is way further north. It seems highly unlikely that a child, even after what we learn about them later on, would somehow manage to survive such a journey, especially after being thrown overboard. I know that seems very nitpicky of me, but stuff like this bothers me as it sort of defies logic. I'm not suggesting we need to see the entire journey from start to finish for it to make sense, but if you're gonna have a child, however special, make this sort of journey, you better have a good explanation, which we never get. Returning to the present, we're met by Drusilla, who has a bone to pick with Marcos. What a surprise, the fool having promised to complete a job for her. Drusilla makes bows, but some wood she's waiting on is being held by some bandits, and she needs someone to take care of them, meaning the Eagle Bearer. In the meantime, Marcos has a plan cooked up for dealing with the Cyclops after we're done. Helping Drusilla is a fairly straightforward matter, introducing us to the concept of sneaking into hostile encampments and forts, either as part of a quest or just exploring the open world, with each location having a checklist to complete to successfully clear it for a small amount of XP. We're also reintroduced to the concept of investigations, first introduced in Origins, where we search an area for clues that will eventually reveal the location of something or someone, not unlike how we use Witcher senses in The Witcher 3, though nowhere near as good in my opinion. In Drusilla's case, all we need to do is find the wood she needs and steal it back, either being sneaky beaky about it or rushing in and slaughtering the bandits piecemeal. Again, very straightforward, as you might expect from an early quest like this. However, what is important is the light but vital world building that occurs as we reach Drusilla's shop. As Drusilla puts it, war is brewing across all of Greece, namely between Athens and Sparta, the two most powerful city-states at that time, with the boyar hoping to make a fortune off the war by selling her bows to the Athenians. While an otherwise insignificant comment, it smoothly opens us up to affairs taking place in the outside world in a way that's both natural and in keeping with our immediate surroundings. I love it when games do this, providing vital contextual information that will become more pertinent down the road without overloading the player too early, thus allowing for more gradual exploration. It also highlights in a way Kefalonia's place in the Greek world, further establishing it as a backwater that isn't privy to a constant stream of information, along with how unconcerned the people seem to be about it. Even if you only have surface level knowledge of this period of history, you should know that Athens and Sparta coming to blows is a big deal, one with world-altering consequences, but the people of Kefalonia could seemingly care less, concerned only with affairs on their island and how much money this war could make them, which will be a running theme throughout. This is even true for the Eagle Bearer, after Drusilla makes mention of the fact that they're a secret Spartan, suggesting that they could make a fortune from the upcoming war, only for the Eagle Bearer to shrug it off without much concern, suggesting that they don't much care for affairs on the mainland themselves. By extension, with this subtlety, Odyssey has already done a far better job of setting up the overarching conflict taking place, both within and without the main narrative, than Origins did with setting up its overarching conflict in the Ptolemaic Civil War, a quality that will continue throughout the story. After helping Drusilla, we can either return to Marcos or take this momentary pause to engage in the small handful of side quests available across the island. Two of them are pretty straightforward, one involving retrieving a spear for a priestess of Kephalos, one that was presumably wielded by Kephalos himself, and getting a necklace from a sunken temple teeming with sharks for a couple that want to sell it so they can get off the island. The other two are much more interesting as they continue to expand on the choice and consequence mechanic while also exposing us to a few critical elements of the narrative and how we choose to shape the Eagle Bearer. Phoebe wants us to head to the nearby town of Kausos, which has been hit by the plague, one presumably sent down by the gods as punishment. For what? Who knows, but it's said that only the gods can save the people, and Phoebe believes the Eagle Bearer to be a god, so figures they can help. We head to Kausos, only to find it burned to the ground and the people slaughtered, done so on the orders of a priest to stem the tide of the plague after constant prayer didn't work. We find the priest and his men holding a family hostage, the little girl among them being a friend of Phoebe's and about to be executed, despite the family insisting they aren't sick. We can either let them die and hope it does the trick, much to Phoebe's consternation, or kill the priest and his men and let the family go. Only to find out much later, and I mean at minimum a good few hours later, that the family did indeed have the plague, not like it wasn't telegraphed or anything, and now it's spread across Kefalonia. We can even return to Kefalonia and see it for ourselves, the streets of Sami strewn with piles of corpses and the sick and dying wandering the streets. This is an early and poignant example of how our choices can have consequences, but unlike the situation with the Cyclops' thugs, said consequence doesn't reveal itself until much, much later, driving home the fact that, if it hasn't occurred to you already, you must think critically and carefully about every decision. It also highlights that sometimes inaction is the best reaction in certain situations. While the priest is certainly guilty of overly cruel punishment and using his religious zeal as a convenient excuse, by not intervening, we'll have inadvertently saved hundreds, if not thousands of lives, even though we won't know that for some time. This is not a world of black and white, but soaked and dripping with gray, and we have to navigate this world with due caution, lest we unleash forces that spiral out of our control. As if to hammer down this point, the Eagle Bearer will tell Phoebe as much when she confronts them if we walk away, saying that there was no right decision to make.
I hope you're right.
Sometimes good people die, Phoebe. No matter how much we don't like it.
The second of the interesting quests involves speaking to a man outside of a cave, inside of which is an altar to Hermes. Apparently many gods, more than Hermes, literally speak to people there and grant wishes if they bring tribute. Only that, in this man's case, no wishes are actually granted and he's running out of money, believing that he did something wrong. The Eagle Bearer is understandably skeptical, but the man insists we head in and see for ourselves. Poking around the cave, we find a small opening behind the altar where we find not gods, but a gang of bandits and all the tribute people have left behind. A simple yet profitable ruse playing on the people's piety. Once the bandits are dealt with, we look to leave, only to find a woman in the cave begging for the god's aid and helping in repairing her cart, which she uses to bring baskets to the market to sell and feed her kids. We have the option to either stay silent or play pretend and respond, promising the woman aid. Should we do nothing, we simply return to the man outside and tell him the truth regarding the bandits and the stolen tribute, ending the quest. If we respond and promise aid, after we speak to the man outside, we can head to the woman's home in Sami and leave the tribute we take off the bandits at her home, thereby giving her a chance. Weirdly, helping the woman is its own separate quest, not a continuation of the original quest that it sprung from, which is something that this game does a lot that really bugs me and we'll talk about a little later. As for right now, it shows another aspect of the choice and consequence system at play. How sometimes decisions can expand a given quest or storyline beyond what is presumed to be the end, showcasing just how more expansive Odyssey's quest design is compared to Origins. Narratively, it's also an early sign of how critical this game seems to be of religion, and how religious institutions can easily be manipulated by mortal means. It could be argued that the Assassin's Creed franchise as a whole is critical of religion. Even Origins, despite Bayek's obvious piety, is critical at points, if only subconsciously, but Odyssey seems to take this to a whole other level, aided by the fact that, as we'll see throughout, the Eagle Bearer is often rather skeptical themselves, if only of ancient Greek religion's institutions and the people behind them. This will perhaps make more sense when we get to a critical moment a little later in the story once we leave Kefalonia, so for now just keep this in the back of your mind. Returning to Marcos, we listen in on his plan for dealing with the Cyclops. A key detail to know about the pirate is that Cyclops isn't just a terrifying epithet, but also a very literal title, as he only has one eye. His second eye is one made of obsidian, a precious mineral that will fetch a high price, possibly enough to cover Marcos' debt to the pirate. With that in mind, Marcos wants us to steal it. To that end, we head to his estate and steal it, hopefully without being seen. If we are seen, Marcos' vineyard will be under attack by the Cyclops' men upon our return, which Marcos will rightly admonish us for. Despite all the effort and its considerable value, the obsidian eye still won't be enough to cover Marcos' debt, practically making the theft a waste of time. The Eagle Bearer will turn to leave, having had enough for one day, before Marcos makes mention of a newly arrived ship. Usually this wouldn't mean much, they do live on an island after all. Except this ship is, in Marcos' words, too good for Dirty Sammy, suggesting that the ship's owners may be friends of the Cyclops, if not the bastard himself. At Marcos' suggestion, we head to an abandoned house outside town where they've set up shop. Once we've taken care of them, we're greeted by a strange man, way too well dressed to be a local, yet clearly capable of violence.
I normally have someone else do the field work. I don't suppose you know how to get this stain out?
Named Elpenor, he admires the Eagle Bearer's handiwork and almost immediately jumps straight into offering them a job. The Eagle Bearer is almost just as immediately suspicious of him, a suspicion that only deepens when Elpenor addresses them by their name despite them not mentioning it. Elpenor will explain that he simply asked around for information and continues to be deflective and ambiguous when the Eagle Bearer presses for more, something to bear in mind as we interact with him more. As for the job he has, he's come to Kefalonia to reclaim an item that was stolen from him and taken to the nearby island of Ithaca, which we can see across the strait that divides the two islands. If that name sounds familiar, that's because Ithaca was the home of Odysseus, king of Ithaca and hero of the Trojan War and mastermind behind the Trojan horse in Homer's Iliad, as well as the Odyssey, Odysseus' 10-year saga to return home. The item in question is the Shroud of Penelope, Penelope being Odysseus' wife. In the tale, with Odysseus' prolonged absence, Penelope is faced with hundreds of suitors attempting to force her to remarry, to claim his vast wealth and holdings. Ever faithful to her husband, Penelope comes up with a ruse to delay her remarriage. She begins weaving a shroud for Odysseus' father, Laertes, and that she'll choose a suitor once it's complete, only to unravel it at night while the suitors sleep, thereby delaying this outcome. Unfortunately, one of her maidservants, Melantho, reveals this ruse to the suitors who demand she completes the shroud, thereby allowing them to continue their attempts to win her hand, though all comes good in the end with Odysseus' triumphant return disguised as a beggar. How Elpenor first came into possession of the shroud is unclear, or why he wants it to begin with, though that assumes the thing even exists, with the Eagle Bearer expressing skepticism. Even in this deeply pious society, where the Iliad was viewed as very real history, the Odyssey was viewed as a blending of history and myth, both poems having been written hundreds of years after their events were purported to have happened. Hell, there's even some debate as to whether Homer actually wrote both poems, or if either poem had different authors. Either way, Elpenor wants the shroud back, so we sail across to Ithaca, where we find the shroud nestled deep within the ruins of Odysseus' palace, much to the Eagle Bearer's astonishment.
Penelope's shroud? In the flesh? I mean, cloth.
The Assassin's Creed franchise is well known for its blending of history and mythology, often tying it back to the story of the Isu, the precursor race that created mankind tens of thousands of years earlier. Odyssey seems to take this a step further by literally incorporating elements of these many myths and making them very real, presenting them as events that truly happened, their eventual mythologizing merely a byproduct of the often messy recording of history at this time becoming muddied down the ages. The existence of Penelope's shroud serves as an early example of this, and while rather benign, I think it's a nice and neat introduction into the concept. Unfortunately, it's a concept that, depending on your tolerances for such things, kinda goes off the rails as we progress further along the story, and while it does have an explanation that works, it's relegated to a DLC, albeit a substantial one, and may be a jarring departure from what veterans of the franchise have become accustomed to. Getting the shroud is fairly simple. As with getting Drusilla's wood, we have the choice to either be sneaky beaky about it, or go in guns blazing. Once we have the shroud, we can head back to Sammy, where Elpenor is waiting for us, though we would be remiss if we didn't take the opportunity to free a certain woman held prisoner there, which begins another side quest. This woman is Odessa, and she claims to be a descendant of Odysseus, even though, as the Eagle Bearer points out, she's far from the first to claim such a title, so it's fair to say it's almost certainly bollocks. Either way, she's come to Ithaca on pilgrimage, to understand the man and his legend, only to be severely disappointed when all she finds are ruins. Though it's kind of dumb of her to assume otherwise since we found her in a cage with a perfectly good view of the place. Taking her to her boat, she'll complain about wanting to be great like Odysseus but not having the means, with the option to either support her ambition or chide her for it. Regardless of our answer, we leave her at the beach and carry on our merry way. While yet another simple side quest, as all side quests on Kefalonia are, it smoothly opens us up to the concept of destiny and how we want to be remembered, and whether chasing greatness is worth the cost. As the Eagle Bearer can point out, despite his greatness, Odysseus didn't want to go to war, and it ended up taking him 10 years to get home, all because supernatural forces, a la the gods, intervened, ending with a rather evocative question: do you want to be great or happy? It's a question that will be further expanded upon as we move forward, with the Eagle Bearer even being asked in a roundabout way as greater, more powerful forces inject themselves into their life, and the question is turned around on us. In the case of Odessa, this question gets a second act of sorts when we run into her again in Megaris and have the option to either aid her in her quest for greatness, sort of, or tell her that happiness is the key, not greatness. It should also be mentioned that we have the option to express romantic interest in her, which also sees a conclusion of sorts in this second act. Unfortunately, it doesn't go beyond anything beyond a passionate smooch and, presumably, a tumble in the hay before it's forgotten about just as quickly as it happens. We'll discuss romance in Odyssey more later down the road when we talk about characters, but needless to say, it's arguably one of the weakest elements of the writing, despite it occasionally having potentially serious consequences in certain subplots. Returning to Sammy, we meet with Elpenor and give him the shroud. Impressed, Elpenor, instead of taking it, lets us keep it, on top of paying us drachmi. Turns out it was all a test, to see if we're the right Misthios for another, far more serious job. There's a general in Megaris called the Wolf that he wants dead. Why? Because he's costing him money. Why the Eagle Bearer? Because no one knows who they are. Simple enough. Only there's one small problem. Megaris is on the mainland, which means we'll need a ship to get there. Easy enough, ships are common on Kefalonia, being an island and all that, but of course the Eagle Bearer doesn't have one, which means we'll have to procure one. With what little drachmi we have. There's a shipbuilder we can try to persuade to part with one he's got under construction, but of course he says no. Partly because he wants 100,000 drachmi, and because we don't have a crew to man it. He does, however, throw us a line. The Cyclops is rumored to have returned, docked at the town of Kleptus Bay. Interesting. Seeing a chance to be rid of the Malacca and take his ship, we head straight there. We find the Cyclops and his goons torturing some poor schmuck, because apparently he called the Cyclops a one-eyed monster, which, it should be said, is incredibly ironic, though we can learn afterwards that the prisoner wasn't even talking about him at all. Yep, that's right, the Cyclops is a snowflake. Give that man a role in the US government. Despite the seriousness of this scene, the Cyclops is torturing the poor sod after all, it's also rather humorous, especially when the Eagle Bearer presents themselves to the Cyclops, obsidian eye in hand. This exchange should also be noted for the slight difference in cadence displayed by Cassandra and Alexios, which I really love.
Did he say Cyclops? Did he hurt your feelings?
Did he say Cyclops?
Did it hurt your feelings?
I don't like it when people call me that! I didn't.
It's clear that Cassandra and Alexios as actors, Melisanthe Mahout and Michael Antonakos respectively, were allowed to take some creative freedom in their presentation of their respective characters, something that I adore and applaud Ubisoft for. The scene ends with perhaps the best part of this exchange, when the Cyclops demands the return of his eye, and the Eagle Bearer... I think it's better if you just watch it.
You want it? Go get it.
The Cyclops is understandably perturbed and a fight breaks out. Once the pirate and his thugs are taken care of, we free the prisoner and head for the safety of a nearby cliff where the prisoner gives his thanks. His name is Varnavas, and no, his name is not pronounced like it's spelled. This initial conversation, like many others on this island, works in establishing another facet of the narrative, one that the game seems hell-bent to hammer home while also remaining rather benign. That the Eagle Bearer always seems to appear just when others are praying for the god's aid, suggesting divine intervention.
When they forced my head underwater, I prayed to the gods, and when they pulled it out, there you were.
As the Eagle Bearer, we can either play along or put their sudden appearance in their time of need to pure coincidence, allowing us to mold the Eagle Bearer into someone who is either humble or brimming with confidence and arrogance. That said, given the frequency in which it occurs and what we learn about the Eagle Bearer's lineage later down the line and how it ties into the game's more mythological elements, there may be a semblance of truth to this possible divine intervention angle, even if the Eagle Bearer, per our decisions, is either unaware of this possibility or simply doesn't want to give it credit, however ambiguous it may be. That aside, what's most important with regards to this conversation and most pertinent to our immediate needs is that Varnavas has a ship called the Adrestia, the services of which he gladly offers in return for saving him. It is a bit odd that he would just give up command of his ship so willingly to a complete stranger when he has little notion of the kind of person the Eagle Bearer is, especially when you consider that this is an agreement that will last a lifetime, not just the short jaunt that it'll take to get to Megaris, something that's never even brought up in conversation. This could be explained away by the fact that Varnavas, who will learn is deeply religious and believes in all sorts of myths to be true and hard facts, believes that the Eagle Bearer's appearance in his hour of need is no coincidence despite what we say, and thus feels it necessary to put his life, his ship, and his crew at the command of some otherwise random mercenary. Even still, the fact that this is never commented on by anyone is a bit strange. Would you, no matter your convictions, just hand over lifetime command of your ship to someone just because they saved your life without any notion as to their motives? I probably wouldn't, unless something were to occur to change my mind. That Varnavas does is again probably meant to be an early suggestion of his deep piety, which includes a strong belief in the fates, but that this decision is never brought up or questioned is kind of weird. Possibly a contrivance in service to the story and gameplay, the latter of which we'll see in the next part. Now with the ship to get us to the mainland, we can head back to Sammy to make our exit, though not before Phoebe appears. Oh, and Marcos too, but you'd be forgiven if he's already become a bit of an afterthought at this point. Phoebe wants to come with the Eagle Bearer, not wanting to be separated, but the Eagle Bearer will refuse, either saying that she's too young or that she should remain on Kefalonia, the only home she's ever known. Disappointed, Phoebe accepts this reality and says her goodbyes, though if you think this will be the last time we see her, well...
Cassandra, it's you!
Phoebe!
With everything settled, we can finally set off, setting course for Megaris, which surprises Varnavas and leads to this exchange.
I got a contract for some general's head.
Whose head?
They call him the Wolf.
The wolf? Who wants Nikolaos of Sparta dead?
Nikolaos of Sparta.
We're shown another flashback, this one perhaps the most important out of all of them. We find ourselves on Mount Aietos, overlooking Sparta, where the Eagle Bearer and their family have been gathered, along with some soldiers and the Ephors, the senior magistrates of Sparta, one of whom is holding the younger sibling aloft. If Mount Aietos sounds familiar, that's because, according to popular myth, it's where Spartan babies, presumed unfit to be Spartans in later life, either as soldiers or mothers, were thrown off its cliffs into the chasm of Kiedas, either to die on impact or be left to the elements if they somehow survived the fall. It was a practice born out of Spartan ideals, where duty to the state and the strength of its citizen body was paramount. If a child was deemed weak or deformed, they were considered a burden and thus could not be allowed to live, and while the throwing from Mount Aietos has since been dismissed by modern historians, due to lack of evidence, the act of abandoning such children to wild animals and the elements is almost certainly supported. That we find ourselves on Aietos in the flashback, coupled with the full moon and rumbling thunderstorm, doesn't bode well for what's about to happen, quickly confirmed when the Ephor holding the Eagle Bearer's sibling declares that the child must die. The Oracle of Delphi has foretold that the child will bring about Sparta's fall, and thus the child must fall first. Naturally, Marini isn't taking this well, while Nikolaos, ever the loyal Spartan, can only look on in dead silence, while the Eagle Bearer, with the broken spear on their hip, looks on as well. That is until the E4 turns to do the deed, and the Eagle Bearer decides to act. As you might expect, things escalate, the remaining E4s demanding Nikolaos throw the young Eagle Bearer over the edge next. Nikolaos will approach the Eagle Bearer while Marini begs for him not to do it, and for a split second it looks as if Nikolaos will refuse to do the deed.
Nikolaos, look at me! Look at me, Nikolaos! Don't! Don't listen!
Your blood is tainted! Rid yourself of this poison!
Pater!
For Sparta!
Pater!
Oh, my baby! Cassandra! Cassandra!
There are a couple of things about this scene that don't make sense to me. For one, there are a couple of moments where it goes into slow motion, though I can't be sure if this was intentional or just a bug with the console version of the game. Secondly, why does the young Eagle Bearer have the broken spear to begin with? For me, it would have made more sense for it to be on Nikolaos or Marini's hip and they grab it as they rush the E4 and stab him as he drops their sibling. There is an answer of sorts in a later flashback when we learn how it is they came to have the spear in the first place, but even then, to give what's probably a revered weapon in Sparta to some child, and to even allow them to carry it to what's a serious and horrible moment in their family's life is kinda bizarre. In addition, why don't they stab the E4 instead of pushing him? They might have stood a better chance of saving their sibling if they had, however temporary it might have been, but by pushing the E4 instead, they doomed both of them, literally solving nothing. Despite my quibbles, this is arguably the best flashback out of all the ones we get on Kephallonia, for it connects directly to the previous one where we see the Eagle Bearer emerge from the Field of Bones with the spear, then finding the boat and sailing to Kephallonia and meeting Markos, tying everything together nicely. It's also with this flashback, in conjunction with leaving the island, that the Eagle Bearer's life comes full circle. Nikolaos was the one to throw the Eagle Bearer off Taygetos, and now, in adulthood, they have a contract for his head, adding a sizable splash of revenge to go along with presumably a fat sack of drachmae. It's a perfect cap for this opening section, ending with the Eagle Bearer revealing the truth of their lineage to Varnavas as they set sail, kickstarting what will be a long, arduous journey. Now that we're free of Kephalonia's clutches, we're free to head to Megaris, or any direction we please for that matter, though with our new toy comes a new string of tutorials to get accustomed to this new mode of transportation, masquerading in-game as the Eagle Bearer catching their bearings as captain of their vessel. There's not really much to say about this section, as most of it is gameplay focused. We first learn the means of operating the Adrestia, then dive right into combat with a pirate ship to reclaim the cargo the Cyclops took from Varnavas. We're then shown the ropes of obtaining lieutenants, NPCs we can recruit throughout the world who provide particular buffs for our ship, mostly in the form of damage and or defense modifiers. There are only 4 slots that we can fill, which open up to us as we upgrade our ship, so you're encouraged to constantly swap them out as needed as you require better lieutenants. These NPCs can either be recruited through side quests, or more simply, as we're shown in this tutorial section, by simply knocking them out and then, as if nothing even happened, offering them a spot on our ship, which is both kind of hilarious and kind of problematic if you think about it long enough. The real test comes as we approach the shores of Megaris and find the way blocked by a squadron of Athenian ships blocking entry into the bay. War between Sparta and Athens is now in full swing, with Sparta having recently invaded Megaris to seize control of the state and, by extension, the narrow strip of land that connects the Peloponnese to the rest of Greece. Which means now is probably a good time to dig into the Peloponnesian War itself. Admittedly, this is a topic far too dense and complex to cover in one short section, so we'll mostly be covering it as we go through the narrative and it directly relates to it, starting here with its origins. If you want to learn more than what I provide, I highly recommend Kings and Generals' series on the conflict, which they have also compiled into a single video if you prefer. I also recommend Donald Kagan's book as well. Following the end of the Second Persian invasion, culminating with Greek victories at Salamis and Plataea, the Hellenistic world dramatically changed overnight. Buoyed by her leading role in both the first and second invasions, the previously unassuming city of Athens rose in prominence, and over the course of several decades built herself a web of allies and tributaries known as the Delian League. Originally formed to serve as a bulwark against future Persian invasions, the League would eventually morph into a pseudo-Athenian empire, as Athens, with its powerful navy, forced many of the League's once independent members to become tributary subject states of the League, Athens using the amassed wealth to further expand its navy, as well as embark on ambitious public works, such as the Parthenon on the Acropolis. This period is referred to by Thucydides, a veteran of the war and our greatest source on the subject, as Pentakontetia, and in simplest terms, it spooked the ever-loving shit out of Sparta, a spooking that only grew worse as Athens' influence across the Greek world grew, leading them to form their own league, the Peloponnesian. A sort of Cold War set in as both cities jockeyed for influence over the myriad city-states of the region, with the two powers even coming to blows in the First Peloponnesian War of 460 to 445 BC, peace achieved by the signing of the 30 Years' Peace. The That's right, the Peloponnesian War in Odyssey ain't even the first, but we're just gonna overlook that little tidbit. The Cold War would eventually turn hot when Athens went to war with Corinth, another powerful city-state and member of the Peloponnesian League, the former coming to the aid of the island of Corcyra, who was in neither league, in defense against the latter. In the aftermath, Athens, somewhat randomly I think, ordered the city of Potidaea, a tributary of Athens but a colony of Corinth, to tear down its walls, along with a list of other demands. Potidaea, buoyed by promises of Corinthian support, refused, thus kickstarting Athens' siege of the city in 432 and would last 2 years, Corinth keeping its promise by sneaking armed contingents into the city. Around the same time, Athens imposed trade sanctions on the city of Megara, capital of Megaris, where we're headed to now. Known as the Megarian Decree, Athens alleged the Megarians had desecrated the Hiera Orgas, or Sacred Meadow, land that was meant to be untouched by both humans and livestock. While the truth of Athens' claim is disputed, with many, including contemporary scholars, believing that it was an act of revenge against Megara for other supposed affronts or a deliberate provocation by the Athenians against Sparta, what's almost certain is that the sanction would have had disastrous economic consequences for the Megarians, who relied heavily on trade with the Athenian Empire. These two events, coupled with the alarm at Athens' growing power across the Aegean, led Sparta to call a summit of its league in 432 BC. Athens also sent a delegation, albeit uninvited, and what followed was an intense debate between them and the Corinthians, the latter demanding that Sparta take action before it was too late. Eventually, the Spartan ecclesia, or citizens' assembly, spurred on by the hawkish Ephors Thenelaidas, voted to declare that Athens had broken the terms of the 30 Years' Peace, effectively kickstarting a 27-year-long conflict that would irrevocably change the Greek world. And so it is in 431 BC, just as the war is kicking off, that we find ourselves diving pell-mell into the thick of it, fighting Athenian ships so that we can land and take the head of a Spartan general. There's gotta be some irony found there, surely. Once we destroy the Athenian squadron, we're free to head into the bay and make landfall, though I can't help but wonder if there's a missed opportunity here somewhere, to speak to the Athenians and convince them of our intentions. This could have yielded an interesting branch in the narrative. If we fail to convince them or simply say the wrong thing, a fight ensues anyways. If we succeed and the Athenians let us pass, then we'll be forced to contend with the Spartans, who, as we'll learn shortly, control the shore, either convincing them that we come in peace, or failing that, fighting them, thereby subverting the original plot in Megaris. Instead, we have no choice but to fight the Athenians, thereby automatically ingratiating ourselves with the Spartans, though with a considerable amount of skepticism, since we are a mercenary after all, and mercenaries, as history has shown time and time again, are known to switch sides, often at the drop of a hat. Or a sack of coin, more accurately. I think why this option wasn't presented is for two reasons. One, because Megaris is still a continuation of the game, slowly introducing us to its gameplay systems and thus requires certain scripted instances to happen. And secondly, because this ingratiation with the Spartans needs to happen so a certain narratively critical scene can happen in the way that it does, a scene that will completely recontextualize the Eagle Bearer's journey and will have substantial consequences, dire consequences even, depending on your choices. We arrive on shore to see what appears to be the tail end of a clash between Spartan and Athenian forces, the Spartans coming out the victors. We even catch a glimpse of Nikolaos, clearly much older and grayer behind the years. As we can see from this scene, the war has already become a ruthlessly bloody affair, an early indicator of the savagery that will permeate the conflict, unseen by the Greek world since the Persian invasions, and especially between Greek states. Prior to the Persian invasions, war between Greek states was an almost ritualized affair, conflict often kept short and to the point, resolved with a single set-piece battle. While factors varied, including distance and season, perhaps the biggest reason for this was due to manpower. Barring mercenaries and auxiliaries, nearly all ancient Greek soldiers, namely the hoplites, were citizens of their respective cities, and thus no one could afford heavy casualties or sustained campaigns due to the severe demographic and economic disruptions this would cause. This was changed by the Persian invasions, the Achaemenids bringing the concept of total war to the Greek doorstep, which would ultimately lead to a subtle yet drastic change in policy among the city-states, a change that would reach full fruition with the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War. On the beach, we're greeted by Stentor, Nikolaos' second-in-command. He's also his adopted son, which leads to a rather awkward exchange between him and the Eagle Bearer.
I would never bring dishonor to him.
Sometimes things happen in a way that you don't plan or expect. History has a way of remembering things strangely.
You talk as if you were there.
Maybe I was.
In any event, while thankful for our efforts, he's immediately distrustful, for why would a mercenary not paid to fight in the war come to Sparta's aid? We can either lie through our teeth or be frank and honest. Either way, if we want a meeting with Nikolaos, we need to help Sparta secure Megaris. Do that, and we get to meet the wolf. While rather direct and perhaps devoid of nuance, this meeting on the beach is pivotal in establishing Stentor as a character, quickly presenting himself as a man desperate to serve Nikolaos well and to be a better child than the wolf's previous offspring, which does more than rankle the eagle bearer a little bit. This is shown with an arrogance, self-confidence, and sense of self-importance that, as we get to know the man more, belies a deep-seated insecurity, which can often lead to him lashing out, especially when it involves Nikolaos, giving way to a sort of jealousy when the wolf shows favor to the eagle bearer a little later and not him. It's an insecurity born out of a desire to please his adoptive father at all costs, and yet, despite his efforts, it never quite seems to be enough. As we learn from Stentor before the penultimate showdown with the Athenians in Megaris, there are strong hints of a deep sadness or regret gnawing at the grizzled war hero, which Stentor alludes to as him not living up to his standards, even as we can read between the lines and see the truth behind it. This supposed lack of emotional maturity in Stentor serves as either a wonderful mirror or foil to the eagle bearer, who can either be confident to the point of perceiving themselves as near flawless, or emotionally mature enough to recognize their own insecurities while having those they trust close enough to help them work through them. Unfortunately, the game doesn't do much with this dynamic, instead using it to pit them against one another in a one-sided rivalry for the attention and praise of Nikolaos, one that, depending on your choices, may not see a satisfying resolution, and even then that satisfying resolution is done off-screen, which could have been a perfect opportunity for the two to properly bond, and maybe see the eagle bearer help Stentor work through his insecurities. From Stentor, we're given some tasks to complete, but in truth, we only need to complete one to initiate the decisive clash needed to drive the Athenians out of Megaris, which means we have to dig into gameplay for a short bit. Greece is divided up into nations, a gamified means of representing the myriad city-states that dotted the land at that time. Each nation has a meter that measures its power, though in truth, this meter just represents either Sparta or Athens' control over the nation. Who controls a nation will determine whether it's Athenian or Spartan soldiers present, either in forts, locations of interest, or just patrolling the countryside, as well as whose banners flying at these locations. We, as the eagle bearer, can affect change in a particular nation by slowly working its meter down, either by killing soldiers, stealing or destroying vital resources, be they grain supplies or armor and weapon racks, or looting the nation's chest. We can also kill the leader of the nation, who will oftentimes either be shacked up in the aptly, if dully named leader's house, or in a fort, personally guarded by elite, high-level soldiers. If we work the meter down low enough, we can force the leader to leave their house or chosen fort and wander through the nation's capital and catch him out in the open, with the level of his guards also reduced and their behavior altered. Working the meter down low enough will also trigger a conquest battle, which we can then participate in by speaking to a soldier in either the Athenian or Spartan camps, with the option to either defend against or help in the conquest of the nation, the battle in question either being on land or sea depending on the locale. And we don't even need to be directly involved in lowering these meters. While considerably slower, these meters will often lower on their own, giving the players some level of agency in their opportunism. If there's a nation whose present alignment we want to maintain, all we gotta do is offer our services to them in the afforded window and make sure they come out on top, thereby maintaining the status quo. It's a nice and robust feature, and while it can be a bit monotonous at times and you may get bored of them, the rewards, I feel, are well worth the effort, especially if you're aiding in the conquest of a nation, which is more difficult and thus yields better rewards and XP. It's also very representative of the geopolitical seesawing that often permeated the Peloponnesian War, where regions often changed hands multiple times, even if it just boils down to Sparta versus Athens, red versus blue. While I appreciate that representing each and every city-state the same way Sparta and Athens are is not realistic in a game already as vast and dense as Odyssey, it can feel a bit underwhelming to see such a complex conflict be boiled down into its simplest parts. While, in the broadest terms, it was indeed a showdown between the then Hellenic world's preeminent superpowers, to downplay or simply ignore the contributions of the other major players seems like a bit of a misstep, one that doesn't harm the narrative thankfully, but could have enriched it in interesting and unforeseen ways. Case in point, Corinth, the city that agitated Sparta the most to go to war with Athens and would at times play a major role and suffered greatly for it, is reduced to simply existing, with little exploration as to the inner workings of the city, its place in the wider Greek world, and its role in the war, outside of one particular facet that we'll see later in the story. The same can be said for Argos, another major city in the Peloponnese and long-standing rival of Sparta's, who routinely sided with Athens and proved to be a thorn in the Lacedaemonian side, but, like with Corinth, this is never explored, Argos only existing as another city to run around and get work, as well as being the jump-off point for another later main story quest that doesn't even stay in the city more than a few minutes. And what about Thebes, yet another major player in the conflict who would initiate hostilities with a bungled assault on Plataea and would usurp the Spartans as hegemons of Greece in the decades following the end of the war? Nope, just another city for us to explore and get quests and be a playground for Athens and Sparta in the fight for control of Boeotia, or Phaeotia in Greek. There are allusions to these major players in the form of dialogue and narrative justification for particular beats, both in the main story and in side quests, but these again are often just stripped down to their barest parts. Athens versus Sparta, red versus blue. With our marching orders from Stentor, we get straight to work. We're given a number of targets to go after to help lower Athens' control, though the ultimate goal is to merely assassinate the leader of Megaris, who is aligned with Athens, which is a bit confusing considering the Megarians are, as it was in real history, allied to the Spartans already. There's also a side quest involving investigating an ambushed Spartan supply convoy, which leads us to a cave full of starving Megarians, who didn't attack the column but stole the food from it in order to survive, with their fates up to us, an early look at the human suffering caused by the war. If we don't kill the civilians, we can find out the convoy's attacker was a lone mercenary in Athenian pay called Hyrkanos, who we can track down and kill, which reminds me, I haven't yet talked about the mercenary system in Odyssey, but we'll save that for a later section because honestly, it often has little effect on the narrative. In any event, once we lower the meter and kill the Megarian leader, we can return to Stentor and, after a bit more digging into Nikolaos, initiate the final showdown for control of Megaris, which will open the way for the Spartans to march on Athens. There's not much to say about the conquest battles themselves, as they're just slugging matches between Athens and Sparta. While I could critique the fact that they're a far cry from how traditional battles between Greek hoplites were really fought, I won't, because again, while they're generally mundane affairs on the surface, in practice, they're just really fun. Perhaps the most poignant part of these battles are the aftermaths. While here in Megaris we're just sent right to the next cutscene, most times we'll be left alone on the field of battle, littered with corpses that we can loot and festooned with trophies taken from the defeated. Where there was once the clamor of swords clashing, shields breaking, and men screaming as they died is left an unearthly silence, an unnerving stillness on the air, where we're left to ponder our role in this clash, and the slaughter of many soldiers, most of them young citizens who probably never set foot outside their city or village prior, only to die on some no-name battlefield that will see even more death as the nation it's within repeatedly changes hands. If this was intentionally by design, then I think it works in driving home the brutal and ruthless cost of war, especially in an age where, compared to most of today's conflicts, it was up close and personal. No drones dropping mortars on tanks like we see in the Ukraine or snipers firing across valleys in Afghanistan. Here you must stare the enemy in the face as you drive your blade through their neck or hew their head open with an axe. And while the third-person perspective offers some sense of detachment from this reality, I think it's important to think about as you shape the Eagle Bearer's character. It could make you, as the player living vicariously through them, reconsider your role in the conflict, and while we'll have to partake a few more times throughout the main story to push the plot along, outside of that, you may start to wonder if you should, and wherever possible, abstain from feeding into this carnage. Of course, the war will keep on grinding with or without our involvement, but we, as a mercenary, have the option to take a moral stance by not getting involved. How many men's lives might be saved by not having to face down a man or woman with seemingly God-gifted fighting capabilities? Note how I didn't have this to say with regards to Bayek in Origins. That's because that game makes clear Bayek's moral compass and whose side he's on, even as that allegiance changes over the course of that game's plot. By making the Eagle Bearer a mercenary who doesn't need to pick a side, though we certainly can if we want, or in some instances are railroaded or forced into one depending on the circumstance, we're more often than not afforded the agency to make that decision for ourselves. As it pertains to the Peloponnesian War itself, we can either take a moral stance and avoid directly participating in the war whenever we can, or live up to our status as a mercenary and actively participate either for one side entirely or for whichever side stands to make us the most money at any given moment. It's this level of agency, which permeates across the entire game at all levels, that I think really makes Odyssey stand out in the Ancients trilogy compared to Origins and Valhalla, a narrative design choice that works greatly in its favor. With the Battle of Megaris won, we've now earned the right to speak with Nikolaos, who stands on a nearby cliff. Much to Stentor's jealous consternation, the wolf wishes to speak with the Eagle Bearer alone, which is a bit strange and no reason is ever given, done purely to ensure certain story beats happen later depending on our choices. It would have been interesting to have the option to insist that Stentor come with us, despite Nikolaus's orders, and see how the narrative threads warp and change as a result to see Stentor's reaction when the truth is laid bare. Depending on our actions, it could have done much to smooth over what's already a somewhat frosty relationship with him, or just simply recontextualize his bitterness in a way that would reflect this choice and what comes soon after, especially later down the road when we run into him again. This lack of other reasonably logical choices is prevalent across the game, though whether this is due to budgetary constraints, lack of forethought, developmental restrictions, or simply a desire to keep what's already a twisty, windy narrative somewhat streamlined is hard to say. Either way, we've been summoned by the wolf, and as we trudge up the hill to see him, we can hear the Eagle Bear's mind audibly racing with a nervous tension.
This is it. What do I even say?
Let's not forget that the last time they saw each other was when the Eagle Bear was just a child, thrown from a cliff by Nikolaus, their father, and up until recently they had never thought that they would ever see them again, especially under such circumstances, for let us also remember that they've got a contract to take his head. What follows is a great scene, as father and child finally meet, as the Eagle Bear's nervousness, after memories of their old life flash before their eyes, gives way to righteous anger and fury in the face of Nikolaus's shock, astonishment, and outright bewilderment at their child's survival. While the writing in Odyssey is admittedly a bit hit and miss at times, I think this scene really showcases its overall strength at this early stage, as the Eagle Bear and Nikolaus come to grips with this new reality, the Eagle Bear indignant at the wolf's staunch, if misguided and perhaps now wavering belief in the Spartan code. Nikolaus has only ever known such a life, one bound by honor and duty to the state, and falls back on it when faced with the living, breathing, revenge-fueled consequence of this loyalty coming back to haunt him in his elder years. And yet we quickly see flashes of this staunchness begin to crack, especially when the Eagle Bear reveals the reason for their being there in the first place.
There's a large reward for the mercenary that can collect the wolf's head.
Is that why you're here?
We're then presented with a choice, the first big one in the game. We can either fulfill the contract and kill Nikolaus, or spare him, the Eagle Bear seeing no honor in vengeance, and that forcing Nikolaus to face the ghosts of his past as a worse punishment. Regardless of your choice, I like how the following scene after we've made it begins with the Eagle Bear grabbing a hold of Nikolaus and threatening to throw them off the cliff, a clever reversal of the flashback on Mount Aietos when the roles were reversed, a detail that you may miss on a first playthrough and is dripping in irony. In both instances, the wolf's steely facade finally breaks and he realizes the fault of his actions all those years ago. Sparing him leads to a far more emotional and poignant exchange where the wolf verbalizes this, seeing now there was no honor in what he did. It also, I think, lends better to the truth bombs that he drops. That he isn't actually the Eagle Bear's father, and that, if they want the truth, they need to seek out their mother, Marini, who's still alive.
But you were never mine.
What do you mean?
That is a question you should ask your mother.
Wait,
Find your mother.
find her.
Wherever Marini is, she knows far more than I do.
Before now, it's never directly stated what happened to Marini after that fateful night on Mount Aietos, though it's just assumed that she died, or at least disappeared at some point in the following years. It could be considered a bit of a plot hole leaving this out, though considering that neither her or Nikolaus is mentioned on Kefalonia, it could be surmised that, before Alpino arrived, the Eagle Bear never paid much thought to them and assumed they were both dead. Depending on your choice, Nikolaus either expires on the cliff or walks off to parts unknown in the hopes of regaining his honor, while a stunned Eagle Bear can only look on in confused silence, their mind no doubt racing with these new revelations. In either case, Nikolaus departs with one final message.
Beware the snakes in the grass. Beware the snakes in the grass, Cassandra.
Deciding to kill or spare Nikolaus is a decision that's proven rather difficult for me to parse, as both are within the bounds of the Eagle Bear's mindset and serves well as another chance for us to shape them into what we want them to be, albeit in a far more dramatic and consequential way. If Kefalonia's decisions were decisions with training wheels, then the decision with Nikolaus is us finally having those training wheels taken off and being sent down a hill with nothing to stop us and the Trans-Canada Highway at the bottom, with a consequence that's immediate as well as consequences that won't rear their heads until much later. So what is the right decision? Again, both are within the bounds of what we know to be within the accepted norms of the Eagle Bear, so along with serving as another opportunity to shape the Eagle Bear's personality how we wish, you could view it as a sort of litmus test of how you might feel about the Spartan code of duty and honor and Nikolaus's role within it. While we haven't seen much of Spartan society and culture, what we have seen hasn't put it in much positive light, especially when you consider the Eagle Bear's last and most visceral memory of Sparta was being thrown from a mountain. By killing Nikolaus, the Eagle Bear doesn't just get revenge on the man who threw them from a cliff as a child, but also a measure of vindictive justice against the system that allowed for such a moment to happen, which even extends beyond Sparta and includes the Oracle of Delphi and this land's religious authority, a proverbial fuck you of sorts. Additionally, if you're playing them as an always gets the job done type mercenary, you could just view it as the Eagle Bear merely fulfilling the contract handed to them by Elpenor, with the family drama being just a bit of added spice that gets sneakily hot with Nikolaus's reveals. By sparing him, it could be argued that we're teaching him a lesson, one that the Eagle Bear makes abundantly clear. This, I think, works more effectively in opening the wolf's eyes to the truth of his failure to protect his family, that he should have been a father first and a Spartan second in that moment on Taygetos. Of course, there's a counter-argument to be made that had he refused, he would have condemned both him and Marini, and what good would that have done, but I think at this point it's a moot one, becoming merely a what-ifism. Which is kind of ironic and hilarious for me to say, since I've already done that a bit myself and will continue to do so in this video, but let's not dig that hole any deeper, shall we? By killing Nikolaus, nothing is learned and thus nothing is gained for either side, while sparing him both humiliates Nikolaus and offers him a second chance to be the man he should have been all those years ago, which to me is a far more powerful statement by the Eagle Bear, highlighting their emotional maturity, even as it sat on the edge of breaking in a moment of extreme emotion. Either way, once we've killed Nikolaus or sent him on his way to regain his honor, we're instructed to return to the Adrestia, sail to Phokis, and give Elpenor the news, the man telling us to meet him there once the job's done. If you kill the wolf, however, you need to deal with Stentor first, who's charged up the hill, presumably alerted to the clamor from up top. Naturally, he's less than impressed, and no matter what we say, yes, some dialogue choices are timed, surprise, a duel breaks out, and we manhandle Stentor before we flee the area, cognizant of the fact that the Spartans will be none too pleased when they find out what happened. What's weird to me is that Stentor also doesn't show up if we spare Nikolaus, because surely he would have heard the shouting no matter what we do. Like with the lack of an option to bring him with us to the meeting, it could have made for an interesting exchange if the wolf just saunters off without a word, with a confused Stentor trying to grapple with what's just taken place. We could have still had the duel, or like what happens later in the game if we spare Nikolaus, the wolf could intervene and tell Stentor to let the Eagle Bear go, a final order before disappearing into parts unknown. Little would have to change, with there only needing to be some added dialogue to make it work efficiently. Returning to the Adrestia, we speak with Varnavas, who suggests, along with meeting Elpenor, we head to the Oracle of Delphi and meet with the Pythia, to hopefully glean some answers regarding what we just learned from the wolf, which the Eagle Bear reluctantly agrees to. I like this exchange, as it's the first conversation between them that begins to cement Varnavas' role as their guiding light of sorts, as the Eagle Bear openly questions their actions back on the cliff, and he offers empathy and reassurances, which the Eagle Bear can either be appreciative of or rebuke. It's a nice early contrast from the side of him that's most prevalent, that of the eccentric yet lovable sailor that's often the source of comic relief aboard the Adrestia and in both the main story and in side quests. That he can swap between the two so seamlessly when circumstances require shows a sharp intellect that's often easy to miss, given his evident comedic personality, highlighting a key awareness of his surroundings and allows the Eagle Bear, and by extension the player, to be reflective of their actions in a healthy way. Given that we spend so much time with him throughout our adventures, it was important for the writers to have him fill this role in a meaningful way, carefully balancing both the serious and comedic while integrating them in a way that wasn't jarring, and in that sense they greatly succeeded. We arrive in Phokis at the town of Kira, meeting with Elpenor at his house and presenting the wolf's unique helmet as proof. Elpenor rewards us for a job well done, before he says this.
You expected me to haggle? Come now, Cassandra. It isn't every day I have someone kill their own father. But he wasn't your real father, was he?
Chances are you'll have already been very distrustful of Elpenor upon first meeting him in Kephallonia, especially when he reveals knowledge of the Eagle Bear's name without their sharing it, along with his secretive, slimy disposition, suspecting that he may know more than he's letting on. With that in mind, that he knew for a fact that Nikolaus was their adoptive father all along may seem a bit too cliché and on the nose for a character of his type, and while that would certainly be true in a vacuum, I think this reveal, along with what follows right after, does a good job to help set up the rest of the plot here in Phokis and beyond. Case in point, depending on your answer when he tries to prod for more information, he'll make mention of a mysterious they and make allusions to blood, as in family blood or lineage. Given what we've just learned about the Eagle Bear's family, even with the cliches, this is a good bit of setup to propel us forward and continue to investigate, though before we can, we must first contend with some guards in strange armor who show up to put us down while Elpenor slips away. Once the guards are dealt with and we search Elpenor's hideaway for clues of his whereabouts, we're given two options on how to proceed. Hunt for Elpenor or head to the Oracle of Delphi and meet with Varnavas. Hunting for Elpenor on a first playthrough could be quite difficult for you if you don't know what to look for, with our only hint, even on guided mode, being that he's still in Phokis. While I don't have footage of it, if memory serves me right, there's a moment where we think we've got him, but it turns out just to be a body double. When we do find him, it's in a ruined temple deep in the heart of Phokis, with a giant snake skeleton wrapping around the ruins, making for a striking set piece, with allusions to Nikolaus' earlier warning about snakes in the grass. The ruins are also brimming with more of those strange guards, labeled as cultist guards, and unless you're not like me and are actually good at being sneaky beaky, there's a good chance you'll have to fight most, if not all of them, to reach Elpenor, who's languishing in a cave at the back of the temple grounds. For a man only wearing a simple robe and previously presenting himself as a man unused to seeing or shedding blood, Elpenor puts up a pretty good fight, now that the need for a facade is no longer necessary. That said, we still manage to dispatch him, though before he passes, he leaves the Eagle Bearer with a warning. That killing him was a mistake, for he was the only one keeping the cult from killing them outright. Once he dies, we find a strange shard at his side, along with strange robes and a mask, yet more layers to the mystery. With that settled, all there is to do now is head to the Oracle and join Varnavas, and see what can be gleaned there. Arriving at the Oracle of Delphi, or more accurately, the Sanctuary of Delphi, may leave you a bit gobsmacked upon first arrival, especially if you arrive during the day. For one, you may be stupefied by just how colorful and vibrant it is compared to some of the other locales we've been to thus far. If we include locales on Kefalonia, Sami, Kira, and Megara are not particularly noteworthy in their own right, fairly mundane in their presentation. Sami, for its part, while the largest inhabited settlement on Kefalonia, is still just a poor village on a backwater island that no one cares about, while Kira, while considerably bigger, is still rather mundane, a regional town that's just seemingly been thrown up around its bustling port, a hub for eccentric traders and rugged pirates. Megara, while the first walled city we get to explore, is still on the small and mundane side when compared to some of the other cities we see on our travels, while offering a small sample of what we can expect with its emphatic Temple of Apollo and its more opulent residences. It's only when you reach the Oracle that the true dazzling grandeur of this game's urban set pieces truly reveals itself, with its gleaming statues, ever watchful over the faithful, and shimmering temples everywhere you look, all painted with vibrant colors and adorned with copious accoutrements wherever possible. It's a dazzling aesthetic display that will only grow stronger as we explore similar sanctuaries, temple grounds, and major cities, especially Athens, a location whose praises I'll probably spend too much time singing about when we get there. Reaching here may also serve as a final and definitive check against the common misconception you may have about ancient Greece that's rather commonplace in the collective modern conscience, but has slowly been eroded away in recent times. That ancient Greece was a bland and colorless place. This misconception isn't entirely without reason, as all that's left, after 1,000+ years of erosion and decay, is often stone-cold marble, despite ancient sources and modern archaeology stating otherwise. It's an unfortunate, albeit unintended misconception shared with another ancient civilization, one that was greatly influenced by the Greeks and has perhaps suffered more in the public eye from it: the Romans. Rome is often called the City of Marble, and not without reason, as it is festooned with the edifices of many great structures, like the Colosseum or the Pantheon, leading to this characterization of ancient Rome being a city of gleaming white marble with little in the way of color. It's an inaccuracy that has been perpetuated in many films and TV shows like Gladiator. Ubisoft is even guilty of this somewhat with the final main story mission in Origins when you assassinate Caesar. It's a perception that would begin to change, I think, with HBO's Rome, which showed the Eternal City how it most likely would have been, at least during the final days of the Roman Republic. Brimming and richly adorned with vibrant colors, with Odyssey taking up the same mantle with ancient Greece. It could have been easy for the developers to stick with what's still considered the popular perception of ancient Greek architecture and possibly get away with it, something they kinda sorta did in Origins, but instead stayed true to their mission of historical authenticity, and I think they should be applauded for it. We meet with Varnavas in front of the Temple of Apollo, where the Oracle is situated. Now, I've referred to the Oracle and the sanctuary in which it's located as being the same thing, but in truth this is a bit of a misnomer, one that the game kinda perpetuates, though I don't think it's intentional, and one that I feel I should clear up for the sake of clarity. The Oracle isn't the place. That's the Sanctuary of Delphi. The Oracle is merely the institution for which the sanctuary is most associated, with the High Priestess of the Temple of Apollo, known as the Pythia, serving the role of Oracle. Why I bring this up is because the game tends to treat the Oracle and the Pythia as distinct entities in conversation, when in reality they're practically one and the same. It's not a fatal misnomer by any stretch, as it's fairly in line with common modern perceptions and perhaps ancient Greek ones as well, but it could be a bit of a confusing one, hence why I'm bringing it up. So, for the sake of clarity, just know that, at least based on my interpretation, the Oracle and the Pythia are pretty much the same thing, and thus I'll be referring to the Oracle in the broad sense and the Pythia in a more focused one. In Varnavas' company is a strange hooded figure, who reveals himself to be none other than Herodotus, famously titled the father of history by the Roman orator Cicero, known for his work The Histories, which offers the most detailed account of the Greco-Persian Wars. This reveal comes after he takes special interest in the spear of Leonidas, which he recognizes right away after Varnavas, while we were off hunting Elpenor, told him about the eagle bearer and the spear. How Varnavas knows that the broken spear is the spear of Leonidas is never explained, as he'll never bring it up beforehand, though I'm willing to forgo this minor jump in logic given Varnavas' penchant for the mythological and legendary, and will have probably heard plenty of tales about it beforehand. Herodotus, who's already met with the Pythia, is here at the behest of Pericles, the legendary leader of Athens, who hopes to ascertain the oracle's guidance in how to end the war, though he warns us that something dark is afoot, making note of the multitudes of guards and people being constantly turned away, as well as her message for him.
She said, "Spring should not wish for winter, as it brings death with it."
Such wisdom. I don't understand a word of it.
Something is clearly amiss, which we get a taste of in dramatic fashion when we get inside, rather forcefully I might add, and meet with her ourselves. It doesn't matter what question we ask, for upon laying eyes on us, the Pythia will fall into hysterics, recognizing the eagle bearer from her visions, referring to them as the child on the mountain. What mountain could she be referring to, I wonder? She'll beg for us to leave, warning that the cult of Cosmos has eyes everywhere and that they'll kill us, before the guards kick us back outside as the Pythia is dragged away. So now we have a name for the mystery cult Elpenor was referring to, though the eagle bearer seemingly doesn't make this connection right away. We confer with Herodotus, who himself has heard rumblings about them, deducing that the cult controls the Pythia and thereby controls the whole of the Greek world. The power the Oracle had over the ancient Greek world cannot be understated, for it's through its guidance and pronouncements, however cryptic they might have been, that many powerful individuals and even entire polities often decided policy and actions, including starting and ending wars. With that in mind, imagine the kind of sway a nefarious group like the Cult of Cosmos, of which we still know very little about at this point, could have if they controlled such a highly influential and powerful institution like the Oracle, whose words were interpreted as the words of Apollo, who, amongst a lengthy list of titles, was the Greek god of prophecy. Dissatisfied with the Pythia's answers, the eagle bearer wants to pry more answers out of her, which means paying her a visit at her home in the village of Delphi, which we find heavily guarded by more of those strange cult guards we ran into earlier. Regardless of whether we avoid them or take them down, we manage to get inside and meet with the Pythia, who's none too happy to see us. If it wasn't apparent the first time, she's deathly afraid of the cult, and our presence will only make things worse. This scene may engender different reactions depending on whether you've already read between the lines and or simply co-opted Herodotus' earlier deduction as your own. If you have, then this scene is a bit of a nothing burger, the Pythia merely repeating what she said at the temple, albeit without the cryptic bullshit and with vital context sprinkled in, that the cult controls her in what she says, more specifically with regards to war and politics. If you haven't or remain unconvinced, then this scene works in continuing to add layers to the mystery that began with Elpenor back in Kira, a mystery that will be resolved in dramatic, violent, and brilliant fashion shortly after this. Perhaps the most important bit of information we get is that the cult has an artifact beneath the Temple of Apollo that seemingly allows them to look into the past. It's how the Pythia knew who the eagle bearer was, the child on the mountain. We can end the conversation by asking where to find the cult, the Pythia revealing that they meet in an ancient chamber beneath the temple, the same chamber where the artifact is. It's also here that we learn with definitive certainty that Elpenor was a member of the cult, as he used to meet with the Pythia regularly, and it was through him that the Pythia is able to live in her comfortable gilded cage. If you remember from earlier, from his corpse we collected a strange mask and dark robes. It's with those that we'll be able to get inside the chamber without being noticed, so if you haven't taken care of him yet, you'll need to do that first before you can enter. If you already have, you can head straight there after rejoining Herodotus on the road out of the village. Finding the chamber is far easier than it sounds, as the entrance is pretty dramatic, which the eagle bearer will comment on.
So this is the secret chamber. They're not ones for subtlety, are they?
I can't really say if this comment counts as lampshading or not, though it must be said, for a group with a reputation for secrecy and working from the shadows, a trait that will remain consistent throughout the course of the main story, that they made their entrance as ostentatious as possible seems rather paradoxical. That said, once we've dealt with the cult in its entirety and return here for a scene that I'm definitely going to spend more time talking about than I probably should, there's a strong suggestion that the cult wasn't always the nefarious organization that it is here and now. In fact, it's not even a suggestion, it's more of a stated fact. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, for we still need to get inside, and that means donning the mask and cloak we took off Alpinor's slimy-ass corpse. Once we're ready, we head inside. This dive into the proverbial belly of the beast is one of the best sections in the entire game for me personally, trumped only by another moment much later, as it's a section that uses tension in all of the best ways. It's a tension you can feel building right from the jump as we step through the doors and begin down a dark passageway, dimly lit by a spattering of torches, before we're confronted by a row of cult guards, before we're met by a cultist and have to awkwardly explain our lateness. We're then given a chance to explore the chamber and look for clues regarding the cult, with a mysterious artifact the Pythia mentioned at its center, glowing menacingly and brimming with power, with a terrifying metal snake languishing above it, seemingly watching our every move. While we're down there and interacting with the cult, you can feel this tension slowly rise in intensity and give way to a discomfort that begins to weigh heavy on your shoulders, a feeling that isn't helped by the fact that the only thing saving us from being discovered is our pilfered mask and cloak, a thin facade that, should anyone grow suspicious, could easily be ripped away from us at any given moment. While this never happens, the fact that it's possible, if only subconsciously, works well in keeping the tension and discomfort constant and constantly rising. A shadow on the wall to go along with everything else transpiring. Adding to this is what we learn about the cult as we explore the chamber, how they have their claws sunk deep into the entirety of the Greek world, as well as about some of its members, some of whom are more willing to use extreme violence in service to the cult, including towards one another, and you may be asked to partake, though you can refuse with no repercussions. We can even find the Pythia down here, the cult having discovered about our little visit earlier, a quick but pointed example of their reach, though whether this is a consequence of our failure to be sneaky about it or whether it happens regardless, I'm not sure. Amidst all this, we learn some valuable, if a bit ambiguous, information. That the cult is led by a powerful warrior named Demos, though I say led with massive quotations as it's made abundantly clear that Demos isn't really in charge, only made to believe they are, and that the cult views them more as a weapon than a person, even as they live in constant fear of them. That the cult wants to kill the famous sculptor Phidias, though why never made abundantly clear, though his friendship with Pericles is most likely at the heart of it. And that the cult is currently and aggressively hunting Themos' bloodline, with there even a heated debate on which direction they should go that we can give our 2 cents on, though the why remains a mystery within the greater mystery. As scant as that is, when all put together, it paints a dark and foreboding picture of this shadowy cabal, presumably pulling the strings of the Greek world from their just as shadowy centers of power, with hints as to their methods, ranging from violence to blackmail. Coupled with the grim confines we find ourselves in, along with the thin facade that's protecting us from being found out, it all culminates to creating this rising tension that's wonderfully realized, constantly dancing on a knife's edge and waiting to break. And it almost does when, after we place the strange shard we found on Alpinor onto the artifact, Themos arrives.
Elpinor is dead. One of you is a traitor.
Now, up until this point, next to nothing is known about the whereabouts of the Eagle Bear's younger sibling, though you'd be safe in assuming they died from the fall, just as the E4 had. But then again, the Eagle Bear survived, so you may be left wondering whether or not their infant sibling survived as well, and if so, what happened to them? Well, wonder no longer, for Themos, the warrior-made weapon, both used and feared by the cult, is none other than our long-lost sibling, Alexios if you're playing as Cassandra, and vice versa if you're playing as Alexios. It's such a wonderfully clever bit of subversion, the developers taking full advantage of the 2 data streams found on the spear mentioned back in the prologue and utilizing it to full effect, using it to bring the slowly rising tension and discomfort to a rapid fever pitch. This tension can be felt in 2 distinct ways. One for the player who, if you've been paying attention and reading between the lines, will immediately recognize Demos as the lost sibling and feel an immediate sense of dread as they enter the chamber carrying the severed and still bloody head of Alpinor. and the other with regards to the Eagle Bearer, who, like the cultists around them, are helpless in the presence of Deimos, whose power we don't really see but have heard plenty about already, along with being more than a little unhinged and can only hope that they remain unnoticed. Unfortunately, this won't happen, for after interrogating a handful of cultists, using the artifact for some strange ritual to ascertain the one behind Elpinor's death, Deimos calls them forward.
You.
Placing their hand on the artifact with Deimos, we see flashes of old memories, of the flashbacks we saw earlier, and when it ends, they both come to a startling realization. Perturbed, Deimos lets the Eagle Bearer go before ordering another cultist forward, then promptly killing them in brutal fashion, while the Eagle Bearer grabs a shard and slinks away, bringing the scene to a close.
The traitor is dead!
In case it wasn't already obvious, I love this scene on multiple levels. Since our first meeting Elpinor on Kefalonia, the first few hours have been one giant roller coaster ride, slowly rising to the top, before Deimos arrives and the truth of their identities revealed in the first massive drop, completely recontextualizing everything we've come to understand. The performances are also near sublime, highlighting the strong performances given to the Eagle Bearer and Deimos, especially in the moment of realization when they share a perplexed look with one another. Despite the mask, you can see the shock and horror in the Eagle Bearer's eyes, hear the anxiety in their voice, reflected beautifully by the suspicion and confusion etched in Deimos' visage, their comportment suggesting that they're fighting back the urge to inflict grievous harm before ultimately taking it out on a hapless cultist, thereby sparing the Eagle Bearer a premature end. The final level comes immediately after, where we rejoin the Eagle Bearer outside and they meet with Herodotus. It's clear to see that they're shaken by what they've endured, both in what they learned and saw, and also by the near-death experience of being found out by Deimos. It would have been so easy for Deimos to kill them then and there, but they didn't, for reasons only known to them, and I can only imagine what's going through the Eagle Bearer's mind in that moment, struggling desperately to comprehend what's just happened. Put together, it serves well as a sort of emotional high and low point rolled into one and handled wonderfully, both in its presentation and writing. Herodotus immediately wants to head to Athens upon hearing what happened, reasoning that Pericles must be warned. I want to briefly highlight the conversation that spawns from this after we get our stuff back because I think it shows nice attention to detail regarding the Eagle Bearer's character. Herodotus will ask what we know of Pericles, from which we're given two options with which to respond. That either Pericles is a great general leading the Delian League against the Spartans, or that he's the king of Athens. In both instances, Herodotus will correct the Eagle Bearer, which leads to what I like about this otherwise banal conversation and how it reflects the developer's careful consideration for how the Eagle Bearer operates and thinks in this world, both narratively and in terms of gameplay. To better understand what I mean, let's use Skyrim as an example. In that game, your character is effectively a blank slate, a newborn of sorts, in a world that you know nothing about, which in turn serves as one of the many driving factors that pushes you to learn about said world, either through exploration or asking 1,000,001 questions when granted the opportunity. It's a facet of the game's narrative and world design that, while perhaps not standing up to scrutiny nowadays, was arguably a key factor that made and still makes that game magical in so many ways. The Eagle Bearer, by comparison, is not a blank slate. As we've already seen and discussed, they have a backstory, an established place in the world, and a personality that, while definable by our choices, is fixed within a certain range normal to their character. On the surface, this could be seen as problematic in an open-world game with an insistence on exploration, as the gut assumption may be that the Eagle Bearer already knows quite a bit about the world, and thus digging deeper and asking questions may seem irrelevant and redundant. The developers seem to be more than aware of this when conceptualizing them, and so having them spend most of their life on Kefalonia, as well as properly starting the story there, seems like, with an ample amount of hindsight, an almost brilliant decision in this regard. Kefalonia is a backwater island on the periphery of the Greek world, almost entirely detached from its goings-on, and thus information will be minimal at best. Having, up until now, spent almost their entire life there, the Eagle Bearer will only have surface-level knowledge about most places, people, and events. They know enough to be aware of certain things and certain corresponding details, as can be seen in this conversation, but not enough to have a concrete or wholly accurate view beyond what's perhaps been told by those who themselves may not know everything, and even then such information may be second or third hand and thus twisted along the way, or what they can recall from their time in Sparta, passed down by Marini. By setting up the Eagle Bear this way, as well as writing them with this limitation in mind, it smoothly pushes you to explore and learn more, to fill in the gaps per se, either as we progress through the main story or through side quests and general exploration of the world at large. It's not a novel or revolutionary concept. Other series such as The Witcher or Horizon also use this method, and it could be argued that they do it better, but it's a design choice that I think goes relatively unnoticed and unappreciated in discussions regarding this game, so I feel it's worth acknowledging. The Eagle Bear isn't too keen about going to Athens, instead wanting to search for their mother, but Herodotus insists that they can find all that they need in Athens, thereby fulfilling their pledge to her, as well as warn the most powerful man in the Greek world of the threat the cult of Cosmos poses. At this, the Eagle Bear acquiesces, now with a drive and purpose that extends beyond finding their mother: to save the Greek world from the darkness of Cosmos. Before we can head for Athens, we need to make a few pit stops. First, Herodotus wants us to meet with him at the Lion of Leonidas, a statue erected upon the spot where the Spartan king died at Thermopylae at the end of the Second Persian invasion to commemorate the famous battle. Sadly, the lion and the original epigram written by Simonides and engraved into its base no longer exist, though a copy of the epigram is presently located atop the hill of Colonus, where the last scene of the battle took place. Herodotus has brought the Eagle Bear here to confirm some suspicions he's been harboring since Delphi, which takes us to a vision where we see Leonidas in his famous 300's final moments. Something that the game doesn't mention is that the Spartans weren't alone in their final stand, for it's recorded that 700 Thespians also fought to the death. 900 Helots are also said to have fought to the death, though given their slave status, this almost certainly wasn't by choice. Why the game doesn't make mention of the Thespians and Helots is unclear, though I suspect this could simply be down to the hyper-focus the narrative puts on the Spartans, something that will feed into one of my larger criticisms of this game, one that we'll get to once we see both Athens and Sparta. This vision is enough to confirm Herodotus' suspicions that the broken spear is indeed the famous spear of Leonidas, the hero's blade, which in turn feeds into the second pit stop we need to make. In his travels, Herodotus heard whispers of an ancient civilization, a people who came before. Dun dun dun, I wonder who he could be referring to, including a peculiar structure on the island of Andros, with shapes carved into stone unlike anything he's ever seen. Initially, I found this scene to be a bit of a nothing burger, a short yet clumsy interjection that requires considerable legwork to get to just so the writers could insert some world building and lore for those who aren't familiar with the story of Leonidas and his 300. And yet, looking back on it now as I write, while I still feel its insertion is handled somewhat clumsily, I think it does on the whole a decent job of introducing and injecting the Isu into the narrative, even if perhaps it may have been obvious already to veterans of the series that the spear is an Isu artifact. Herodotus believes that the spear and the strange structure on Andros are connected, and so from Thermopylae we set off to see if the old historian's assertions are correct. From this point forward, Herodotus will become a permanent fixture aboard the Adrestia, serving as a wonderful foil to Varnavas, matching the sailors' enthusiastic belief in the mythological and supernatural with his more clinical, historically grounded rationality, which leads to some oft-hilarious exchanges between them and the Eagle Bear.
The Bay of Marathon is Marathon? You know, the battle where a handful of Athenians pushed back the first Persian invasion? The great Themistocles. King Darius of Persia.
I'm not sure.
A site where the great Theseus slayed the vicious Cretan bull.
Oh, that marathon.
You're both hopeless.
He also serves as another pillar of support for the Eagle Bear when things get rough, he and Varnavas working together splendidly in this regard, the two of them using their specific characteristics perfectly in this role. In a way, his rationality and adherence to the historical record is kind of ironic, as despite being titled the father of history, he was often criticized by his contemporaries for his use of mythological legends and fantastical accounts in his works, earning him the derisive title Father of Lies. The writers seem to have leaned into this, as evidenced by the existence of the Lost Histories text Layla and Victoria have that presumably recounts Herodotus' time with the Eagle Bear, thereby acknowledging these criticisms and then subverting them in a clever way, thus allowing them to have Herodotus fill the role that he does. There is, however, a slight problem with his presence, one that relates to the real historicity of his life. He shouldn't even be here. I know some of you are probably groaning and rolling your eyes right now, but allow me to put my pedantic history buff hat on for a moment. Around 443 BC, Herodotus would move to the city of Thurii in Magna Graecia, which is now modern-day Calabria in southern Italy, where he would presumably die sometime around 425 BC, though how accurate this is clouded in mystery. This means that not only shouldn't he be with the Eagle Bearer, but not in Greece at all. Why the developers chose to have him live a lot longer than he should have, or simply shifted his lifespan to the time of the Peloponnesian War beyond having him fill the role he has aboard the Adrestia, is unclear, and all the more strange when the game does acknowledge his eventual embarkment for Thurii when we complete his personal quest chain after the main story. It's a strangeness that also isn't helped by the fact that the main story, at least as it pertains to the Eagle Bearer's family, ends sometime around 422 BC with the Battle of Amphipolis and its aftermath, well after when he's supposed to have died. My only guess is that they felt it necessary to have such a well-known figure of the age, known for its historical work, as well as being the means by which we're introduced to the power brokers of Athens when we eventually get there, instead of having a fictional character who was, say, a student or admirers of his to do the deed, thereby lending to the game's historical authenticity. I can easily forgive this contrivance because he's written so well and excels in the roles that he fills, but upon discovering it while researching for this video, I couldn't help but dig deeper, which ultimately led to me writing this section. Alright, pedantic history buff hat coming off. For now. Arriving on Andros, we find the entrance to the peculiar structure, where we're taken to another flashback while the Eagle Bearer attempts to figure out how to get inside. It's in this flashback, where Marini gives the young Eagle Bearer the spear and teaches them the importance of their family lineage, legacy, and the burden it carries, that we finally figure out how it is that the Eagle Bearer's family has the spear in the first place. That Leonidas is the Eagle Bearer's grandfather. I'm in two minds about this scene. For one, I find it to be kinda meh. For what will prove to be a pivotal facet of the Eagle Bearer's character and conflict with the cult of Cosmos, this scene just sort of hand waves it into existence with little in the way of pomp and ceremony, which isn't helped by how late it comes in the story. It might have worked better if hints were gleaned in our earlier conversations with Varnavas and Herodotus, but even they seem unwilling to broach the subject, though this could be an artifact of the Eagle Bearer being a written character, and thus they already assumed as much. On the other hand, in a similar fashion, it works by slyly inserting this facet in a way that isn't beating you over the head with it, so to speak, with it being brought back at key moments throughout the main story and side quests as either flavorful commentary or to give emotional resonance. It's through this flashback that the Eagle Bearer realizes that the spear is the way in, and sure enough, by holding it to the door, the way opens, allowing them inside. And my god, what a sight it is. Ubisoft has really nailed their set-piece design, this one, while perhaps not the most grandiose one in the game, being another example of it. It's just a shame that there isn't more to explore beyond what we find at the far end. What we find is a forge, which the Eagle Bearer uses to upgrade the broken spear, using the shard they took from the cult chamber in Delphi to do so. You'll come back here several more times over the course of your playthrough for just this purpose, each visit requiring you collect a certain number of shards from cultists you kill, the needed amount growing in number with each upgrade. Speaking of killing cultists, now might be a good time to discuss how taking them and their organization down works, and how it works within the narrative. In past Assassin's Creed games, including Origins, killing bad guys, be they Templars or Ancients, was used as a means to progressively push the story forward, with our hero usually only targeting one or two at a time. In Odyssey, there's now an entire menu dedicated to them, with branching subgroups within the larger organization consisting of members we need to kill to slowly but surely end their operations and schemes. Killing cultists is still very much important to the main plot, and we'll come across some of the cult's most powerful members throughout, but now ending the main story won't be enough to finish them off for good. We need to go out and find them and then kill them, with many having little to no influence over the main story. How we do that will vary from cultist to cultist. Most we can find just out in the open world, sometimes by accident even, though mostly through gathering clues, which we can find on cultists we kill, though a few will need to be found in certain locations such as forts or leader houses. Once we have all the required clues, we can reveal the identity of the cultist in question, mark them on the map, then hunt them down, be it on land or, in the case of one branch, on the high seas. Some can even be found and subsequently taken down in side quests, which makes hunting these cultists much more narratively enriching, with a good few putting the Eagle Bearer in a precarious predicament. Those we come across in the main story can't be hunted and killed this way for obvious reasons, but they're far and away the most interesting of the cultists we encounter, with far more interesting trails to follow and offering a deeper exploration of the cult, its members, and their motivations both on the micro and macro level. In the grand scheme of things, this change works well in compelling the player to explore the open world, while simultaneously highlighting just how expansive the cult of Cosmos is, and just how deeply into Greek society they sunk their fangs, while offering a sense of variability to these encounters even if they aren't all created equal. Where it doesn't work is just how goddamn exhausting it is. There are so many cultists to take down, with 44 in total, and while we take care of a good few over the course of the main story, they still only make up a minority of the cult's total number. On top of that, those that require we complete a string of side quests aren't always so obvious, which is fine, it's what makes the hunts for them more interesting, but if you're not someone who's vociferous about completing side content, you may spend hours running around trying to find them with no luck. And you're gonna want to hunt them all down, as you'll need every single shard in their possession to complete the upgrades to the Broken Spear, as well as reveal who the mastermind behind the cult is, a moment that left me very bewildered. The saving grace is that you don't need to kill all the cultists to complete the main story, just the ones we come across throughout it. Hunting cultists outside of those specific to the main story is completely detached from the main narrative, and so, if you don't care or simply run out of shits to give, then don't worry. Once we've received our first upgrade to the spear, which is rudely interrupted by a jump back to the modern day forced by Victoria to make Layla take a break that we can just blissfully ignore, we head back outside where we find someone waiting for us.
Time to talk!
This chance meeting of brother and sister is the first of 6 run-ins with Themos over the course of the main story, 3 of which will involve active dialogue choices. Of these 3, the last 2 are the most important, as what we say will determine what kind of ending we get. That shouldn't diminish this first conversation we have on Andros, for it serves an equally important purpose that tends to fly under the radar. 2 actually. For one, it gives us our first real look at Themos the individual, and just how twisted they have become while under the sway of the cult. Now saying under the sway of the cult is in of itself a sizable understatement, for we'll learn later that they were actively tortured by the cult so as to turn them into the weapon they are now, with the added consequence of making them ultra-violent and emotionally unstable. We also see how they've taken the cult at their word and treat it like gospel. For example, the story of their fall from Mount Tayetos, putting the blame squarely on the Eagle Bear. This one is a bit strange because they're not entirely wrong. The Eagle Bear, in their attempt to save their sibling, did push the E4 holding them off the mountain, and so I would argue that, yeah, the Eagle Bear is partly to blame, but it seems the game wants to ignore that fact, perhaps in service to the second, arguably most important element of this conversation. Throughout, we'll be allowed to make dialogue choices in response to Themos. Our choices boil down to the Eagle Bear either remaining calm and trying to reason with them, or reacting angrily to their barbs about Marini and themselves. While these early choices, insofar as I've been able to tell, have no bearing over the ending, they help this second element, one that works on a more subconscious level, establishing our feelings, and by extension the Eagle Bear's feelings, towards Themos. From this conversation, 2 paths in how we deal with Themos in the future will be laid out for us. One to either save Themos and bring them back to the light, or to kill Themos if we believe they're beyond saving. By dealing with Themos here and laying out all of the cards, we're being asked to make up our mind on them, which is why I think this conversation works so well on a subconscious level, even if, on first appearances alone, it may just seem like a moment for Themos to do some villainous posturing. And I really mean subconsciously, because you may not even be thinking about it in the moment, just going through the motions and picking dialogue that you may feel best reflects your version of the Eagle Bear, until you're alone with your thoughts afterwards and left with one of those 2 impressions I mentioned earlier. That Themos is a broken individual in need of saving at any cost, or a twisted individual well beyond that and needing to be put down before they can do more harm. There's also a third impression as well, or rather not an impression but an inner conflict in place of those 2. Even with everything we've seen from Themos so far, there's still a lot we don't know, more specifically how they ended up in the clutches of the cult in the first place and how they were treated, given their violent tendencies not very well, to put it mildly. This may leave you feeling very conflicted as how to feel, even more so when coupled with the fact that they're still the Eagle Bear's younger sibling, and so, even if you're inclined to believe that they're beyond redemption, you may still be hesitant to carry through with ending them. When all of that is taken into consideration, I think it was a smart move on the part of the developers to not have this conversation overtly matter in determining the ending, save for one particular option, instead having it serve the equally important purpose of ingraining this thought process in your mind to stew over and chew on, with your ultimate course either becoming more resolute if you've chosen one, or becoming clearer, or changing entirely as you learn more and see more of Themos. Returning to the Adrestia, we inform Herodotus of what we saw in our run-in with Themos before finally setting sail to Athens. Instead of sailing straight for the port of Piraeus, we instead have to make landfall at some nondescript beach on the Attican coast. Why? I'm not really sure. beyond what is presumably the developer's intentions as to the city's grand reveal to the player as we follow a road leading from the beach, before the city expands before us as we round one final hill. It's a reveal that feels rather flat. Athens was, at the time, the heart of Greek civilization, particularly in terms of culture and the arts, and yet little attempt is made to make that distinction apparent upon seeing the city for the first time. I can't help but wonder if this initial reveal should have been shown in a cutscene, with the Eagle Bear looking down from a nearby hill while Icaros does a flyover and we're shown a brief glimpse into life inside the city, or if landing at Piraeus and having the city expand before our eyes up close once we navigate the long walls might have landed better in making clear Athens' significance. Rise of the Ronin did something to this effect with our arrival in Yokohama, and I think it worked wonders in helping set the stage of that game's first chapter, as well as the rest of the game's main narrative, and I think something similar with Athens would have worked wonders as well. It's a shame really, because Athens on the whole is a wonderfully realized urban set piece, among my favorites in all of the video games I've ever played. It's no Novigrad or Night City, but having visited the city personally and seen its historical sites, along with understanding the constraints the developers would have undoubtedly had to deal with given the already massive scope of Odyssey's open world, I think they did an amazing job of recreating the city of that time period. There's a magic to this city that you can feel as you navigate its streets and take in its many sights, especially on the Acropolis, the city's most defining feature, home to the Parthenon, where I get the same feeling in game as I did when I stood amidst the ruins of the Acropolis over a decade ago. One of sheer dominion and breathtaking beauty as you look out over the city below, a marvel of engineering in those most ancient times. It's a magic that's perhaps a bit stifled by the game's by-the-numbers approach to its gameplay loop, but I think there's no denying its presence, grabbing your attention and immersing you in the polis at large, forever humming with the goings-on of its citizens as they visit the agora, enjoy plays and festivals, and engage with its greatest calling card: democracy. Speaking of democracy, at Herodotus' earlier request, we head to the Pnyx, a hill on the west side of the city and an important landmark in both the city's history and the history of democracy itself. It's here that the Athenian ecclesia, or popular assembly, would gather to discuss and vote on a variety of political matters, such as executive pronouncements or whether to grant a foreigner citizenship. While Athens was far from the only city to have democracy, it was most definitely its leader and standard bearer, both in practice and implementation. Acting as a direct democracy instead of representative, any male citizen over the age of 20 could attend these gatherings and cast their vote, with a simple majority being the deciding factor as to whether a bill, law, or course of action was passed or not. In fact, partaking was seen as a sort of national duty, actively used as a defining trait that differentiated Athenians from other Greeks, and at times attendance was mandatory, lest you pay a fine. It also had a safeguard in the form of ostracism, wherein the assembly could vote to expel citizens from the city for 10 years, used as a method to ensure the sanctity of democracy against potential would-be tyrants and factions deemed a threat to the city's stability, constraining influential figures without resorting to more severe punitive action, thereby balancing political stability with democratic freedom. Athenian democracy was a marvel of the age, well ahead of its time, and, in certain respects, along with Rome's republican model, is still used as a surface-level basis for today's more modern democratic processes. However, like any democracy, or any form of government for that matter, it was far from perfect. For one, as just mentioned, only male citizens could participate in the process. Female citizens were entirely disenfranchised from partaking in democracy, and weren't even categorized as citizens until after the implementation of Pericles' citizenship law of 451-450 BC, often treated as second-class citizens, or, more distastefully, as second-rate humans, entirely subservient to their male guardian, be it their father or husband. While the rationale behind this is both complex and just straight up bewildering and ridiculous in equal measure, it had the unintended effect of limiting just how many citizens could actively vote, with something like only 30% of the city's total population being eligible to vote at any given time, if the numbers I found in my research are accurate. There was also the inherent problem that direct democracies throughout history have tended to have in the form of mob mentality. As there were no official political parties or blocs, oftentimes all it took to pass legislation was to appeal to the collective emotion of the assembly, instead of basing arguments on rational logic or facts, something that has become far too prevalent in our own modern era, TBH. This often led to decisions and votes being cast rashly or in haste, without due process or rational consideration being exercised, which at times led to Athenian atrocities in pursuit of imperialist ambitions at the behest of the assembly, such as the fate of Melos in 416 BC and the more famous Mytilenean debate of 427. How Odyssey handles these issues is a bit mixed. The mob mentality of the Ecclesia, for starters, is portrayed pretty well, as seen here when we first arrive at the Pnyx and see Pericles and a fella named Cleon in heated debate regarding the city's overall conduct of the war thus far, with the rational and logical Pericles being shouted down by the hawkish populist Cleon, spurring the people's ire at the presence of Spartan troops outside the city's walls to back his argument. More on that last point in a bit. We'll also see it again with the Mytilenean debate later in the story, and while we only see the second half of this saga within the saga, we see how easily the people can be swayed by populist figures when emotion trumps all common sense, something we'll dig into a bit more when we get there and discuss the debate in greater detail. As for the issue around the disenfranchisement of women, that is non-existent. Now, it must be said that this disenfranchisement didn't just extend to women, but also to slaves and foreigners, though with those two, it makes sense. Slaves are slaves after all, as disheartening and disgusting as the practice is, and foreigners, being as they're not citizens, shouldn't be allowed to vote anyways, as is the case in any democracy today. Why women then? Well, as previously discussed, they were citizens too, and yet were not allowed to vote, or even partake in any public discussions, purely on the basis of gender, and yet the game makes little to no attempt to address this. Why, I think, is fairly simple. Historical authenticity. Athenian democracy was heavily criticized by contemporary scholars, and yet few, if any, made a stink about the disenfranchisement of women, because this blatant misogyny was, for lack of a better term, just the cultural norm back then. Misogyny was by no means an Athenian invention, but it's claimed to have been worse in Athens than anywhere else in the Greek world, and even the brightest minds of the age would have viewed it as normal without giving it a second thought. By not exploring the subject, the developers I think intentionally avoided the pitfall that other developers have fallen into with regards to the court of public opinion when it comes to these sort of topics, that of injecting modern day perspectives and sensibilities into historical settings that may not fit or actively clash, thereby ruining the immersion and historical authenticity of the setting. Why I bring up the lack of exploration into it is to highlight what I feel was a missed opportunity to tell some interesting stories as it pertains strictly to Athens and its flawed democracy, which the game kinda does already, but in other aspects. How interesting would it have been for the Eagle Bearer, an individual with a worldly view that often flies in the face of what is considered the norm, to tackle this inequality in a society whose reputation is built on the premise of giving the people a voice, when in practice only a certain minority could actually exercise it. Additionally, the Eagle Bearer being Spartan would have made it even more interesting, as Sparta's treatment of women was the polar opposite to Athens. Spartan women were allowed to partake in debate, openly exercise, and even own property. Sparta's own inheritance laws even made it so that everything was passed down through the matrilineal line, not the patrilineal. How fascinating would it have been to see a Spartan-born individual like the Eagle Bearer try to come to grips with Athenian misogyny, especially if you're playing as Cassandra. It wouldn't be easy, of course, as it would skirt very, very close to that aforementioned pitfall, and it should be stated now that Odyssey is far from perfect in avoiding it, as we'll see when we get to partake in the Olympics, but I think the attempt alone would have been praiseworthy, even if they didn't stick the landing. We speak with Pericles after the debate, the famed leader of Athens clearly feeling humiliated by Cleon and the mob, tomato stains adorning his chiton. At least, I think it's a chiton. Hell, we'll just call them robes. Here, introductions are made, where Herodotus insinuates, if in a bit of a half-baked manner, that Pericles will invite the Eagle Bearer to an upcoming symposium. Many of Athens' greatest minds and influential citizens are set to gather there, providing a perfect chance to hopefully ascertain information regarding the whereabouts of Myrine. Pericles will acquiesce, albeit reluctantly, and at the cost of doing some work for him, necessary for appearances. Given what we saw during the debate, Pericles, despite his legendary status, is not a popular figure in Athens at the moment, and thus can't be seen just inviting an outsider on a whim while shutting fellow citizens out. By working for him, it will be perceived that the Eagle Bearer is a servant, a title that rankles them somewhat, thus legitimizing their invitation, these separate quests in turn serving as a chance to explore the multi-layered facets of the Athenian government, as well as the flaws and ironies within the system. Pericles gives us 3 tasks to complete to gain an invitation, though before we set off, we have the chance to receive additional work from Cleon, who's hung around the Pnyx like a fly on the wall. Right away, Cleon's characterization is one of a scheming, conniving serpent of a man, bent on usurping Pericles every chance he gets, using his populist messaging to rile up the people and use their mob mentality to his advantage. It's an image that isn't helped by the ever-constant condescending tone with which he speaks, painting him as arrogant and obnoxiously self-confident.
Athens is the seat of democracy.
Oh, it is. It's just that the wrong man is sitting in that seat.
A confidence that's well placed in fairness, seeing as his populist messaging has the people's attention and, more importantly, rampant support. It's a characterization that, at first, may appear too on the nose and heavy-handed for this type of character, a bluntly staged foil to the more measured, rational, and thoughtful Pericles. That is, until you dig into the real historical Cleon and find that the game actually gets his characterization fairly accurate, insofar as contemporary sources are concerned, namely from Thucydides and the playwright Aristophanes, who criticized his populism, forceful and bullying style of oratory, and anti-intellectual and, strangely, anti-aristocratic tone. Now, in the essence of transparency, it should be noted that Thucydides and Aristophanes' recorded opinions of Cleon are not without their own biases, as both men held grudges against him. Thucydides being unjustly tried and ostracized on Cleon's insistence for military incapacity, and Aristophanes for being accused by Cleon of ridiculing him in front of foreigners and during a moment of crisis when he assumed leadership of Athens following Pericles' death. So, while Cleon's characterization in the game is potentially based on flawed sources, it yet again shows acute attention to detail by the writers, even if its presentation is a bit blunt and heavy-handed, which I think is fine because Cleon's role in the story as it unfolds needs this kind of character to work as presented. Cleon wants the Eagle Bear's aid in stemming the Spartan tide outside of Athens' walls, the Lacedaemonians having erected siege camps to the city's northwest. While I think the siege in-game is couched as a consequence of Sparta's victory in Megaris, it's also true to the real historical events of the war. For nearly every year of the war, Sparta would send an army to besiege Athens, though they wouldn't actually take it, let alone assault its walls, until Athens' unconditional surrender at the conflict's end. Why is a combination of multiple factors, including Pericles' refusal to face the Spartans in open battle, which is at the crux of Cleon's hostile verbiage during their debate at the Pnyx, and Athens' extensive fortifications, though perhaps the biggest reason, compounded by these other factors, is both kind of hilarious and kind of stupid. Sparta didn't know how to conduct siege warfare. In fact, it could be said that they were, at least in the war's early years, utterly hopeless at it. Sparta's military doctrine heavily emphasized land-based warfare, with little regard towards anything else, which meant that, despite complete command of the surrounding hinterlands, all they could do was burn crops and displace the population, before marching home after a couple of months, so not as to strain supplies. The obvious rebuttal to this, of course, is why not just surround the city and starve it out, maintaining supply lines all the while. Well, you see, surrounding the city would have been pointless, as Athens had constant access to the port of Piraeus, access protected by the famous Long Walls, and with Athens' dominant navy constantly prowling the Aegean, blockading Piraeus was not an option. Maintaining overland supply lines was also not an option, given the vast distance between Sparta and Athens, along with the presence of Athenian allies in and around Attica being a constant threat. Even still, the presence of a Spartan army and Pericles' supposed inaction has been enough to put the Athenians into a panicked fury, which Cleon is exploiting for his own gain by taking it upon himself to act, using the Eagle Bearer to do so. This involves infiltrating, or storming if you prefer the direct approach, the Spartan siege camps, burning their supplies and killing their senior commander, called a polemarch, thereby causing chaos amongst the Spartan ranks. Once that's done, we can get more work from Cleon, which involves rescuing a messenger captured by the Spartans after trying to sneak through their lines to get to a ship bound for Mytilene, instigated by a letter found on the polemarch's corpse. Cleon will send us to rescue the messenger from a Spartan-held quarry, only to find the messenger has been sent to Hades. We do, however, save the captain of the very ship he was supposed to board, also captured in the quarry, and take him to his men in ship which, what do you know, are also prisoners of the Spartans. Once they've been freed, we send the captain and his ship on its way to Mytilene, the nature of their mission remaining a mystery, as neither the captain or Cleon are willing to spill the beans, only saying it's vital to the security and future of Athens. While on the surface a rather benign side quest that exposes us to Cleon and his side of the coin that makes up Athens' political scene, it actually has a connection to a much later story moment that ties together nicely. Though being a side quest and thus optional, it comes with obvious problems of main story moments requiring completing side content to make sense, which we'll discuss when we get there. Additionally, working for Cleon exposes the inherent hypocrisy of his populist messaging in a subtle but very telling way. Depending on the time of day when you meet with him after completing each quest, you'll find him either lazily lounging in a stoa or partying it up with other influential citizens, enjoying the fineries of higher Athenian society in both instances. This flies in the face of the image he projects, that of a man of the people, working hard to better the lives of Athens' lower classes. If that were true, shouldn't he be mingling with those very lower classes and not with the power brokers he claims to detest? Some of you may think nothing of it and that I'm grasping at straws here, but I think his placement in these settings was a very deliberate choice to help build this hypocritical image, to build on the conniving, two-faced character that he is. While his initial introduction is very blunt in informing us of what kind of man he is, these scenes work well in their subtlety, potentially subverting your expectations if you didn't read between the lines beforehand, or confirming any suspicions if you had. Getting back to Pericles, completing his 3 tasks to gain an invite to a symposium is fairly straightforward, though no less extensive than Cleon's, his 3 tasks even taking us away from Athens at one point. They are: rescue his friend Metiochos from poisonous snakes, confront the poor citizens who left him to the snakes, either killing them or letting them go, then taking care of the source of the snakes, a mercenary known as the Poisoner, fix an ostracism vote in Pericles' favor, swapping the good ostraca for fake ones, with the twist being that the ostracism passes anyways, though as we'll learn later this is exactly what Pericles wanted, so as to get his friend, presumably under threat, out of the city safely. It's also here we meet the famous philosopher and Sophie Socrates, my favorite side character in the entire game alongside Varnavas, for the first time, opening up access to his quest chain and introducing us to the potentially headache-inducing Socratic method. And finally, getting the famous sculptor Phidias out of Athens before he could be put on trial for impiety and theft, which involves breaking him out of his workshop and taking him to safety on the island of Seriphos. This quest is directly tied to the cult of Cosmos, as a frightened and paranoid Phidias believes the cult will kill him well before he goes to trial. A paranoia that's well founded, as a reward for bringing him to Seriphos is the whereabouts of the cultist assigned to do just that. We even learn about this plot while infiltrating the cult back in Delphi. All 3 of these quests, while varying in their scope and complexity, offer us a glimpse into the socio-political tensions currently undercutting Athens' democracy, along with the dark machinations that happen behind the scenes. In rescuing Metiochos, we see the class conflict rapidly brewing in the besieged city, as the city's poor, feeling cheated and forgotten by the city's elite, take the frustration out on those close to Pericles. In the ostracism, we see how Pericles, the champion of democracy, is even willing to stoop to underhanded tactics to get his way, thereby calling into question the validity of the democratic process and showing how easily it can be subverted. And in rescuing Phidias, we see how the dark machinations of a few vested individuals or parties, like the cult, can circumvent the democratic process, or even use it to their advantage, or both, to gain an edge, thus forcing Pericles to, once again, stoop to underhanded chicanery. That all of this would unfold right upon the Eagle Bearer's arrival would suggest that Pericles was perhaps waiting for a foreigner, one unknown in Athens no less, to come along and aid him in these tasks, regardless of the how and why, in turn suggesting that he doesn't quite trust any one of his fellow citizens to do them beforehand. Why that is, if this is indeed the case, may not be apparent at first, but will once you start to see the one commonality shared between them. That Cleon, one way or another, is involved in all 3. It was his populist speeches that inspired the poor folk to attempt assassinating Metiochos, and he was the one to levy accusations of impiety and theft against Phidias. The ostracism is a bit harder to pin down, since Cleon isn't mentioned directly, but given that the man being ostracized, like Metiochos and Phidias, is a friend of Pericles, it wouldn't be a stretch to believe that Cleon was at the heart of it as well. On top of this, but isn't revealed until much later, is that Cleon has agents all over the city, and thus we circle back to Pericles perhaps not quite trusting any of his fellow citizens to do these aforementioned tasks, lest they be one of those agents, and thus giving them to a nondescript foreigner circumvents this problem. With these tasks out of the way, it's time to head to the symposium at Pericles' estate, where we run into a familiar face.
Cassandra, it's you!
Phoebe!
Phoebe's back, somehow making it to Athens. Actually, it's not a mystery how she got there. She stowed away aboard a ship, quickly finding work from Aspasia, Pericles' enigmatic yet still fascinating wife. Or partner. I don't think it's entirely clear if they ever got properly married. In any event, Phoebe's job tonight is simple: to make sure the Eagle Bearer is prepared and appropriately dressed for the symposium, which means ditching their armor and weapons. Athenians put value on trying to fit in, and if we want to be seen as trustworthy, we need to ditch the arms and armor. We do have the choice as to whether to acquiesce or refuse to change, though I've never chosen the latter option, always opting to change into more formal attire. The symposium is but one of a few select moments where the Eagle Bearer can truly let their hair down and just relax, even if in this instance they're still working, so to speak. Given that the story has been nothing but one of constant movement and danger so far, I think it's only right that the Eagle Bearer has the chance to don attire that fits this more relaxed mood, even if they don't necessarily agree. After Herodotus gives us the lay of the land, we're free to speak to whomever we choose, though we have to speak to 2 groups in particular to trigger the next phase in our search for information regarding Myrine. There's Sophocles, who directs us to speak with Aristophanes and Euripides, the latter of the 2 being from Argos, Sparta's neighbor and rival in the Peloponnese. As Euripides is a shy man, we need to get him drunk to get him talking, which we do by offering to keep the wine pouring, a suggestion made by Sophocles. This wine pouring also serves as a ploy conceived by Sophocles to allow him to leave the symposium unseen after being embarrassed by Aristophanes and Euripides, which can even lead to Aristophanes vomiting if we bring sweet wine. In any event, Euripides knows nothing of Myrrhine, but mentions that Spartan mothers often make for the sanctuary of Asclepios in Argolis, or visit the physician Hippocrates in Argos itself, the latter of the two being more likely in Myrrhine's case. Then there's Alcibiades, who we catch in the middle of a... You know what, I'll just let you imagine for yourselves what's happening in there. Go wild, folks.
Someone's being hurt. Open this door or I'll kick it in!
Don't mind her. She likes to watch. Look at you.
I'm so fucking scared right now!
Before Alcibiades will reveal what he knows, very drunkenly I might add, we need to bring him some oil. Do this and he'll point us in the direction of Corinth, and a woman named Anthusa, someone who knows all the goings on in that city for reasons we'll discuss when we get there. He'll also invite us into his room to, bluntly put it, turn his threesome into a foursome. Minus the goat, which we can accept or decline, which in turn begins the hilarious yet equally tiresome trend of Alcibiades always looking to sleep with the eagle bear every chance he gets. Speaking to these very unique groups triggers the final conversation we need to have, with none other than Socrates, along with another sophist named Thrasymachos, though no information of note is gleaned from it, just a debate about the nature of rulers and rulership. It's at the debate's conclusion that we're finally introduced to Aspasia.
Aspasia.
I couldn't help but notice your talent for debate.
For how brief it is, I really like this scene, as it does a wonderful job of conveying Aspasia's position and influence, especially when you consider, as we previously discussed, how women are generally viewed in Athens. Even though her entrance is fairly mundane and unassuming, she immediately grabs everyone's attention, including the eagle bearers, and you can almost hear a pin drop, such as the awestruck silence. There are a few reasons for this, which you may have already picked up on. For starters, she's Pericles' wife, and regardless of the official status of women in Athens, being the wife of the city's leader is bound to put you in an elevated position of importance. Secondly, frankly, she's just drop-dead gorgeous, and while this effect will vary from player to player, it works in spades with the attendees, as they all stop and stare as she walks by, and you may even notice the eagle bearer get a little flustered when she makes eye contact with them. With that in mind, you may begin to wonder, especially after certain later events transpire, if Aspasia will become available as an option for romance, to which I'll say, yes, sort of. I can't really get into specifics of it just yet, but needless to say, it's there, kind of, but it's handled really clumsily. With Aspasia's arrival, we have our final conversation of the evening that will yield some information regarding Myrrhine. Along with Euripides and Alcibiades' leads, she gives us another. A pirate captain named Xenia on the island of Chaos. How the wife of Athens' distinguished leader came to know a pirate captain is never truly revealed, but I think this is a bit of clever ambiguity by the writers, one that's fairly true to Aspasia in the historical record, as her origins before becoming Pericles' waifu are sketchy at best, with some claiming she was a courtesan and ran a brothel, while others claim, perhaps more accurately, that she ran an academy for women that became a popular salon for men in the city, including Pericles. That the game keeps her origins ambiguous works as a sort of explanation for how it is that she knows a pirate captain personally, as well as Anthusa and Hippocrates, whom she refers to directly, establishing that she has an intelligence network of sorts that keeps her up to speed on all the goings-on across Greece, which in turn leads to a somewhat awkward moment when she reveals her knowledge of the Eagle Bear's recent activity in Megaris. All in all, Aspasia is a fascinating character. A beautiful yet mysterious woman with an equally mysterious past that somehow knows everything about everyone, which makes her noticeable lack of screen time after one of the game's biggest moments all the more unfortunate, something we'll discuss more, and I'm sorry for saying this yet again, later in the video. After one final conversation with Pericles, we're free to leave the symposium and follow up on our 3 leads, which we can complete in any order we choose, though there are recommended level requirements that, depending on your level at the time, may determine the order you go in. For that reason, we'll go in the order the game recommends, starting with the pirate Xenia on the nearby island of Chaos. Getting information from Xenia is really straightforward, almost stupidly so, but can become complicated if you shed some blood and or are garnished with coin. That's because the city of Caressia, where Xenia is under complete pirate control. Anyone who isn't a pirate or a resident of the city is attacked on sight, including wandering patrols of Athenians or Spartans, the strange multitudes of wild boars that come to the city on a lark, and the Eagle Bearer. That means we need to reach Xenia's location stealthily. If we kill any of the pirates, Xenia will raise the asking price of her information considerably, the base price of which is an already hefty 15,000 drachmas. If you have that kind of money, congratulations, you've just saved yourself a boatload of time. If not, then you'll need to raise said funds. Thankfully, there are a plethora of side quests available, including one where we can recover a shipment of rare and valuable miltos which, once sold to a blacksmith, the only kind of interactable merchant there is in the game save for one, will easily cover the original 15,000. We'll also be pointed in the direction of the nation's chest, located in a nearby fort under Athenian control, who I think always control the island when we first get there, though what you get from it isn't really worth the effort in my opinion. Once you have the money and pay her, Xenia will tell us what she knows of Marini and her whereabouts, which admittedly isn't much, before we're free to go on our way. And that's it. So ends our sojourn on Chaos. In truth, I find this section to be a bit of an odd one to dig into because of how simple it is. Outside of our search for Marini, there's nothing that really binds it to the wider narrative thematically, save for vague mentions of freedom and home being the people you're with and so on. Largely, I think this section is more to push you to engage with side quests and other activities if you haven't already, and by extension compelling you to explore the wider world, and thus this section may be a welcome reprieve for some. The story so far has had us go from place to place in rather rapid succession without much of a chance to pull ourselves out of it for a few moments and engage with the world and its myriad side stories in a natural way. By presenting this potentially forced segue into side content as being a solution to a problem, it may come off as more smooth and natural, while providing the player with some agency as to how they go about solving it. That only works, however, if you haven't been doing side content up until now. If you have and still don't have the necessary means, which is more than likely on a first playthrough, then this may come off as the game forcibly slowing the pacing for no real reason than to satisfy some arbitrary need of a character that we'll, more than likely, never see again. Our next stop is Corinth, where we need to find the mysterious Anthusa, which we do after rescuing some worshippers of Aphrodite from some thugs on the astoundingly impressive Acrocorinth, who point us in her direction. Phoebe's also here as well, having come ahead on Aspasia's orders to inform Anthusa of our arrival. From Anthusa, we learn that Corinth is, figuratively speaking, a city under siege. Its underworld is under the titanic grip of a man known only as the Monger, who's using his army of thugs to wrest control of the city away from the Hetera, of whom Anthusa is the de facto leader. Who are the Hetera, you ask? Put perhaps far too simply, they were courtesans and prostitutes, but in a different league. Put another way, they were considered the creme de la creme of prostitutes. While present across ancient Greece, they were held in particularly high regard in Corinth, due in part to the presence of a temple of Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, atop the Acrocorinth, and presumably held a position of power and influence in the city. Power and influence currently being threatened by the Monger. We even get a brief glimpse of this when we rescue the worshippers earlier, the thugs in question being the Monger's men. With that in mind, Anthusa, who does indeed have information on Marini, makes a proposal. Help the Hetera take down the Monger, and she'll tell the Eagle Bearer all she knows. With that, we're given 3 threads to follow. This game loves doing things in sets of 3, by the way, 2 of which aren't all that important, but offer glimpses into what life is like for the Hetera, especially where the Monger is concerned. One involves rescuing an Hetera from some pirates, though it turns out she doesn't need rescuing, choosing to leave of her own volition because the city's become so dangerous, with the option to either force her to return or acquiesce to her desire to be taken to Mykonos, where she becomes a silent member of the crew until we get there. The other involves interrogating an Hetera's client regarding his strange and threatening behavior while Phoebe nabs important documents. These documents lead us to one of the Monger's sex dungeons, where it's insinuated that the bastard is kidnapping Hetera and having his way with them for sexual pleasure. Violent, deadly sexual pleasure. Again, while not all that important in the grand scheme of things, they paint a pretty grim picture for what life is currently like for the Hetera. That of a well-respected, influential institution coming under brutal, violent attack by a thug hell-bent on taking control of the city. So much so that some Hetera are considering giving up what's assumed to be a comfortable, almost luxurious life just so they can stay alive. The third thread is by far the most consequential, as we attack the Monger's operations directly. We're also introduced to Brasidas, a Spartan general working undercover in Corinth, who if you recall is an ally of Sparta's in one of the game's more impressive cutscenes. He also happens to know about Marini, which comes after the Eagle Bear reveals their true origins, though he admittedly knows very little. It's also here, and in the follow-up conversation with Anthusa after we've completed all 3 of her assigned tasks, that we're presented with the big conundrum of this part of the plot. Anthusa and Brasidas agree that the Monger has to die, but disagree on how. Brasidas wants to do things quietly, to limit the bloodshed and anarchy that may follow in challenging and usurping him. Thus he wants the Eagle Bear to lure him into the city's sacred cave, away from prying eyes. Anthusa, on the other hand, wants the Monger's death to be a public spectacle, to make clear that the Hetera are back in control, wanting the deed done in the main theater. That Anthusa wants a public spectacle seems very against the grain. A big part of her character is that she's someone who does things on the sly, remaining unseen but always seeing, forever remaining one step ahead. That she wants a public spectacle seems to fly in the face of this characterization, though now that I think about it, this may be an intentional inversion when compared to Brasidas' proposal. The loud and boisterous Spartan wanted to do things quietly, while the sly and mysterious Hetera wants to do things loud and dramatically. If this inversion of priorities was intentional, then I don't think it really works, for if we're looking to remain consistent, it should be the other way around, though this would then be complicated by Brasidas' orders from Sparta, to ensure Corinth's stability, which ostensibly means doing things quietly. Alternatively, Brasidas and Anthusa could both agree that discretion is necessary, but then we wouldn't have a decision to make. A decision that, in conjunction with another decision involving Brasidas much later, can alter the complexion of the Eagle Bear's relationship with him, though this can still be altered in the negative even if we side with Brasidas on both occasions due to a certain decision we can make way earlier. Either way, once we've made our decision, we face down the Monger and some of his goons, either in the cave or at the theater. Before blades clash, the Eagle Bear will speak with the Monger who, surprise surprise, is a cultist, and even had a run-in with Marini. Like many of the boss fights in this game, our clash with the Monger isn't anything to really write home about. Once he's down, we have one final chat, with Anthusa making an appearance. If you fight him in the cave, she'll demand that the Monger be dragged to the theater and executed in public, which we can agree to or refuse. If we fight him in the theater, we have the option to kill him ourselves or let Anthusa do the deed, which I assume is also available if we drag him from the cave. Killing him in the cave against Anthusa's wishes yields no consequence beyond her disappointment, and she'll still share with us what she knows about Marini, but I think this could have been a perfect opportunity for a consequence of some kind. We already know from the Monger that Marini was indeed in Corinth for a time, and that fact alone could be enough to satisfy the Eagle Bear's need for information. With that in mind, if we go against her wishes, Anthusa could have withheld what she knew as a sort of petty power play for not doing what she asked. Brasidas, through his own digging, and perhaps compelled by what the Eagle Bearer tells him, could then step in as the vector by which we get the crucial intel we need. Alternatively, this could force us to do a bit of extra legwork, perhaps infiltrating a hideout of Anthusa's to get this information. I'm not saying this would be a perfect alternative or consequence, as the information she has is crucial and necessary to finally track down Marini, but I think it would have been a cool sort of butterfly effect stemming from our decisions, deepening this section's complexity. With Corinth dealt with, it's time to tackle our final lead, the physician Hippocrates, who has a clinic in the city of Argos. Arriving there, we find a long line of people waiting to see him, only to find he isn't there. We instead find his assistant being viciously accosted by a priestess of Hera named Chrysis, who accuses Hippocrates of impiety, viewing his mundane methods of healing, his non-religious beliefs regarding personal health and wellness, and that he doesn't attribute his skills to the gods as heresy. The Eagle Bearer will intervene, forcing Chrysis to leave in a huff, though not before making more threats, before speaking to the assistant as to Hippocrates' whereabouts, which the assistant freely gives. We also learn that, contrary to the priests of the nearby sanctuary of Asclepios, Hippocrates is seen as something of a radical in the world of ancient Greek healthcare, for the reasons we just described, though the truth is quite the opposite. Upon meeting Hippocrates, we find that his radicalness isn't based on some sort of zealous fervor, but a more rational and logical approach to medicine, matched by his calm, level-headed demeanor. This may not seem like a big deal at first, but then again, you may be looking at this through the lenses of a modern-day perspective. The ancient Greeks were a deeply pious, and perhaps more importantly, superstitious people, who saw nearly everything through the lenses of this piety. The gods see all and judge all, and this was extended to medicine, with any and all ailments and their causes often being attributed to the gods in some way, and thus treatment was approached in a similar fashion, with traditional forms of treatment stretching back centuries. With that in mind, it's no wonder that Hippocrates' approach, which swaps the divine for the mundane and logical, seems radical in the eyes of pious Greeks, especially the priests, which in turn leads to the radicals among them, like Chrysis, accusing him of impiety. We see this dichotomy in our interactions with Hippocrates and the priests at the nearby sanctuary of Asclepios, which Hippocrates sends us to after we help him with aiding a patient, and he regales us with what he knows about Marini. Seeing how the priests treat patients compared to Hippocrates is an almost jarring experience, but one that I think was intentional and works in its execution, with the highlight for me being when we follow an old priest around the sanctuary looking for a headstone that details Marini's visit to the sanctuary in the aftermath of the Eagle Bear and their siblings' fall from Taygetos.
It tells the tale of a woman with worms in her throat. Asclepios took off her head so we could remove them, then reattached it in her sleep.
Definitely not the right one.
This clash between rational logicism and religious dogmatism is something we can see throughout the course of the game, and can be traced throughout the course of human history. When men of science or philosophy challenge the preconceived religious notions of their given society, only to be met with the fury of the religious authorities. We can also see allusions to this in our present era, particularly with regards to the anti-vaxxer movement, with men and women of science being challenged, though that has less of a religious edge to it and is more about people just being goddamn stupid. Whoops, did I just inject some of my political views into another video? Let's just ignore that and move on, shall we?
Okay.
The Sanctuary of Asclepios is where the full picture of Marini's life after Mount Taygetos is fully unveiled, though there's quite a bit of dumb bullshit to get through just to reach this section's climax. There are 3 side quests to complete in and around the sanctuary, all of which conclude with the Eagle Bear being directed to speak to a man named Medon, who met Marini there many years prior. With that in mind, you may think that you only need to complete one to be allowed by the game to speak with him, or at the very least complete one in particular that serves as a sort of trigger point to allow this conversation to happen. The one where we follow the priest Timoxinos and find the headstone detailing Marini's visit. Why I say this one is because the last headstone we find very explicitly states that a woman from Sparta, carrying a baby, came to the sanctuary looking for treatment for said baby, then left when the priests couldn't help her, leaving the baby behind, the baby in question almost certainly being Deimos. We also have a run-in with the cult after trying to meet Timoxinos in private, the old feller directing the Eagle Bear to speak with Medon. When summed up, this quest is by far the most revealing out of the 3, the other 2 offering hints as to Marini's presence, but mostly explore the functions of the priests and their medical practices. With that in mind, you may think that this quest, at the very least, would trigger the next phase, but alas, that's not the case. We need to complete all 3 just to speak with Medon, and I can't help but wonder why. Timoxinos' quest really should be the trigger point, given what's revealed, with those other 2 quests either serving as red herrings that hint at Medon's involvement, or being optional if we want to try and dig a little deeper, even if they go nowhere. By forcing us to do all 3, the pace has been forcibly slowed. Intentionally slowing the pace of a story can be effective and sometimes necessary if it's done cleverly. As to its use here in the sanctuary, however, it just isn't. On a first playthrough, this may not matter to you, as you most likely won't know better and may do Timoxinos' quest last, but on subsequent runs this can become rather annoying, especially with the quest where we need to retrieve the heart of a white bull, which takes you quite a bit of ways from the sanctuary. We're being forced to do all this extra legwork when there's a perfect opportunity to skip all that and keep the story moving at a decent pace. It also feeds into a trend that can be seen across this game and across many other open world games of this ilk. Seemingly simple problems requiring grandiose solutions. While this in and of itself isn't always a bad thing and can sometimes work in adding complexity and depth to a story in good and interesting ways, I don't think it was successful here. We find Medon being tended to by one of his servants, and the Eagle Bear immediately jumps right into interrogating him. Only there's one problem. He can't speak, because he cut out his own tongue. On the orders of Chrysis. One commonality that's shared between all 3 quests is that the priests are petrified of the woman, such as her violent nature, and the many spies she has around the sanctuary, such as Plistos from Timoxinos' quest. Even still, with the help of Medon's servant, we learn that he knows about Marini and her visit from the sanctuary many years ago, which is where we will piece together what we learned here along with the information gathered from Anthusa and Xenia. Following the events of Mount Taygetos, Marini went to the bottom of the mountain and found Deimos, then took them to Hippocrates. Unable to do anything, Hippocrates sent her to the sanctuary where she met Medon. Despite his efforts, the baby couldn't be saved, and alas, Marini, heartbroken, left for Corinth. There she met Anthusa, who helped her get her back on her feet, before leaving for Chaos after winning a ship called the Siren Song in a dice game, though not before her run-in with the Monger. On Chaos, she worked alongside Xenia, going by the name Phoenix, or Finikas as it's pronounced by the pirate, before sailing off to parts unknown. Interestingly, if you do these sections in the order prescribed by the game by the recommended level requirements, you effectively learn this story in reverse, though I'm unsure as to why or if it was even intentional. My only 3 guesses, if it was indeed intentional, was to either A. Set up the big bad for this section and corresponding revelation regarding Deimos, or B. Have us see more of the game world, progressively taking us further away from Athens, or C. In conjunction with B. to help set up what happens immediately after when we return to Athens, all these sections combined serving as a means to naturally disguise the passage of time. And there you have it, Marini's story. But what of the baby? If the baby she left behind was Deimos in near death, how did they survive? Well, you see, Medon's story was only half of the truth, though by no means intentional. The baby, Deimos, was indeed near death despite his efforts, but Chrysis had other plans. In case it isn't apparent yet, Chrysis is a member of the Cult of Cosmos, and she took baby Deimos and healed them, before promptly and continuously torturing them, as we'll learn when we run into her shortly after, turning them into the hateful, ultra-violent killing machine they are now. She was able to do all of this in secret by ordering Medon to cut out his own tongue, using threats of similar mutilation to keep the other priests in the know quiet. With that settled, all we have to do now is find Chrysis, following the instructions given by Medon's servant, though not before admonishing both Medon and the sanctuary's priesthood as a whole.
People come to this sanctuary to heal, but I come here and find people dying without hope, priests without tongues, and babies left with an insane woman. My mother was a fool to trust any of you. I'm going to find Chrysis, and she's going to pay for what she's done.
Following the servant's instructions eventually takes us to a small out-of-the-way temple, where, after dealing with a cultist ambush, we find a baby on an altar. And Chrysis. Her and the Eagle Bearer will have a back and forth, where we just see how cracked Chrysis is, both in mind and soul. It's presumed that her fractured mental state is due to suffering the same sort of torture that she inflicted on Deimos when she was a child prior to joining the cult, though I don't think this is ever confirmed. Even still, her actions and lack of remorse has made me hate her with every ounce of my being, even more when it's insinuated that she's done the same things she did to Deimos to many other abducted children, those other children presumably becoming some of the cult's soldiers. With that in mind, though I'm almost ashamed to admit it, over the many playthroughs I've done of this game, both for this video and before, I've always taken a sick pleasure in taking her down, and wished the Eagle Bearer would make her suffer more. In any event, at the scene's climax, Chrysis will light the temple on fire, and we're forced to make a choice. Either chase after her and kill her there and then, but at the cost of the baby on the altar burning alive, or save the baby and be met by its mother, who almost disturbingly sings Chrysis' praises while Chrysis gets away. Thankfully, finding Chrysis after this isn't all that difficult once you know where to look. Just south of Argos, you'll find the same woman, minus the baby, asking for help, saying her husband ran off into some nearby woods to fight some bandits who stole their horse. In the woods, we instead find Chrysis and some cult soldiers, who we promptly take down. Though I unfortunately don't have any footage to show it, if you return to the road afterwards, you'll find that the woman is gone, which makes me wonder. Is the woman just a low-level member of the cult working with Chrysis and putting on a convincing act? Or just a deeply pious follower of Chrysis, the priestess of Era, and unaware of her true loyalties? It's an interesting question that spawns from an otherwise very quick and straightforward side quest, further building on the idea of the cult's reach extending to all levels of ancient Greek society, not just the political and religious. It also had me wondering if we'd run into such a situation ever again, where someone who works for a cultist attempts to mislead the Eagle Bearer or lead them into a trap, and the narrative potential of such a concept. Sadly, despite there being quite a few instances where this could have been used, such a concept is never used again, at least as it pertains to the cult. With all the threads followed and information we can find gathered, it's time for the Eagle Bearer to return to Athens, in the hopes that, with Aspasia's aid, we can finally pinpoint Marini's present location, with our return to the great city coinciding just in time with the Plague of Athens. Oh man. In 430 BC, Athens was struck by a great epidemic, lasting until 429, before cropping up again in the winter of 427 to 426, irrevocably changing the city and leading to the breakdown of Athenian society that it would never recover from, with some 75 to 100,000 people dying as a result. The origins of the plague to this day remain uncertain, though Thucydides notes in his account of the war that it originated from Africa, with ships arriving from the continent bringing carriers of the disease with them, who then inadvertently spread the plague throughout the population. While Thucydides also notes the eastern Mediterranean as a whole was hit by the plague, Athens suffered the worst, thanks in part due to overcrowding, as thousands of refugees came to the city to seek shelter, providing the perfect conditions for such a virulent disease to spread. There's also uncertainty as to the nature of the disease. Initially, it was believed to be a bubonic plague, similar to the later Justinian plague of late antiquity and the medieval Black Death, though reconsideration of the symptoms noted by Thucydides has led scholars to suggest alternative possibilities, such as typhoid, Ebola, and Marburg. What is known with certainty is that the plague had a disastrous effect on Athenian society, with a breakdown in law and order, as well as a sharp increase in religious strife. We can get a taste of this strife when we find Hippocrates while on our way to meet with Aspasia, the poor physician doing everything he can to help the victims, even as he feels helpless in the face of so much suffering. His quest at first appears very simple. To stem the wave of disease, we need to burn the bodies that have been left to lie in the street. However, a group of religious fanatics called the Followers of Ares, whom you'll probably have had run-ins with throughout the open world already, are preventing the burnings, considering it sacrilege. We also see some of the breakdown of law and order when we meet with Socrates outside of Pericles' estate and find a mob outside its gate, with Cleon the only man stopping them from getting inside, Pericles himself having been struck down by the plague. That Cleon would do this suggests solidarity with his stricken rival, but such a preconception is quickly dashed if you stick around and listen to his speech before heading in and see that he's using the occasion to strengthen his position with the people. After all, if Pericles dies, which, spoiler, he does, though not in the way you may think, Cleon stands to replace him as the city's leading citizen, a reality that has the usually calm and collected Socrates very concerned for the city's future.
It is time to turn my words into actions.
How?
You will find out as soon as I do.
Seeing this sharp juxtaposition between when we first arrived at the city and saw it in all its splendor to now as plague and panic run rampant in the streets may leave you feeling rather disheartened. It's like seeing a beautiful, if imperfect, jewel be shattered into a million pieces, then tossed and turned in the mud, with the sickly gray haze and overcast skies hammering home, if a bit too bluntly, this new reality. While Athens will recover after this, at least visually, it comes with the saddening knowledge that nothing about it will ever be the same again. We meet with Aspasia in the estate, and like almost everyone else, the first woman of Athens is lost in the face of it all. The plague and the unrest that's come with it, it's all come crashing down in a cascade of woe, leaving her helpless, compounded by Pericles' own suffering and refusal to see her. Pericles is in an even worse state, the plague slowly killing him, which in turn has led to him effectively giving up, believing he's failed his city, despite the Eagle Bear's words to the contrary. After seeing Pericles, we return to Aspasia, who asks us to check in on Phoebe, who we'll have run into outside the estate before heading in. Aspasia is organizing transport for her and Pericles to get out of Athens now that power has effectively been taken away from them, by both the plague and Cleon. Alas, Phoebe hasn't returned yet, and the Eagle Bearer, per our decisions, can be more than a little miffed about Aspasia sending her out on a mission at such a time, while with the plague rampant, and the cult, firmly embedded in the city, no doubt using it to their advantage. Nevertheless, we head to a house on the other side of the city where Phoebe was supposed to be, only to find a massacre instead, confirming what we may have already suspected. The cult is on the move. It's then, upon leaving the house, we hear a scream.
Phoebe! No! Hey! Stop!
Entering the Odeon of Pericles, we're confronted by a handful of cult soldiers, with Phoebe slumped against a pillar. Once they've been dealt with, a cutscene will play, where the Eagle Bearer will check on Phoebe, only to find it's too late.
Phoebe! No. Ella! Earth, Mother of all, I greet you. Ανιάζω.
In the past, I've talked about moments in storytelling, no matter the medium, that may have broken you emotionally, left you shattered, shell-shocked, devastated, uncertain as to what to do or say, may leave you pacing around the room, struggling to come to terms with what's just happened before your eyes. This scene, for me, is one such moment, Phoebe's death an incalculable gut punch of emotions. To see this little girl, who looked up to the Eagle Bearer, not just as a friend, but a paragon of deeds to emulate, and strive to meet them in her own way, now lying in a pool of her own blood, cruelly dispatched by the cult. There aren't enough words to describe the vast array of emotions I feel. Given this game's often lighter tones compared to other entries in the series, upon witnessing this moment for the first time back in 2018, I was almost expecting it to be a trick, that she somehow, against all the odds, would survive. Alas, with the scene's end came the wave of disbelief that no, it's not a trick. Phoebe's gone, and there's nothing that we, or the Eagle Bearer, can do about it. I almost hesitate to say what I'm about to say next, as I don't want to diminish its emotional resonance with almost desensitized analysis, but I think this scene was incredibly successful in conveying these emotions, in a way that's both respectful and deeply resonant. We're made to go through all the same emotions as the Eagle Bearer, from deep sadness and despair to righteous fury when Socrates and Hippocrates arrive with news that Pericles has gone missing, news that the Eagle Bearer couldn't give two shits about. They want to find Aspasia and get answers. Thankfully, finding Aspasia and Pericles leads to the same place, the Parthenon, the former having gone there to look for the latter. We head there and confront Aspasia, either despairing at Phoebe's loss or casting all blame on Aspasia. I find myself unsure as to how much blame for Phoebe's death should be placed at Aspasia's feet. She was the one who gave Phoebe's orders and sent her to the house where the initial massacre took place, but she couldn't have known that the cult would catch on to her plan. Surely not. Alternatively, we've seen Phoebe get into numerous scrapes and come out the other side just fine, even if luck in the presence of a supposed demigod had a sizable role to play in it, suggesting that she was more than capable, just that her luck ran out at the worst possible time and in the presence of the worst people imaginable. With that in mind, Aspasia's belief in Phoebe's abilities are not entirely unfounded. It's just, again, her luck ran out at the wrong place and wrong time. Then again, she was just a child, and given the current state of events in Athens, it could be argued that Aspasia really should have known better than to send a child into such a mess all on their own, especially a child with a reckless streak known for getting themselves into scrapes, sometimes of their own making. I've read in a few places online that some put the blame on the Eagle Bearer, saying that their reaction to her death is as much about feeling guilty as witnessing the death of an innocent child and friend who only wanted to help people, but I don't think this really tracks. We can, per our dialogue choices, either encourage or discourage Phoebe's often reckless behavior, but in almost every instance where that occurs, there's a certain degree of caution emphasized by the Eagle Bearer. I severely doubt that the Eagle Bearer, whether they believe Phoebe capable or not, would have sent her alone into the streets of Athens at a time like this. Sure, guilt may certainly have a part to play in their reaction to her death, but I think it comes from feeling like they didn't do enough to protect her, not because they feel truly at fault for it. Hippocrates and Socrates soon arrive and ask after Pericles, Aspasia saying that she suspects he's come to the Parthenon to pray. It's then we hear a commotion from within and rush to investigate, where this happens.
I'm going to destroy everything you ever created. Athens is mine.
Pericles!
Stay out of my way.
For such a short scene, it works on so many levels, and I can't help but really like it, despite what happens. From an historical perspective, it's a subtle subversion of how Pericles truly died. While Thucydides makes clear in his accounts that Pericles died of the plague, by having him be unceremoniously slain by Deimos while already dying, it makes clever use of the real history while remaining true to the narrative. Because let's face it, if Pericles just died of the plague in game, as he did in real life, it wouldn't be nearly as resonant from an emotional perspective. By having Deimos do that deed, we get that emotional resonance, as well as the acute tension that comes with Deimos' presence. How he dies, his throat slit before being left to rot on the floor of the Parthenon, is also rather symbolic on its own. To better articulate this point, allow me to start by reading a passage from Thucydides that describes his death. The plague seized Pericles, not with sharp and violent fits, but with a dull, lingering distemper, wasting the strength of his body and undermining his noble soul. For a man who was seen as Athens' greatest citizen, possibly ever, to die a slow and agonizing death was already indicative of the gradual decline of Athenian society, like a bad omen of sorts. His death in-game at the hands of Deimos, so casually and unceremoniously, serves as a double whammy of sorts when put into this context, signifying that the cult is now in control of Hellas's greatest city, and that they put the final nail in the coffin of Athenian liberty to boot. That the cult has now such an overt presence in the city at the plague's height does make me wonder, in the context of the game alone, if they had something to do with the plague's presence. In other words, did they perhaps have a hand in bringing it to the city, thereby kickstarting the city's rapid fall into darkness and further strengthening their hold on it, with Pericles' death and Cleon's almost surefire ascension making sure it comes to pass? It's an interesting question, but I hesitate to dig any deeper lest we open a can of worms that ultimately goes nowhere, though given what happens later in the story, I think there's something to it, so maybe we'll circle back to it later. What I also like about this scene is Deimos' comportment. All we've really seen of them so far is that of an unhinged, ultra-violent killing machine with a loud and terrifying personality to match. That said, some may argue that it comes off as a bit goofy and over the top. While I wouldn't necessarily agree with that sentiment, as I think it makes sense narratively, given what we know about the cult's practices and what we learn about their upbringing under the cult from Chrysis, in a vacuum, yeah, it can certainly come off that way. In the Parthenon, we get none of that, instead seeing a calm yet vile sinisterness, coupled with their fiendish, almost demonic wide-eyed stare as they unflinchingly slit Pericles' throat, before casually disappearing to parts unknown. It's great characterization, a moment that really hammers home just what kind of person they are, while doing so in a way that subverts what you may have expected in a disturbing way. They are in total control, and there's nothing the Eagle Bearer can do about it, and it's a moment that still gives me chills to this day. With Pericles' death, there's nothing left to do but flee the city, which means we have to get to the docks of Piraeus, where the Adrestia is currently moored. Easier said than done, however, as soldiers show up to stop us. Cleon has ordered that no one be allowed to leave Athens. While no official reason is given, since the plague is still very rampant, it makes sense to close off the city and keep everyone inside quarantined, lest it be inadvertently spread across the rest of Greece. There is, however, a far more sinister motive, one that can be gleaned by the follow-up order to bring Aspasia to him. By closing off the city, Cleon keeps his enemies close and thus easier to keep an eye on and take down if necessary. In a way, this attempt by the soldiers to keep the Eagle Bearer and co from leaving and arrest Aspasia also serves as an unofficial declaration that Cleon has indeed taken power and has begun enforcing his style of rule upon the city. It's unclear whether he's taken power solely by force or by the will of the people given the rapid turn of events, but considering the crowd gathered outside of Pericles' estate, it's possibly a combination of the two. He didn't need to use much force, save in the knowledge he had the majority's backing. Once the soldiers have been taken care of, we speak with Hippocrates and Socrates, the two men deciding to stay behind, the former so he can continue to treat plague victims, and the latter so he can lead a peaceful resistance against Cleon. With this, the Eagle Bearer has one final request for them.
Retrieve Phoebe's body. Give her a proper burial.
Everything she deserves, and more.
Thank you.
This won't be the last time you see them though, as they'll both be present much later in the main story for an important series of quests. You can also find Hippocrates later in Thebes, which kickstarts a rather thought-provoking quest chain, while Socrates can be found later in Thelos, which serves as a continuation of his quest chain that you can start in Athens much earlier. With that out of the way, it's time for us to leave Athens behind, if only for now. As we depart, Aspasia will finally spill the beans on what she knows based on what we've learned during our prior escapades in Corinthia and Argolis. With knowledge of Marini's nom de guerre, Phoenix, and the name of her ship, Siren Song, Aspasia will remark that the last anyone's heard was that she had docked on the island of Naxos. And so we head for Naxos, with a long-awaited and needed reunion on the horizon, though with this game, and everything we've endured so far, you can be sure it'll be far from simple. Let's take a moment and talk about side quests for a bit. Side quests in Odyssey are, for the most part, relatively unchanged from how they operated in a broad sense from Origins, offering a wide range of stories that enrich and deepen the world and its lore as a whole, while occasionally offering deeper exploration of the specific locale they're placed in. This is where the similarities largely end, however, for in keeping with its massive, almost gargantuan scale, Odyssey offers not just more side quests, but varying types, with just as varied ranges in terms of depth and complexity. There are three main kinds of side quests you'll encounter as you explore: standard side quests, contracts, and specially marked side quest chains known as Lost Tales of Greece, which were progressively released between the releases of the game's two major DLCs. While they operate much the same as standard side quests, the Lost Tales are self-contained stories that have little to no connection with the wider narrative at large, reuniting us with old friends and introducing us to new characters. No cult and no Isu shenanigans to speak of. Usually. This is admittedly a bit confusing since there are plenty of standard side quests that are more or less detached from the wider narrative as well, but that's just how the Lost Tales are described by Ubisoft, so yeah, there you go I guess. Standard side quests themselves can also be subdivided upon themselves into two categories: one-off quests that are usually quite short and to the point, and side quest chains that, while definitely longer in their totality, also vary in length, complexity, and importance as it pertains to the wider narrative. These quest lines more often than not tie back into the narrative in ways that aren't always obvious until the very end, and sometimes, depending on the character, tie into specific lost tales that will become unlocked once you've completed specific chains or main story moments. That was a bit wordy, so let me give you an example. Later in the story, you'll come across an actor named Thespis, who we help out of a drunken pickle with some goons in Cleon's employ, then help him again right after by convincing his muse, a woman named Ekaterini, to come see him so he can perform in an upcoming play, which she'll only do after we've taken out a notably brutal Athenian commander who also happens to be a cultist. You can also sleep with her if you want to be a bit of a douchebag eagle bearer, though in this moment's defense, she's a prostitute first and Thespis' muse second, and also she's constantly offering her services, so I guess it's morally okay? Once you've done that, you'll unlock access to a lost tale called The Show Must Go On, where we help Thespis put on a play recounting King Leonidas and his 300's famous last stand at Thermopylae, both by acquiring refreshments for the audience and getting the necessary actors for particular roles. We even get to actively participate in the play, the Eagle Bear is slated to play Leonidas himself, which can lead to a fairly hilarious sequence if you stick religiously to Thespis' almost criminally inaccurate script. Contracts are as simple as they sound. Quick and usually easy quests that serve as a means for the Eagle Bearer to make a few bucks and earn a bit of XP. You can find them on message boards found in almost every settlement, big and small, across the game world or while you explore, with certain icons appearing either above certain NPCs or on the world map. Given that the vast majority of them, save for a very small minority, are randomly generated and often have a time limit before they disappear, their stories are extremely limited, often boiled down to either hunting down an enemy commander, killing a certain number of troops, or delivering goods to point A to point B, etc, etc. This is largely fine, because again, they're just meant to be quick cash and XP grabs, probably meant to mitigate the oft-extreme grindiness of Odyssey's leveling system that people love to go wild about, and rightly so, IMO. They also double down on the fact that the Eagle Bearer, despite the grand quest, or should I say, Odyssey, that they're on, they're still a mercenary, or Misthios as they're often called. However, with their simplicity, and the fact that they're almost all randomly generated, they come with a fair helping of ridiculous bullshit. Take this one in Megaris for example. A woman wants to send her husband, a soldier, a lock of her hair, which we do, bada boom bada bing, we're done. Only that her husband is just down the road, literally only a stone's throw away. It literally took me less than a minute to jog over and deliver the lock of hair, meaning the woman could have easily done it herself and saved her husband nearly 1,500 drachmi. Like, goddamn lady, save a few bucks and just go for a walk. I know this sounds more overly critical than I mean it to be, and in truth I couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it, but this sort of thing happens a lot with some contracts, where it would have been easier for the contract giver to just do the job themselves instead of hiring a mercenary. There are plenty of other examples I could show, but I think I've made my point. You should come into these contracts with severely lowered expectations. Don't expect them to develop into anything more than bog standard errands. Again, just think quick cash and XP grabs, nothing more. Thankfully, the more elaborate side quests are a considerable step above this, but aren't without their own fair share of problems. The biggest issue they have as a collective entity is largely a result of the game's enormous scope, one that often tends to plague open world games, especially those of a similar size. That of quantity over quality. Not all side quests are created equal, and you can come across a few that may leave you feeling rather underwhelmed. As mentioned, not all side quests are connected to the wider narrative at large, and these ones tend to be the most disappointing. Take this one for example. Called Son of a Fisherman on Lesbos contracts the Eagle Bear to look for his son, who's made off with his boat, presumably to meet with a girl from Mytilene he's sweet on. We head to a nearby lagoon and find the boat, then find the son underwater, drowned after getting tangled in his nets. We then return to the fisherman, with the option to either tell the truth and admonish the fisherman for being an ass, or lie and say his son ran away with the girl to Mytilene. Regardless of our choice and the fisherman's reaction, the quest just ends. Right there. There's no development, no expansion on its themes. That of the complex nature of parenthood, and how youthful love can sometimes complicate family dynamics, both of which are even alluded to by the quest's title, which itself is a reference to the song Son of a Preacher Man by Dusty Springfield. Again, the quest just ends, and instead of seeing these themes being explored in greater detail, they're just sort of left half-baked. Or maybe only half-eaten since there are sharks involved. Okay, that was a bad joke, let's just move on.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
This could have been salvaged perhaps if, by telling the fisherman the truth, he then asks us to seek out the girl and give her the bad news, where these themes could then continue to be expanded upon in greater depth. However, instead of being left to think and chew on these themes and their deeper meanings and how they might connect to the Eagle Bearer's own life, you may just simply walk away with a shrug and not even care. If there's one saving grace to this case of quantity over quality, it's that there are some great side quests to be found. While the saying not all quests are created equal tends to have negative connotations and not without reason, it also works in reverse. On the island of Evia, you can help a slave named Agapios and his benevolent unnamed magistrate master take down yet another shadowy organization called the Dagger, who have been extorting the people of Evia, with anyone who stands up to them being disappeared or outright killed. We also learn later that this group is connected to the cult of Cosmos, though to what degree and in what ways is never revealed. The twist in this story comes when it's discovered that the leader of the Dagger, known as the Kingfisher, is none other than Agapios' brother Neritos, whom Agapios believed had died when they were children, which led to Agapios being sold into slavery since their father wasn't physically fit enough to take care of him, with Neritos having taken on such responsibilities. This leads to the Eagle Bearer joining an assault on the island of Skiros, where Neritos is based, which leads to an emotional reunion where Agapios confronts Neritos and finds him not to be the same boy he knew as a child, instead becoming a monster in adulthood. What I like about this questline is how Agapios and Neritos' relationship works as a sort of reflection of the Eagle Bearer's relationship with Themos, with one sibling believing the other dead, only to find that they're alive and have become a vengeful, hateful monster thanks to pure circumstance and a twisting of ideals. Neritos dies no matter what, but depending on where you are in the main story when you do these quests, his interaction with Agapios may leave you dwelling on your own Eagle Bearer's feelings on Themos if you're still on the fence about how to deal with them. It also ties in nicely with what is perhaps the game's main theme, which we'll discuss later. I could go on and on about a bunch of other quest chains that I feel are worthy of praise, but I think you get the idea. There's a wide gulf in depth and complexity that you may find jarring as you bounce from region to region and engage in their myriad stories. Of course, it's not fair to expect that every quest be of such high quality like the hunt for the Dagger on Evia, or another questline that's undoubtedly my favorite in the entire game that we get on Mykonos that we'll talk about when we talk about characters and relationships. It just feels like those lesser quests, for lack of a better term, feel like a wellspring of opportunity left begging that diminishes whatever impact they could have had. We're not done with critiquing side quests though, because they all follow a similar structure that doesn't always work, a structure that's also seen across the main story. Admittedly, this is a bit messy to talk about and is perhaps more of a personal gripe of mine than one that's shared by others, so just bear that in mind as we go through it. Oftentimes, quests and quest chains will be broken up into sets of 3, like the 3 prongs of Poseidon's trident. This is often presented as the Eagle Bearer needing to follow 3 leads, or, as we saw in helping Pericles back in Athens, solving 3 problems. Why 3? I have no idea, and I'm not prepared to even try and guess if there's a thematic or narrative reason for it. Regardless of why, this method of dispensing quests, both in side quests and the main story, can be hit and miss from a mechanical perspective. If we go back to Evia and the hunt for the Dagger, we see how this structure is utilized in a way where it works. All 3 leads are distinct from one another before they all converge to the big moment when the truth of Neritos is revealed. This isn't always the case, however. Oftentimes these 3 threads, or 2 out of the 3 at the very least, could easily be combined into one quest, and yet they will still be given as distinct quests to complete. This can at times make completing them feel more exhausting than they really are and make some quest lines feel rather disjointed, like whatever connective tissue there was holding them together has almost been severed, save for a bone and maybe a few tendons. Why this was done mechanically, I think, is due to how leveling works in this game. As mentioned briefly when we discussed contracts, leveling in this game can be a slow, grindy affair, and so I think the splitting of quests and quest chains into 3 was done to help alleviate this feeling and maximize XP output. However, with some quests and their accompanying chains, this tends to have the opposite effect, perpetualizing the grindiness while leaving their narratives feeling broken up for no apparent reason. Again, I have to stress that, from a narrative perspective, which is most pertinent in this video, sometimes it works, given how some narrative threads evolve and are presented, but it's a very hit and miss affair, and, on the whole, not entirely successful. It's why, across the Ancients trilogy, I think Origins was the most successful when it came to structuring its side quests, as it played it safe with said structure, even if I think Odyssey's side quests, on the whole, are better. While Valhalla is just a whole other basket case that we'll touch on, if that video ever gets made. Alright, let's return to the main story. Sailing to Naxos is an almost surreal experience. We spent so much of the game so far trying to find Marini that to finally be so close almost doesn't seem possible. You can almost feel a strange tension building as you sail towards the port, the kind you may feel in the lead up to a big fight or when you suspect that something is about to go wrong, but neither of those happen here. Just an emotional reunion that's been long in the making, laden heavily with catharsis. This strange nervosity is perhaps best exemplified when, as we near Naxos' main port, Varnavas checks in on the Eagle Bear.
Your heartbeat is as loud as the sea itself.
We're approaching Naxos.
Are you excited?
Nervous. What will I say to her?
Alexios, you've traveled half the Greek world to find her. You don't have to say anything. Just being there will be enough.
But what if she is disappointed in me?
Listen, any mother would want a child as brave and as loyal as you. If I were your mother, I would be the nervous one.
You think so?
I know so. Now go and find her. You waited long enough for this.
From the port, we head to the largest villa in town, which, upon entering, starts one of the best scenes in the entire game, and a personal highlight for me. To that end, I'm just gonna let it roll for you.
I won't be intimidated. Stock the barracks and double the patrols. If Paros is sending them, I want to know the moment they make landfall.
Yes, Archon.
But Archon, please,
Xerxes,
the merchants have...
I understand your concerns. But protecting the town and the quarries is what's most important. You may all go. The meeting is over.
Cassandra. How?
When I closed my eyes, I could still see you fall. I thought I had lost you.
Alexios is alive.
They have him, don't they? I rebuilt my life from ashes. Do you understand? And now you tell me you're alive. You're both alive. It's really you. It's not some trick of the gods.
No, I found you.
Your brother. We have to get him back.
He's too far gone.
I gave up on you both once. Never again.
There's so much about this scene that I love, with there being too many words that I could use to explain why. And I almost don't want to, because I think it really just speaks for itself. The emotions on display, how Marini goes from astonished bewilderment to breaking down in a rush of tears of joy, shared by the Eagle Bear, who does their best to remain composed even as their own tears flow, to Marini immediately wanting to jump into action upon the revelation that their other child is also alive but in the hands of the cult. It's such a wonderfully realized scene, one that I always look forward to getting to and, by my own admission, it gets me choked up from time to time for reasons far too personal for me to dig into. It's that powerful of a moment. And we're only about halfway through the story at this point. I could go on and on, but I think you get the point. If there's one thing that Odyssey's narrative nails nearly every time, it's these sorts of moments, when you can feel the emotions of its characters in your very soul. It's something that can be said about many other entries in the Assassin's Creed franchise as well, including Valhalla to a degree, but for me personally, Odyssey does it the best. Like the Eagle Bearer, you may have a litany of questions for Marini, but any chance to do so right after their tearful reunion is cut short when word arrives that soldiers from Paros have landed on Naxos, compelling us to help Marini fight them off. While riding to the landing site, we're given a brief overview of the conflict between the two islands. Naxos and Paros are two neighboring islands that have long quarreled over control of the local marble trade, a quarrel that has escalated thanks to the ongoing Peloponnesian War, with Paros being supported by Athens and Naxos turning to Sparta in response. The fact that Marini, who leads Naxos as its elected archon or ruler, would willingly side with Sparta is somewhat ironic, something the Eagle Bearer can point out.
Why are you working with Sparta, given all that's happened?
Marini will put this alliance down to pure necessity given Paros' ties to Athens, but given what we see afterwards when we finally return to Sparta after this, Marini's decision may not be so easily cut and dried. After we've dealt with the invasion, which is barely an invasion in truth, we finally have a chance to catch our breath and grill Marini with questions, though grilling may be a bit extreme since she's more than happy to answer all that she can. Unfortunately, her answers to the questions regarding the true father of the Eagle Bearer and why the cult of Cosmos is so hell-bent on destroying their family are more cryptic than I would have liked. I'm not suggesting that Marini spell it out for us, since I suspect that she doesn't even know all the details herself, but I don't find her answers to be all that eyebrow-raising. Her answer regarding the cult's motivations for going after their family especially left me thinking, yeah, no shit Sherlock, but why? What is it about the Eagle Bearer's family in particular? That's as far as I will go in critiquing this section, however, as this crypticness is alleviated after we've handled the situation between Naxos and Paros and are set to leave for Sparta, and Marini tells the Eagle Bearer to head to the island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, where both these questions are finally answered concretely. Now that we've found Marini, you think that the next step is to go after the cult and finally take them down for good, right? Not quite, for Marini won't leave until the island's been safeguarded from any outside threats, namely Paros. And thus is the crux of the matter. Paros must be dealt with. To that end, we're directed to lower Paros' nation power, as well as free Marini's leading admiral Eunaeus from Parian activity. We also lend our aid in nullifying an assassination plot against Marini and the Eagle Bearer, a plot being headed up by the cult. Lowering Paros' power is fairly straightforward. Kill their soldiers, destroy their supplies, raid their nation chest, and so on. Rescuing Eunaeus is also fairly straightforward, though we do learn from him, albeit indirectly, that the cult is involved in Paros' war effort, which is concretely confirmed when it's revealed, in conjunction with what we learn from the assassination plot, that Silenos, the ruler of Paros, is a cultist himself. The assassination plot is by far the most interesting part of this trifecta of quests, for two reasons. Aspasia, who originally warns us about the plot, and Sparta. Once we've dealt with the assassins, we return to her and Marini with the sack of drachmi minted in Paros, further confirmation of the island's leadership belonging to the cult, along with a letter. This letter is written in an ancient dialect, which Aspasia immediately surmises that it's how the cult covertly communicates. She's also able to read it and translate it. But how does she know that? What makes this all the more strange is that Aspasia, without any evidence to back it up, knows right off the bangle that the cult is behind the plot, and so this, coupled with the fact that she can read the cult letter, may make you begin to ask questions, and want to ask questions of Aspasia. How did she know about the plot? How can she read the letter only cult members are supposed to be able to read? What is she hiding beneath her hematon? Unfortunately, the game doesn't allow us to do that. We can't poke and prod her for answers, we just have to roll with it and move on, while this mystery is left to stew in our minds, but since we won't see Aspasia again after this in the main story, there's no resolution. It's just dropped, and you may be left feeling frustrated that we can't pursue this mystery further. Well, okay, there is a resolution, but it won't be for many more hours, and, well, we'll get to that. The second interesting element is the contents of the letter itself. Turns out the assassins, despite being paid in Parian gold, weren't under the orders of Silenos or Paros, but a Spartan. And not just any Spartan, but a king of Sparta. That a Spartan king would be a cultist is already bad enough, but what further complicates matters is that Sparta has two kings, not one. Since the Bronze Age, Sparta has been led by a dual monarchy, descended from the Agiad and Eurypontid dynasties respectively, which would be enshrined in its constitution by the quasi-mythical lawgiver Lycurgus. How this anomalous leadership structure came to be is a mystery, with theories ranging from the legendary to the mundane. What is known with certainty is that it served as a sort of check against absolutism, with both dynasties considered equal in authority as outlined in the Great Retra, for both families were believed to have descended from Heracles, better known as Hercules in the English-speaking world. And thus comes the wrench that's thrown into the works with the cult letter. We know that one of the Spartan kings ordered Marini and the Eagle Bear's assassination, but which one? More on that later. This revelation is the final push Marini needs to finally decide to return to Sparta, though not before, again, Paros is stopped and Naxos secured, and so we're compelled to continue such efforts. Once we've dealt with the assassins, rescued Aeneas, and weakened Paros sufficiently enough, things finally come to a head when the Parians set up a blockade of Naxos, which we handily deal with. This kickstarts the final phase of this conflict, when the Parian fleet, under the direct command of their cultist leader Silanos, comes out to challenge the Naxian fleet, led by the Eagle Bear and the Adrestia. Once that's been dealt with, we meet with Marini once more, where she and the Eagle Bear decide now is the time to finally return to Sparta. Marini still has friends and influence there, both of which will come in handy in their newly united hunt for the cult. However, before we do that, Marini has another task for the Eagle Bear: to seek out their true father, to finally get answers. Did you remember that? We still haven't met our real father yet. Truthfully, I don't think the game, up to this point, has handled the issue of the Eagle Bear's true parentage all that well. There's a big deal made about it when we chat with Nikolaos and he drops this massive revelation, but then it's sort of just dropped until we reunite with Marini and it's brought back into sharp focus, first at the beach, then later at the docks. I can excuse it somewhat since the story so far has been focused on finding Marini with everything else being secondary, but I wouldn't be surprised if most players just forgot about this major plot point, given how much has transpired since, only to be jolted back into remembering with Marini's suggestion. And I do mean suggestion, because we're also given the option to head to Sparta first if we want and leave heading to Thera for later, but truthfully I don't think it should have been. I honestly think we should have to go to Thera and find the Eagle Bear's father first, then head to Sparta. I think it would have worked more cohesively, especially since Marini says she still has things to take care of first before she's able to set off herself. With that said, let's head to Thera and look for this mysterious father of the Eagle Bear. Arriving at Thera is a spooky endeavor, the island shrouded in a ghostly mist, highlighting the fact that the island is in fact the remains of an ancient volcano, one that exploded over 1,000 years prior and is often attributed as one of the leading causes of the collapse of the Minoan civilization on Crete. This feeling is accentuated by the stark silence that seems to hang over the island like a shroud, with only the whistling wind and ghosts of the ruins' prior occupants for company. Oh, and the ludicrous amounts of lynxes and snakes that'll try to nibble your butt cheeks. No, seriously, how are there so many lynxes and snakes here? What do they even have to eat besides us and each other? Anyways, searching the ruins we find the remains of a campsite, with a perfectly preserved chest, but we'll just overlook that small detail. In the chest we find an ancient tablet, its author unknown, with details regarding a mechanism that opens a large door that's clearly of Isu design. This mechanism is one of the few times the game will throw a puzzle at us, and only the first of 2 times, if I remember correctly, we come across a puzzle in the whole of the main story, which, as someone who utterly hates puzzles in video games, I am most thankful for this. The puzzle itself isn't all that difficult. Just as the tablet suggests, we simply need to align mirrors around the ruins so that a beam eventually shines on the large door. Once that's done, we need only approach the door and, like with the forge on Andros, use our spear to open the way. From here begins a protracted platforming section as we navigate the island's subterranean passages, which even takes us through the heart of the volcano that makes up the island itself. The whole time you may be thinking to yourself, gee, this seems like a lot of legwork to find one man. I sure hope what we find at the end was worth the effort. Well, in that case... Well, holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Atlantis. Or at least part of it. It isn't stated up front that it's Atlantis. That revelation won't come until we reach the bottom and head deeper, though the title Gateway to the Lost City is pretty revealing on its own. In brief, for all 2 of you who haven't heard of it, Atlantis is a fictional island mentioned in Plato's works Timaeus and Critias, described as a naval empire that ruled the whole of the known Western world, before being dramatically sunk into the Atlantic Ocean after falling out of favor with the gods. While only a minor element in Plato's writings, the story of Atlantis would have a considerable impact on fiction, from Renaissance literature to modern-day films, including Disney's Atlantis: The Lost Empire, one of the best and most underrated Disney films ever made, and I will die on that hill. The less said about its sequel, the better though. As it pertains to Odyssey, Atlantis' presence is a clever melding of the original mythical city of Plato's writings with the existence of the Isu as an ancient precursor race in the Assassin's Creed lore. An Isu city that submerged itself at some point, either sunk during or after the Great Catastrophe. Whether this was done intentionally to safeguard the knowledge within or merely a consequence of the Great Catastrophe is, as of this moment, unclear, though given what we learn in the Fate of Atlantis DLC, along with the Isu ability to predict the future, it's probably a combination of the two. The city was sunk as a result of the Great Catastrophe, and thus contingencies were made ahead of time to ensure any and all knowledge was protected. This can be gleaned somewhat when we approach the gateway and find an old man who stands alone in front of the gate between 4 pillars and a floating pyramid above his head, holding a magnificent staff.
Icaros! Traitor.
Greetings, Cassandra. Welcome to Atlantis.
Say hello to Pythagoras, the famous philosopher, polymath, and creator of the Pythagorean theorem I'm sure we all remember fondly from school, and the Eagle Bearer's father. Now, those eagle-eyed among you will immediately point out and perhaps wonder aloud how it is that Pythagoras is even alive and well at this time, for he's recorded as having died in 495 BC, either in Croton or Metapontum in Magna Graecia at the age of 75. That he's alive and well during the Peloponnesian War would put him well around 150 years old at this point, and yet he appears to not have aged past 75 or even younger, which begs the question: how? The answer lies in the staff he's holding, created by Hermes Trismegistus, known in ancient Greece as a syncretic god combining the Greek god Hermes with the Egyptian god Thoth. In actuality, as it pertains to Assassin's Creed lore, he was a powerful Isu, known among them as a great craftsman and scientist. In the staff, he imbued the power of immortality, which he used to survive the Great Catastrophe, before bequeathing the staff to Pythagoras at some point well before the events of Odyssey, which in turn granted Pythagoras that same power. Driven to delve deeper into the mysteries of the staff and the Isu, Pythagoras would search high and low for their remains, eventually finding Atlantis beneath Thera, though not before meeting Myrrine and conceiving the Eagle Bear. It was also during this search that he befriended Icaros, who he would send to watch over the Eagle Bear, which explains how those two fell into cahoots. For clarification's sake, Pythagoras is not the father of Deimos as well. That honor belongs to Nikolaos, though why the game doesn't make this distinction in fatherhood between the two siblings more clear is beyond me. Pythagoras would spend the rest of his days investigating the gateway to Atlantis, which he believes to be a vault of some kind, requiring keys to unlock, which we'll get into in a short bit. Meeting Pythagoras is where the main story effectively splits into two nearly distinct paths, with very little in the way of overlap between them. The first is reuniting the Eagle Bear's broken family, which still remains just as important and pertinent as it was before, continuing to take up the lion's share of the main story's content moving forward. The second is helping Pythagoras unlock the secrets of the Isu vault and then sealing it away forever, lest a certain dangerous force used its knowledge to bring about a dark, oppressive age for humanity. That dangerous force being none other than the Cult of Cosmos, which, given what we learn after we've eliminated the cult, is kind of ironic, but we'll get to that. It's also here that the Eagle Bear's destiny is laid forth, that their entire existence, their entire being was bred for this purpose, to protect Atlantis and the secrets that lie within. In fact, it's been the entire purpose of their bloodline, stretching even further back than King Leonidas. That's because, as revealed later, the Eagle Bear is what's called a hybrid, an individual with shared human and Isu DNA. This genetic fusion allows hybrids to tap into Isu technology and use some semblance of their powers. This in turn explains how the Eagle Bear, Deimos, and even Leonidas to an extent are able to perform such wild maneuvers and conjure almost magical abilities in combat. It's also how many assassins are capable of using eagle vision in the older games. By extension, in ancient Greece, it's led the general populace to refer to these powerful individuals as demigods, a title that's often thrown around at the Eagle Bear semi-regularly. How and why the Eagle Bear's bloodline came to be the guardians of Atlantis and its secrets is unclear. In any event, if you're like me, then you may groan and roll your eyes at the unveiling of this new Destiny plot point, even as it's been sort of hinted at and laid out in the many hours leading up to it. As previously discussed in a few of my past videos, Destiny, in works of fiction, is often used as a forced means to justify why things happen without having to properly explain it in a unique or clever way, which can sometimes leave many of a plot's events to appear contrived. The Eagle Bear's destiny certainly fits this trope on the surface, and yet, despite my initial reservations as to its usage, I find myself okay with its implementation as presented. I think this is largely because their destiny, on the whole, is incredibly basic and very surface level. It's not in your face about it like Destiny is in most works of fiction beyond its two most important components. That the Eagle Bear's bloodline is descended from the Isu, and its responsibility is to protect the secrets of Atlantis. And that's pretty much it. From here on in, save for this initial moment with Pythagoras and a few more later, the Eagle Bear's destiny is largely kept in the background, and will only be brought into sharp focus with the Fate of Atlantis DLC, which is all about their destiny, and the Corfu plotline that came out a few years after release, which serves as a definitive end to Odyssey's narrative. It's also helped, I think, by how the Cult of Cosmos fits into the equation. While their bloodline and its ties to the Isu is specifically why they're after the Eagle Bear and their family, they almost seem blissfully unaware of the Eagle Bear's destiny, merely seeing them and their family as an obstacle that needs to be eliminated. Or maybe they are aware and they just don't make a big deal of it because, in their minds, what does it matter? In their minds, they're gonna win. It's a big question mark that's never answered, and I'm okay with that. It keeps the main story relatively grounded and avoids spiraling into one ginormous trope. Additionally, if I understand Pythagoras correctly, the cult is seemingly used more as an example of the type of nefarious organization that would use the secrets of Atlantis to bring down humanity, and that their involvement is more happenstance than truly part of the Eagle Bear's destiny. This again keeps the whole Destiny plot point fairly surface level and relatively open-ended, which provided the writers considerable freedom in how they approached it without having to forcibly justify the Eagle Bear's every action within the context of their destiny. With that said, the Eagle Bear's destiny feels less like destiny in the literal sense and more like a responsibility they must undertake. There's no great evil to destroy or forced path they must take. They just need to make sure powerful secrets don't get out, with how they go about it largely up to them to decide. It's a soft approach to Destiny that, while perhaps not entirely unique in the same way a series like The Witcher handles the concept, isn't again in your face about it in a way that I wish more writers in all storytelling mediums would employ. So how do we go about protecting Atlantis' secrets then? Well, as Pythagoras mentions, there's keys we need to get, of which there are 4, each one tied to one of the 4 symbols we see in the vault, each key being an artifact of some kind. Our job is simple. We just need to retrieve them and bring them back, either one by one or all together. A grand collectathon we're going to save for its own section near the end of the video because they're all rather quite involved and require considerable legwork, except for the first one, which Pythagoras has already found via an assistant of his in Boeotia. We're then allowed the chance to ask him a litany of questions, though not before we're rudely interrupted by a jaunt back to the modern day, where we play as Layla as she discovers the gateway and vault for herself and sets up shop within. Though, to be fair, in an extremely rare case of me giving the modern day plotline its flowers, her being here will become important to the main story in a really cool way. Pythagoras' answers to our questions are a bit of a mixed bag, ranging from continual waxing about the Eagle Bear's destiny and their bloodline, to stating the plainly obvious, to cryptic answers about the Isu and Atlantis, though with regards to the latter, I'm okay with this, because Pythagoras even admits, to an extent, that he doesn't know everything. He's not being cryptic just for the sake of it. Mostly. Once we're finished, we can return to the outside world and pursue these artifacts, though if you're on a fresh run, chances are you'll have to wait, as you'll most likely be way under leveled to engage with them, with the one Pythagoras gives us initially requiring you be level 35 plus if I remember correctly. With that in mind, you'll more than likely be compelled to first meet with Marini at the port town of Githaion in southern Laconia, to begin your return to Sparta and continue your hunt for the cult. So let's do that and meet with Sparta's dual monarchy, and unravel the cult's influence over the mighty city. As just mentioned, we meet with Marini in the town of Githaion, situated on Laconia's southern coast, where we confer with her in our meeting with Pythagoras before heading out for Sparta itself. Before we even dock, we already get a sense of unease welling within the Eagle Bear. After all, this will canonically be the first time since the events of Mount Aietos that they've set foot on Spartan soil, and given the considerable amount of time that has passed since, they feel like a stranger in this land, giving rise to a feeling of discomfort.
I'm not sure of much, Cassandra, but I do know that when the time is right, we always get to go home.
And where is your home, Barnabas?
I'll save that story for another day.
It's a strangeness that's somewhat shared by Marini, though she handles it with much more confidence and purpose, serving, in a way, as a guiding light for their child as they make the trek northward towards Sparta itself. Before we reach the city, however, we make a brief pit stop at a small cliff overlooking a forest, where the two briefly reminisce about the Eagle Bear's childhood, and we're also introduced to an aspect of Spartan culture, more specifically its militarist side, when we see 2 young Spartan boys be surrounded by a pack of wolves. As Marini puts it, the forest before them is used for military training, specifically for the Agogi, Sparta's intense and brutal training program for young male citizens, starting from the age of 7 and lasting until they turn 21. It was through the Agogi that Sparta first obtained, then maintained its highly skilled, highly disciplined core of citizen hoplites, which in turn led to Sparta's hoplites being considered the most formidable soldiers in the Greek world. The purpose of the Agogi was multifaceted, though its overall purpose was to prepare Sparta's male citizenry for the harshness of war, as well as instill a deep-seated collective sense of Spartan identity where the needs of the state greatly outweighed the needs of the individual, an early form of community building of sorts. However, there was a dark side to it all, one that often overshadows everything else. In simplest terms, it was rife with abuse, either committed by those in charge of it in the form of ritual beatings or encouraged between participants, which also included, according to Plutarch, sexual violence by older participants against the younger, though this last point is contested by some scholars, including Xenophon. They were also criminally underfed, forcing them to steal food for themselves and their compatriots. It suggested that this was intentional, a cruel means of teaching these boys stealth and resourcefulness, with anyone caught severely beaten as an example to the others. There are other examples as well, such as the youngest being forced to do everything barefooted and only receiving a single garment of clothing a year upon reaching the age of 12, but outside of all that, perhaps the most ominous element of the Agogi is how it ties to the Helots, the slaves of the Spartan state. In the 8th century BC, Sparta conquered the land of Messenia to their east, and effectively turned its people into a slave race, which we know today as the Helots, a state between slavery and serfdom. This in turn gave Sparta abundant farmland and resources, making the city immensely wealthy, and allowing their militaristic society to focus on just that, the military. But it came with a problem, a huge one at that. The Helots vastly outnumbered the Spartan citizenry, with the most accepted ratio being somewhere around 7 or 8 Helots to every 1 Spartan citizen. This created an atmosphere of abject fear amongst the Spartiates, where the Helots would rise as one and overthrow their Spartan masters, probably with wholesale slaughter. This in turn led to an almost ritualistic brutalization of the Helots, with Aristotle writing that the ephors would declare war on the Helots on occasion, thereby granting permission to the Spartan citizen body to slaughter Helots as they saw fit without fear of religious punishment. So where does the Agogi fit into all this? Well, those older participants who reached the end of their training and impressed the elders the most were selected to join the Cryptia, a secret police of sorts, whose sole job was to terrorize and intimidate the Helots. Some contemporary scholars suggest that they did this exclusively at night, spying and surveilling the Helot population, ever on the lookout for hints of unrest, then kill any Helot they came across as a means of suppressing it. Any cryptistes that were caught in the act would be summarily punished with a whipping, suggesting that this brutal exercise continued to double as military training, namely in the art of stealth. They were, in effect, the Spartan equivalent of the Gestapo or NKVD, and yet the game would have us believe that they were simply protectors of the city and nothing more. The game will touch on their brutalist tactics a little later, but is presented more as an anomaly than the true norm, which, if the ancient sources are to be believed, couldn't be further from the truth, greatly whitewashing it. In fact, it could be said that the whole Agogi in general is whitewashed to a degree, this scene with the boys and wolves being perhaps the most blatantly brutal exemplar of it, though it should be said that there's an element of truth to it, as cryptistes were often left to fend for themselves in the wilderness for days on end. Of course, this soft pedaling could be intentional. After all, we're looking at it from the perspective of a former Spartan, with their Spartan mother as their sole conduit of information, and yet it still feels more one-sided than it should. Marini may still be loyal to Sparta, but given her experiences, I'd have expected some amount of skepticism or criticism on her part, which we see to a degree here and there, yet it seems almost bereft upon reaching the vaunted homeland, lacking little if any nuance. Why I bring this up is largely to serve as setup for what will arguably be one of my biggest criticisms of Odyssey, one that largely focuses on how Sparta is portrayed in comparison to Athens, but for that we need to see and engage with more of the city and the Spartans as a whole, as well as return to Athens one final time. From the hill, after either leaving the boys to their fate or helping them take care of the wolves, we ride to Sparta proper, with the old family home being the end destination. Just like with Athens, our introduction to the city feels rather flat. This could have been a perfect opportunity to really highlight just how different it is from Athens, but instead we just show up and boom, there it is. We should also address here and now how different Sparta in-game is from its real-life counterpart. As you can see, Sparta appears rather opulent, festooned with richly adorned statues, temples, and public spaces. This is a far cry from reality. Historically, the Spartans were famous, or perhaps infamous depending on your perspective, for being almost fanatically minimalist, viewing wealth, particularly personal wealth, as detrimental to the well-being of the state and its citizenry, seeing it as threatening societal corruption and the weakening of their city's military prowess. To that end, full Spartan citizens were legally barred from participating in trade or manufacturing, these roles instead granted to the Periiki, free non-citizen inhabitants of the state. They even went as far, according to some sources, as to ban the possession of gold or silver coins, instead using heavy iron bars quenched in vinegar as a sort of currency. Their heavy weight and brittleness, caused by the vinegar quenching, intended to make trade difficult and thus not worthwhile. While archaeology has found that the production of ornate works of art did take place in Sparta, by all indications conspicuous displays of wealth were highly discouraged, which makes how Sparta is presented in Odyssey largely inaccurate, but it's a more than forgivable inaccuracy. The ancient city of Sparta, as we know it today, is nothing more than a collection of scattered ruins, with little in the way of obvious tells to help inform us on how Sparta might have actually looked in the 5th century BC, leaving the developers in a bit of a bind. There were also player expectations to consider, as the popular mainstream image of Sparta and Spartan society often forgoes their historically cultural minimalism, thus the decision was made to make Sparta appear grander and more warrior-like, so as to align with these expectations. Needless to say, it's a very minor thing, and hardly the only instance where the developers needed to create certain locations from the ground up. It's just perhaps the most egregious example, and even calling it egregious is a bit harsh. We arrive at the old family home, which you may remember from the first flashback we get back on Kefalonia, where the Eaglebearer and Marini wax poetically about their life there before everything went to shit. We're then greeted by Brasidas, who informs us that the state claimed the house after Nikolaos' disappearance or death, and are waiting for Stentor to return from the war to claim it. As this hasn't happened yet, we're given a golden opportunity to reclaim it for ourselves. There's a hitch, however. They've been gone from Sparta a long time, and thus they'll need to negotiate their citizenship. The Eaglebearer's murder of an E4 all those years ago is also still a long-standing issue. Oh, and apparently Marini broke King Archidamos' nose before she left. What a legend. Needless to say, the two kings are not happy about their return, creating a significant obstacle in their path. Thankfully, Brasidas has a solution. Some Spartan soldiers have been giving weapons to the Helots in the hopes of stirring up rebellion. Should we eliminate them and destroy the weapons they hope to give, we can earn Archidamos' forgiveness. And so we set off to a nearby quarry and deal with the traitors. However, there's a bit of a wrinkle to this, for we never actually figure out why they're doing it, which is made all the more strange by the fact that Brasidas recommends we find out why to get the two kings' attention. There is a suggestion as to who may have instigated this plot, but we never find out for certain, and we need to see more before we can dig into it further. With that done, we gain an audience with the two kings, though there's one other quest we can complete before we do, one that circles back to our earlier discussion regarding the game's portrayal of the Cryptia. It begins at the statue of Leonidas, where the Eaglebearer and Marini pay respects to their ancestor, and after we witness a flashback of Leonidas confronting the cult of Cosmos prior to marching to Thermopylae, we're greeted by Pausanias, one of the two kings.
Well, well, well. Mother and daughter united in Sparta at last. And look at you, goddesses among mortals.
King Pausanias, we're honored.
Pausanias is quickly presented as being rather different to many Spartans, viewing its long-standing and strict adherence to tradition as impediments towards progress and peace, a view that has put him at odds with Archidamos. He also sees what happened to the Eaglebearer and Marini as a travesty, and that their loss has only weakened the state. To that end, he's rather welcoming and open to their return, offering an alternative to Brasidas' plan, though it could be argued that the two are connected. According to Pausanias, rumors of a Helot rebellion are spreading, with these flames being stoked by the Cryptia and their exceedingly brutal methods of suppression. Pausanias presents these actions as signs of corruption in Spartan society, though I feel the need to remind you that this was standard practice for the Cryptia. With that said, either Pausanias is being intentionally misleading in his disgust at the practice, or, as mentioned earlier, this is another case of the game whitewashing the brutalism that permeated Sparta's relationship with the Helots, perhaps to make Pausanias' place as the would-be reformer stand out more, thereby creating a clear distinction between him and the staunchly conservative Archidamos. It's also noted by the Eaglebearer as we set off that it seems rather strange for a Spartan king to ask us to kill some of the vaunted Cryptia, which is sure to create conflict between Pausanias and Archidamos, suggesting in a roundabout way that Pausanias has an ulterior motive. It should be said that we don't have to complete this task for Pausanias to gain an audience with the two kings. In fact, we don't have to complete either this one or Brasidas' to do so. We can, if we want, just stroll up to Brasidas outside the throne room and move things along, though this isn't a route I've ever taken, so I can't say what happens if you take this path. Entering the throne room, we're shown right away the differing styles and approaches to leadership between Archidamos and Pausanias, who we find having a duel to decide some disagreement, ending with the more martial-leaning Archidamos wiping the floor with his compatriot. Archidamos' portrayal in Odyssey is a rather interesting one. In the game, he's presented as the more hawkish and brutish of the two kings, pushing for progressing the war at almost every turn, quick to use violence, friendly or otherwise, to get his way. This appears to stand in stark contention with his real-life counterpart, who in fact was against making war with Athens prior to hostilities breaking out, doing everything in his power to prevent it from happening, only to be overruled by the war party, which in turn makes the first phase of the war being called the Archidamian War pretty ironic. He may also not have been as much of a traditionalist as the game suggests, as there's a chuckle-inducing anecdote I found during my research where it states he was fined by the Ephors for marrying his second wife, a woman named Eupolia, whom the Ephors considered to be too short to be a good Spartan queen. Like, what? Why he's portrayed the way he is in Odyssey, I think, is for the same reason that Pausanias is presented as the reformer king who wants to kill supposedly corrupt Cryptia, to create a clear distinguishment between the two, a distinguishment that's further expanded upon in the throne room as the scene progresses. It's an interesting choice, and one that I think largely works, if a bit blunt in its presentation. As expected, the kings, especially Archidamos, are not impressed by the Eagle Bear and Marini's return to Sparta, stating quite plainly that they're far from welcome. Nevertheless, at the Eagle Bear's insistence, they offer them a chance to prove their loyalty and regain their home. To that end, the two kings give us two tasks. See why I titled this part the way it is? Ain't I just a clever bastard? First, Archidamos wants us to aid the Spartan fight for Boeotia, to wrestle the land from Athenian control, giving us a scroll bearing his seal to give to the Spartan commander. We either do this or not come back at all. Second, Pausanias wants us to ensure Spartan victory at the upcoming Olympic Games, first escorting the state's prize athlete to the games in Elise, then making sure Sparta wins the whole damn lot, suggesting, if only subconsciously, that we do whatever's necessary. Sounds simple enough, until you remember that one of the Spartan kings is a cultist, which means that surely one of these tasks is a trap, which means we need to be on the lookout for any evidence that might reveal which one it is, as well as be on our guard. However, we're not done there, because it wouldn't be this game if we didn't get a set of 3. Earlier, Marini received a message. From who? No idea, but that part doesn't matter, because the message contained a clue regarding the whereabouts of a cultist in Arcadia, which she intends to investigate, with the Eagle Bear's assistance of course. Also Brasidas', because he just so happens to have been ordered there. What a happy coincidence. We can tackle these quests in any order we choose, though for the purposes of this video, we'll start with the Olympics, for this quest actually starts in Sparta, before we work our way eastwards towards Boeotia, then back to Arcadia, a route that will make more sense a little later. Our foray into the Olympics is a bit of a strange one, especially compared to the other two tasks we've been given, for it feels more like we're taking a holiday than actually doing something of importance for the two kings, even if the Eagle Bear doesn't see it this way. This will gradually change as we proceed, with the complexion of this section changing dramatically about midway through when things get dire, but there seems to be this constant state of whimsy that permeates this section. And yet it works, for the Olympics were a time of celebration in ancient Greece, just as they are now in the modern era. As it pertains to the here and now in Odyssey and historically, the Olympics comes with a sacred truce that all states must abide by, lest they risk the wrath of the gods, bringing a much needed reprieve for the populace. Before we get there, however, we need to retrieve Sparta's prize athlete, a man named Testicles, and goddammit Google stop trying to autocorrect it to testicles, from some shit speck of an island off the Lacedaemonian coast. Testicles having been sent there by his trainer to train alone since he apparently has a penchant for fighting randos for no other reason than why the hell not. We find him on this island incredibly drunk and incredibly obstinate, with the only way to coax him onto the Adrestia being with some special oil we can make in Githaion. Don't worry about messing up though, for the only downside to it is that you won't get a special transmog option. Beyond being a bit of a buffoon, Testicles is pretty hilarious on our voyage to Elise, and I was looking forward to interacting with him more once we got to the Olympic Sanctuary. Only for his drunken ass to get eaten by a shark once we arrive. Whoops.
Surely he can swim.
Well, looks like you're the champion now.
This puts the Eagle Bear in a bit of a bind. After all, their task was not just to bring Testicles to the Olympics, but to win the whole shebang. Now that Testicles is Dedicles, their chances of success have sunk to the bottom and become shark bait hoo-ha-ha.
Shark bait hoo-ha-ha!
Thankfully, Alcibiades, yes he's here as well, but don't worry, his appearance isn't entirely random, has a fine idea. Why doesn't the Eagle Bear enter themselves? A fine idea indeed. Except there's a problem. one that focuses squarely on Cassandra's side of the equation. What's that, you may ask? Well, women weren't exactly welcome to participate. In fact, they were expressly forbidden. Why has never really been properly explained or understood, though the general consensus is that this gender-based exclusion was largely down to cultural norms, as well as the Greeks recognizing the physiological differences between men and women, with some events predicated towards men. Needless to say, this would almost certainly mean that Cassandra, despite being a demigod, would be unable to participate on Testicles' behalf. How does the game handle this predicament then? By completely ignoring it and letting Cassandra participate anyways. This is that one time where the developers quite literally throw out the cause of historical authenticity and, depending on your viewpoint, fall into the pit of inserting modern day perspectives into an historical setting. Now you may think that statement alone isn't all that fair, to which I do agree, despite what I just said. This story is ultimately about the Ego Bear, regardless of whether it's Cassandra or Alexios, and so it's only understandable that they forego historical authenticity for the sake of streamlining what's already an incredibly complex narrative. That being said, and being the analytical asshole that I am, I can't help but wonder what might have been if the developers decide to get creative and have a momentary divergence in the plot, adding some uniqueness to playing as either Cassandra or Alexios. While Alexios gets to actively participate in the Pankration without issue, save for having to bullshit his way in, Cassandra would have to find an alternative. Perhaps ascertain the aid of another Spartan fighter, then use dirty tactics before each round to ensure said Spartan fighter wins. All the while, we can still have the subplot that involves the cult trying to sabotage the peace, involving the poisoning of various dignitaries, including Alcibiades, who can only be cured by retrieving an antidote from a nearby fort. I'm in no way calling this a perfect solution, or that it would have been better than what we have now, but I think it could have worked as a means to allow the developers to have their cake and eat it too. The only real nitpick I have with this section is that the cultist behind all of this, a former champion named Callias, is just sort of thrown into our laps without much in the way of an investigation. We learn this after Alcibiades is poisoned and he tells us that he was dining with the Olympic judges, whom Callias has counted amongst their number, and this is apparently enough for Callias to be revealed as the culprit. Yes, there's a document we get with this revelation that describes him as having competed in the name of Cosmos, but again it's just sort of hand-waved into existence without us having to do any real digging, thereby simplifying the plot here for no discernible reason, when this could have been a chance to explore the dark underbelly of the Olympics, which could have in turn perhaps been a chance at some commentary regarding the dark side of our own modern Olympics. Either way, with this unveiling of Callias, we're granted the chance to stab him to death, though if you wait until after the penultimate bout, we get a cutscene where the Ego Bear converses with him.
Come to wish me luck?
Of course, and if you win, you should come dine with me sometime.
Maybe I'll hunt you down after the event, to take you up on your offer.
Of course, after the event.
Our time at the Olympics concludes with victory in this final bout, after which the Ego Bear and Sparta are crowned champions of the Olympics. I'm a little unsure how a Spartan solely winning the Pankration event means Sparta wins the whole lot, but I think we've already picked over this section more than we needed to, so let's just take our laurels of victory and move on to Boeotia. The fight for Boeotia begins on a mountain overlooking the plains of Boeotia, where the main Spartan army is encamped. Arriving at the commander's main tent, we report to... Stentor?
You!
Stentor?
Okay, I gotta be nitpicky again, because if you remember from Megaris, if you kill Nikolaos, you immediately duel Stentor and quite clearly kill him. Assuming you take this path, how the fuck is he still alive? I'm pretty sure on my second recorded run, the Ego Bear stabbed him no less than 5 times in pretty harmful areas in the end. Is he Wolverine in disguise or something? Oh well, no matter, he's here. Large and in charge and all that, and oh so happy to see us. Clearly Stentor is still... rather sore about what happened in Megaris, to put it mildly, seeing the Ego Bear's presence as a punishment from the gods. This in turn spurs a fiery antagonism that will carry right the way through this entire section, an antagonism the Ego Bear can pour more gasoline on for kicks. The situation in Boeotia is fairly straightforward. Athens controls the region and Sparta's trying to push them out. The one caveat is that the Athenians have 4 Boeotian champions fighting for them, champions who are making life difficult for Stentor, who already sees this assignment as punishment for what happened in Megaris, the Ego Bear's presence only pouring salt on his wounded pride. To that end, he begrudgingly tasks us with taking out these champions, which will allow the Spartans to challenge the Athenians in open battle for control of the nation, with victory putting the Spartans within a stone's throw of Athens again after Cleon pushed them out of Attica. From the outset, this would seem very simplistic and not all that interesting, with the belligerence between the Eagle Bear and Stentor being the only source of spice in this section, a spice that may or may not turn into a Carolina Reaper of hostility by the end. However, like with the Olympics, this is rather deceptive, for there are a few twists and turns that we'll encounter before the end, though one of these is dependent on our past decisions. For starters, one of the champions, Daenerys, is a cultist. That's it, that's the tweet. Truth be told, it's a little disappointing because, out of all the champions, she's not even the toughest one to fight. I'd give that honor to Nisea, not least because she's got a whole gaggle of daughters of Artemis with her, and they can easily ruin your day if you're not careful, though if you're patient, she and her bear will leave them. The biggest twist, and most consequential for this section, is the fight with Aristeos, for it's here that our decision with Nikolaos way back in Megaris comes to the fore, and can even alter how our time in Boeotia ends. If you kill Nikolaos, you'll have to fight Aristeos and his Athenians as normal, but if you spared him, when you arrive at the island stronghold he's holed up in, you'll find Nikolaos murking the champion with ease. Not bad for an old man, eh? After taking some time to gather his thoughts and reevaluate his feelings regarding what it means to be a good and honorable Spartan, he's come back to help Stentor, realizing that his disappearance has put him in a ridiculously difficult position. He can't change the past, but he can at least do something here and now for someone he cares about, while there's still time, which we, as the Eagle Bear, can either encourage or discourage, though honestly I don't know why you would do the latter. It's a surprisingly touching scene given how relatively short it is. Depending on your dialogue choices, the Eagle Bearer will still voice some minor frustration at Nikolaos for what happened on Mount Aietos, while also seeing and praising their stepfather for seeing the light and looking to actively change. While we can't be sure as of yet how this will all pan out in the end, it's clear that they've come to a sort of understanding, which means that they can truly begin the process of healing and being a family once again. Once all of the champions have been dealt with, we return to Stentor, and after another snippy back and forth, we dive headfirst into a conquest battle to decide the fate of Boeotia. However, victory alone isn't the end of things, for after the battle, Stentor will once again get into it with the Eagle Bearer, instead of just taking the dub and going home. Things escalate when Stentor demands a duel, taking his chance to kill the Eagle Bearer and getting the vengeance he's so desperately sought since Megaris, all the pain he's endured since showing itself in his unbridled rage. The Eagle Bearer will attempt to talk him down, which is a bit rich, since they, both of their own volition and depending on previous dialogue choices, haven't exactly done much to assuage Stentor's fury. Nevertheless, the die is cast and blades are drawn, and it's here that the second part of the Nikolaos twist may bear fruit. If you spared Nikolaos, he'll arrive in the nick of time and intervene before things get messy and talk Stentor down, offering words of reassurance and encouragement before leaving the Eagle Bearer with a warning.
Cassandra, a shadow grows across Sparta. Be cautious when you return.
Mater and I will deal with it.
You found her?
Ruling Naxos.
Sounds like her. May the gods watch over you both.
If you killed Nikolaos, the duel with Stentor will proceed as normal, which leaves us with a choice once we defeat him. We can either kill him and be done with it, or leave him be, at which point he'll head into a self-imposed exile and live out the rest of his days as a wandering mercenary, known forevermore as Stentor the Fallen. A rather depressing fate, I must say. Strangely, and kinda disappointingly though, if we fight him when he's a mercenary, there's no additional dialogue between him and the Eagle Bear, though I should say I fought him of my own volition, and so I can't say if the same is true if he's hunting an active bounty. We can also recruit him to the Adrestia if we only knock him out, which is kind of hilarious in retrospect, though I didn't take this option because, honestly, I kinda felt bad for him, and chose not to rub more salt into the wound by hiring him. The man suffered enough indignity at the hands of the Eagle Bear on my second recorded run, where I roleplayed the Eagle Bear as an arrogant ass who took every opportunity to belittle him. The least I could do here was grant this small mercy, if you can even call it that. Alright, with Boeotia out of the way, we've now completed our 2 tasks for the 2 kings. It's now time to close out this chapter and head for Arcadia, and rejoin Marini and Brasidas. Right away, upon entering Arcadia, we'll be accosted by throngs of mercenaries, someone in the nation inexplicably placing a massive bounty on our heads, which can make just reaching our directed meeting point with Marini and Brasidas more than a little difficult. We eventually find them well away from the original meeting point, which had become compromised by another mercenary who Brasidas originally paid to tell the Eagle Bearer where to go next, but apparently not enough, though the mercenary will still spill the beans as to their whereabouts after we house his ass. This was the point in the video where I planned to finally dive into the game's mercenary mechanic, but honestly, there's not a whole lot to say about it, for it largely just serves as another means to make money, earn XP, and acquire powerful gear, while climbing up a ranking system as we level up and defeat more powerful and dangerous mercenaries, each level granting passive bonuses as we progress. There are times where this system does feed into the narrative, such as here in Arcadia, though it's largely surface level and can be viewed as merely a flavorful element, and outside of those instances, it can largely be ignored, as progressing up the mercenary ranks is almost entirely based on your given level. There is an added incentive to interacting with the system as it pertains to our hunt for the cult, as a couple of high-level mercenaries are cultists themselves, as well as acquiring clues about certain cultists from certain mercenaries, though for the former you can, again, just acquire levels and move up the ranks passively and wait for the opportunity, while the latter is a bit of a crapshoot. All this to say, while a fun mechanic and a good way to obtain money, XP, bonuses, and gear, it's largely inconsequential to the larger narrative as a whole. We can learn a bit about the situation in Arcadia from the mercenary on the hill, though it isn't until we finally reunite with Marini and Brasidas that the full scope of our task is revealed. The Archon of Arcadia, a man named Lagos, is himself a cultist, and the man behind the massive bounty on the Eagle Bearer's head, including the betrayal of the mercenary originally hired by Brasidas. This in and of itself would suggest that the solution is to simply kill Lagos and call it a day, thereby ridding the world of another cultist and sending a message to the cultist king of Sparta. That's what Marini wants. However, things are not so simple, as Brasidas points out, for a few reasons. For one, Arcadia is Sparta's breadbasket, with control of its grain stores firmly in Lagos' hands. Killing him would disrupt the flow of grain into Sparta and cause undue harm to the city, harm that Brasidas wants to avoid. Brasidas also believes that Lagos isn't doing what he's doing willingly, that he's just a pawn in the cult's game, adding that bounties and murder isn't his style. To that end, he wants to do things quietly, just like in Corinthia when hunting the Monger if he went that route, and look for evidence of Lagos' forced manipulation. This difference in opinion has driven a rift between Marini and Brasidas, which puts the Eagle Bearer in a precarious position. Do we do things on the sly with Brasidas, which may take considerably more time but may lead to the best outcome, or use the brute force approach, which may speed up proceedings but leave Sparta in a worse state? We're asked to make this decision here and now, but that doesn't mean we're locked out of one path or the other, this decision merely being a statement of intent, one we can go back on if we wish, which I think is a smart move, given how this section works mechanically. Lagos has holed himself up in a massive fortress in Arcadia's west, and so weakening the nation's power works in our favor, which is what we do if we follow Marini's advice and destroy his grain silos, which we can still do in conjunction with helping Brasidas search for evidence of Lagos' forced manipulation. Following Brasidas' path can potentially culminate in the good ending of this questline, an ending which, depending on our choices, will have a dramatic effect on what happens when we return to Sparta and report our success to the kings. But even if we follow Brasidas' path, we still need to infiltrate the fort, and weakening the nation's power can still aid in this endeavor, even if we mean to take Brasidas' side. In truth, I find Marini's position in this matter to be a kinda ridiculous one for a character to have. For a woman who's quite loyal to Sparta, her willingness to cause chaos in Sparta's breadbasket, and thus risk chaos and even starvation in the city feels very out of left field. It feels like a far cry from how she's presented back on Naxos, as a leader who, despite being more than willing to tackle problems head-on, is still rather calm and collected in her approach, not prone to rashness or recklessness, weighing up any and all options to find the best outcome to any situation. In Arcadia, it's like she's got a set of blinders on, unwilling to consider anything else except spilling the blood of a cultist, consequences be damned. That last point in and of itself, however, could explain the sudden shift in her character. It could be that her demeanor on Naxos was more of a subconscious facade that she put on to better serve the people, and by extension herself, while she was Archon. Now that those shackles are gone, she's become more like her true self, which if what we're told about her is accurate, is someone who, while still certainly capable of being calm and collected, is also prone to moments of fiery passion, a la breaking King Archidamos' nose. We see it again with regards to her feelings about how the cult should be dealt with, and I think we can all agree that it's justified. We also see this passion in her displays of affection for her children, which we see when discussing with her what's to be done about Deimos, and can have unforeseen and unfortunate consequences when that time comes. It's a duality that I mostly like and think mostly works. Just not here in Arcadia. It's too dramatic of a shift in her character, even if there's a logical explanation behind it, and unless you strongly share in her views about the cult, then I think most players will be quickly turned off by it. We've learned too much about the cult and its members by now to believe that all of them are purely evil monsters for the sake of being evil, that some perhaps joined with honest intentions but became twisted, or, if Brasidas' hunch about Lagos is correct, either realized the truth too late and got stuck, or were made to join against their will. After all, we see similar circumstances in both the Order of Ancients and Templar Order. Why shouldn't the Cult of Cosmos be any different? Turns out Brasidas' hunch is correct, for if we follow his path, we learn that the cult is holding Lagos' wife and son hostage, threatening their torture and death if he doesn't cooperate. Doing this affords us the chance to speak to him privately in Fort Samicon, though how this meeting goes will depend on two factors. Firstly, we have to decide whether to just kill him then and there, or offer him the chance to join Brasidas and leave the cult. The second factor is how we dealt with the Monger in Corinth. If we killed him quietly in the sacred cave, Lagos will believe us when we offer him the chance to leave. If we killed him publicly, he won't believe us and will fight us instead, forcing us to kill him. Sparing him and having him believe us forms the good ending of this questline, for he provides us irrefutable evidence regarding the identity of the cultist king. We cannot get this evidence any other way, even if we kill him, either here or if we follow Marini's path of destruction and mayhem, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense in truth since he presumably carries it with him all the time, but we'll just have to run with it. There is an alternate clue we can get from Stentor if we kill him in Boeotia, though according to the Assassin's Creed wiki, this clue isn't enough to reveal the cultist king's identity, thereby leaving rescuing Lagos' family, sparing him, and convincing him of our honorable intentions as our only means of getting this evidence. And you're gonna want to get this evidence, because it'll make what happens next on our return to Sparta, once all three of these questlines are completed, considerably easier. As for the identity of the cultist king, it's none other than Pausanias. His reveal as a cultist is perhaps one of the best in the entire game, because it's so seamlessly set up, while being ambiguous enough to arouse skepticism. And yet, once all the evidence is presented, who else could it be? Why else would a Spartan king be so openly against many of its traditions, such as the Cryptia, thereby actively driving a wedge between him and his co-monarch for no other reason than to cause chaos in the state, chaos being one of the cult's calling cards. There's also the matter of the Helot rebellion and its receiving aid from Spartan soldiers, as well as the Cryptia openly stirring up trouble amongst the Helots that we need to consider. While I don't think the mastermind behind either plot is ever revealed, it has the cult's fingerprints all over it, with Pausanias most likely being the mastermind behind it, to once again sow chaos, thereby allowing the cult to tighten its grip on the city. Lastly, there's his task of winning the Olympics. While this one is a bit harder to pin down, I suspect his intention was less about the games itself and more to get the Eagle Bear close enough to Callias for him to strike, the two perhaps making arrangements beforehand. Why else would Callias invite the Eagle Bear for dinner if you didn't kill him before the final bout? He was able to do all of this from the shadows, largely because, I think, he's presented as being the lesser of the two kings, overshadowed by the more demonstrative and martially inclined Archidamos, thereby allowing him to scheme unnoticed and unmolested. Coupled with Lagos' evidence, it makes for a pretty damning case, which makes the option to still accuse Archidamos when we return to Sparta and summon the E-Force to the throne room, even if we have said evidence, kinda bonkers. Like, why even have the option if Pausanias' guilt is a surefire thing? Accusing Pausanias with proof sees the king removed and forced into exile, and you'll be able to find him on the road south of the city with some loyal guards and kill him. Should you accuse him without proof, or accuse Archidamos, it'll be the Eagle Bear that gets exiled instead, and you'll be forced to sneak back into the city to kill him, through which you'll finally get the evidence you need to present to Archidamos, who in turn reinstates the Eagle Bear and Marini as citizens and returns their family home. What follows is a cutscene in the family home, where the Eagle Bear and Marini will do some light reminiscing before Brasidas arrives with news. He's been ordered to head to the island of Pylos, situated just off the east coast of Messenia, where the Athenians are making a push. In the summer of 425 BC, Athenian forces under the command of Demosthenes landed on the island and constructed fortifications, with the intention of using the island as a forward outpost to launch strikes against Spartans in their own backyard. That the Athenians ended up doing this was largely due to a rather comedic stroke of luck, at least for Demosthenes, who had wanted to fortify Pylos from the start, but was only in an advisory role at the time and thus was rebuffed by his fellow generals, who had orders to take their forces elsewhere. That was until a storm blew in and forced their forces to make landfall on Pylos anyways. With nothing else to do but sit on their thumbs, the Athenians ended up getting bored out of their minds and eventually fortified the island, with Demosthenes taking full command once they were completed. Initially, the Spartans were unconcerned by these developments, believing the Athenians would eventually leave. When it became clear that they weren't, they jumped into high gear, cutting short their invasion of Attica for that year and sending troops to the island, including sending Brasidas to take command. Oh, and in case I haven't mentioned it already, Brasidas is in fact an historical figure, one who's very well attested and respected in Thucydides' work. Just thought I'd throw that out there in case, again, I haven't already. It's around this time that Brasidas comes to the Eagle Bear with news of this development, and not strictly because he wants their aid, but because he's also heard rumblings of a certain power causing havoc amongst the Spartans. Deimos. Reason enough for the Eagle Bear to head to Pylos, though not before they speak with Marini about whether or not Deimos is beyond saving. This conversation, while short, is important, as with the greater wealth of information at our disposal, as well as our encounter with Deimos in Athens perhaps still fresh in our minds, it serves as our first definitive check as to see where we stand on whether or not we try to save Deimos. Perhaps you were set on saving Deimos, only to have this belief shaken by their cruel disposal of Pericles. Maybe you were hell-bent on killing them, only to begin questioning this position after learning about their torturous upbringing under the cult from Chrysis. Maybe you're still on the fence, unsure as what to do. Deimos is a monster, but one that has been created through incredible injustice and torture since infanthood, and thus you may still find it difficult to discern the right course to take. While this conversation may seem rather banal or benign initially, and I'm still unsure as to how important it is to determining the ending, it works well as a start point that begins the emotional roller coaster that will conclude with one of the narrative's most dramatic scenes, with just as dramatic consequences depending on our choices, starting here. Arriving at Pylos, we find the Spartans in a precarious state, a massive forest fire raging on the island while an Athenian squadron blockades them. Naturally, you may feel the need to engage the Athenians and ease the pressure, though I can confirm you can avoid them and skip the confrontation at sea if you don't mind a little extra legwork. Speaking to the Spartan commander on the beach, who's rather perplexed that we alone are the promised reinforcements, takes us straight into a conquest battle with the Athenians, which is interrupted about midway through by the arrival of Deimos. We fight Deimos after he takes Brasidas down, don't worry he's not dead, and holy shit, what a great boss encounter it is, perhaps one of my favorites in the entire game. It's one of those boss encounters that just gets the atmosphere right, with the battle and forest fire raging all around us, while the Eagle Bear and Deimos, siblings, descendants of Leonidas, and literal demigods, go toe-to-toe in an epic clash, one that's saturated with as much emotion as spectacle, the stakes ramped up to the nth degree, accentuated by their verbal spar as the fight begins. We also finally get to see Deimos at their full power. While we can fight Deimos on Andros if we want, as I've never taken this path, I can't say if they fight the same way as they do here, so if this is the first time they showcase their full panoply of powers and abilities, then hot damn what an introduction. It's too bad then that the fight's conclusion is rather anticlimactic, with Deimos getting taken out mid-attack by a goddamn tree. If there's supposed to be any symbolic messaging in this, I can't see it. We're then given the option to decide on what to do with Deimos, though it ultimately doesn't matter because the Eagle Bear is just as quickly taken out by a tree as well. Great. And things only get worse from there, because when the Eagle Bear finally comes to, we find them in Athens. In prison. Well, shit. So, where to start? Clearly the Battle of Pylos didn't end well for the Spartans, considering that Deimos is still kicking and the Eagle Bear is locked up in a prison cell in the heart of Athens. Before we dig into this oh-so-friendly familial chat, however, I think it's important we dig into just how important Pylos and the following Battle of Sphacteria, which took place on the same island, was on the Greek world, something that the game doesn't, despite this importance. At the conclusion of Pylos, 420 Spartans were trapped by Athenian forces on the island, a good number of whom were citizens. This drove the Spartan government into a panic. With such a small citizen body, the loss of so many citizens in one day's fighting was always cause for concern. An armistice was quickly agreed on the field of battle, but when peace negotiations in Athens failed, fighting resumed, the aforementioned Battle of Sphacteria, ending with another Athenian victory and the surrender of 292 Spartan troops, including 120 citizen hoplites. While the geopolitical consequences for Sparta were certainly grim, the surrender of its citizen soldiers perhaps had the greatest effect, not just in Sparta, but the whole of the Greek world. For it had always been believed that Spartans never surrendered. This belief, known as the Spartan myth, largely stemmed, and continues to stem, from the last stand of Leonidas and his 300 at the Battle of Thermopylae, which has been seen throughout history as a textbook example of Spartan courage, to never retreat or surrender, even in the face of overwhelming odds. It's a myth that's been fueled and perpetuated by Sparta's militaristic and austere culture, and while there's certainly an amount of truth to these elements, they've also been heavily exaggerated, which in turn has only added fuel to the idea that Spartans never retreated or surrendered. While the myth certainly makes for a good story, as seen with Zack Snyder's 300, based on the Frank Miller graphic novel of the same name, it fails to take into account the nuances of Spartan society, as well as doing a disservice, I feel, to Spartan pragmatism, which arguably was at the heart of how they operated, especially militarily. Let's not forget that the decision Leonidas made at Thermopylae to stay and fight to the death with his fellow Spartans, while certainly heroic and worthy of its legendary status, was largely made so as to give the rest of the Greek army time to escape the Persian encirclement. While the myth has largely survived to this day through mainstream media and has been largely discredited by modern historians, it was very much alive and well in ancient Greece, with many, including the Athenians, believing it to just be pure, unadulterated fact, that Spartans never surrendered. So for it to happen at Sphacteria was more than a little shocking to the Greek world. And yet the game makes no mention of it. Ever. In fact, the Spartan myth as a whole is never really questioned or deconstructed. We certainly see elements of Spartan society be questioned, but the whole concept of Spartan superiority? Not once, insofar as I can tell. Now some of you may be asking who cares, which is fair. The Eagle Bear's current predicament is indicatively our most glaring problem right now, but I bring it all up to serve as continued setup for the larger discussion point I mentioned in the last part, about how Sparta and Athens are comparatively presented. Before we can get to that, however, we need to see the most consequential conversation of the entire story unfold, as well as the subsequent conversation that happens right after this with an old friend. Themos is more than a little bamboozled by the Eagle Bear's actions on Pylos, and has taken the opportunity to finally hash things out and see if what the Eagle Bear has been telling them about being merely a puppet, a tool of the cult, is the truth. This conversation right here is the all-important conversation that will determine what happens at the end of the family arc of the main story, with what Themos does in the final encounter dependent on our choices here. It's a great scene, a battle of wills in a sense, and if you pick the right dialogue options, you can almost see Themos' resolve slowly start to break down, and they begin to wonder, if only subconsciously, if the cult has indeed been lying to them the whole time. Alternatively, pick the wrong options, right and wrong being loose terms in this context since you may be making choices with the plan to still kill them anyways, and you can see their resolve harden, effectively calling bullshit on what you have the Eagle Bears say. It's a perfect summation of the excellent character writing between the two, as well as showcasing the nigh-perfect chemistry exhibited between Cassandra and Alexios' actors, Melisanthe Mahout and Michael Antonakis respectively. Which in turn provides an imperfect segue into another discussion topic regarding the Eagle Bear and Themos, one I've been saving for this particular conversation, and that's who best fits either role in this duopoly. While Cassandra is, as confirmed by Ubisoft themselves, the canonical Eagle Bear, and by extension Alexios canonically Themos, it goes without saying that they both excel in either role, each bringing a unique spin to those respective roles that can make repeated playthroughs worthwhile, if only to see just how differently they're approached when swapped. That being said, I think the decision to make Cassandra the canonical Eagle Bear and Alexios canonically Themos was ultimately the right choice, and I think this largely boils down to how Mahout and Antonakis approach the roles in their respective performances. Put simply, Alexios just fits the role of Themos better. He brings a sinister and over-the-top monstrousness that feels much more natural, whereas Cassandra at times feels like they're trying too hard, especially in scenes that require Themos be ragingly exuberant and is mostly carried by their status as a twisted, ultra-violent demigod. Alternatively, Alexios as the Eagle Bear doesn't seem quite right. If the intention of this sibling rivalry was for there to be a clear distinction in personality, then Alexios as the Eagle Bear and Cassandra as Themos just feels like two bulls locking horns to see who's got the biggest dick to sling around. While the narrative as a whole doesn't suffer, far from it, it makes these interactions between them feel less compelling, which couldn't be further from the truth, but the perception it gives off doesn't leave a whole lot of room for exploration for the respective zeitgeists. Cassandra as the Eagle Bear gives off a much more calm, composed, and introspective character, which works wonderfully as a foil to Alexios as Themos, thereby enhancing the scenes they share. Generally, I think this view is largely shared by fans of the game, though there are a few arguments to the contrary that should be considered. One in particular that caught my attention was that Cassandra as Themos works well as a subversion of expected cultural norms and biases within ancient Greek society, that the cult of Cosmos' greatest weapon would be a woman, when it's often men that would be expected to fill such a role. While it's certainly a good argument, I personally think it still fails to take into account that Cassandra's performance as Themos just doesn't feel real, that it feels more performative than natural. Put another way, I don't feel as intimidated by Cassandra as Themos as I do by Alexios. Again, it feels like she's just trying too hard to be the twisted, ultra-violent villain, whereas Alexios just exudes it with little to no effort. Ultimately, it's all down to preference, and it should be reiterated that they both stand out superbly in either role, but I do think the canonical decision, which is even carried over into Valhalla with the free Isle of Skye DLC, was the correct decision at the end of the day. This conversation is brought to a close when Cleon of all people shows up, all but confirming that he too is a member of the Cult of Cosmos, which really shouldn't surprise anyone at this point. If Pausanias' reveal as a cultist is an instance of it being done well, Cleon's reveal is on the other end of the spectrum, largely because, when we take into account his various connections to prior events in Athens when we help Pericles and him, it's so painfully obvious that I'd be genuinely shocked to learn if anyone was actually surprised by it. He had a hand in both trying to kill Metiochos and putting Phidias on trial for impiety, the latter having overt ties to the cult, as well as both men being friends of Pericles, a staunch opponent of the cult. He's also a staunch advocate for war and directly confronting the Spartans, thereby continuing the chaos that has allowed the cult to sink its claws ever deeper into Greek society and assert its malicious influence. When the evidence is compiled together, it's not much of a stretch to assert that he is indeed a cultist himself, and thus the reveal that he is one falls rather flat. He'll scold Themos for spending time with the Eagle Bear and putting themselves in the gutter, before barking at them to leave, which, depending on your choices in the prior conversation, yields two very different reactions.
I am not your puppet, and you are not my master.
Do whatever you want with him.
I intend to. Now go.
Remember these, because they're going to be very important later on. With Themos gone, Cleon will jump right into some evil, villainous posturing, where he openly admits to having Pericles killed, before informing the Eagle Bearer of his plan to deal with an ongoing revolt, by massacring every man, woman, and child. The revolt in question is the famous Mytilenean Revolt, where the oligarchic leaders of Mytilene on the island of Lesbos rebelled against Athens in the hopes of breaking away from the Delian League. By this point in the narrative, the revolt has already been put down and their leaders surrendered, with Mytilene's gruesome fate already decided by the people of Athens, Cleon having a very active hand in obtaining such an outcome, thanks to the substantial power he's accrued in the wake of Pericles' death, and by using Athens' already flawed democratic system to his advantage. This doesn't paint the people of Athens and their democratic system in a good light, to put it mildly, which I think is a good point to finally discuss how the city and its culture is represented throughout the narrative and how it compares to Sparta's. To put it in simple terms, it feels very one-sided, Athens being routinely criticized while Sparta appears to escape criticism almost unscathed. This is not to say that the former is without merit and the latter doesn't completely exist, but it's more of an issue with how these criticisms are presented and utilized within the narrative. The criticisms levied against Athens are very blunt and to the point, as if the writers were making an overt attempt to point out the frailties and failings of its democracy while offering little in the way of a nuanced discussion on the topic. The philosophical debates we have with Socrates across his questline may have been intended to serve this function, but their ties to the wider discussion of the efficacy of Athenian democracy feel very tenuous at best, and thus don't serve as a good litmus test. Compounding this is how Athens' democracy is used as a vector by which Cleon is able to exact bloody slaughter against the Mytileneans simply because of Athenian politics' tendency to slide into mob mentality. And while there's certainly an historical precedence to it, with the absence of any true nuance, it just comes off as a cheap shot in service to the narrative. Contrast this with how Sparta is represented, where any attempt to question and criticize its own politics or culture is either just ignored or immediately rebuked. The primest examples are the game's representation and interpretation of the Cryptia and the Helots, with the former and their frankly disgusting practices either being whitewashed or seen as aberrations when taken to the extreme, while the latter is practically ignored, save for some dialogue related to certain quests. I mean, good God, are we not going to discuss the fact that the whole Helot class came to be because the Spartans conquered an entire people, the Messenians, and effectively turned them into a slave race? Are we really not going to go there? Being the grandchild of perhaps the most famous king in all of Spartan history, the Eagle Bears should be well aware of this circumstance, and given that they start the game and can continue to be fairly skeptical of Spartan culture depending on our choices, they should, at the very least, be presented with the option to question this facet of Spartan culture. But no, it's never really brought up, insofar as I've been able to tell, and the Helots are largely presented as an almost slave caste who largely benefit from being under Spartan rule, and while that may have been true to a point, it ignores the fact that they were subjected to horrendous treatment and oppression at the hands of their Spartan overlords. Like with Cleon in the Mytilenean debacle, what attempts to criticize Sparta that do exist largely only exist to serve the narrative and are never expanded upon, with the main driver either being our limited dialogue choices as the Eagle Bear, or Pausanias merely using these criticisms to intentionally drive a wedge that would allow the cult to assert its influence. When taking both sides into consideration, it makes the Athenians appear like the villains and the Spartans as the heroes, a status quo that the game drives home with how the narrative pans out. Think about it, how much time do we spend aiding the Spartan war effort compared to the Athenians across the main story? Megara, Naxos, sort of, the Olympics, Boeotia, Pylos. In all those instances, we're working in support of Sparta, with Corinth and Arcadia being the odd ones out, but even then, we're still working towards an end goal that favors Sparta. Even side quests aren't entirely innocent of perpetuating this one-sidedness, with many of the major ones still having a side with Sparta against Athens. There are only 3 that I can think of off the top of my head that has us aid Athens directly, but one is fairly straightforward, while the other perpetuates the idea that Athens is the villain, which will make more sense when we get back to Cleon and the whole Mytilenean sitch. The third is really minor, but I can't help but bring it up. It's the conquest battle of Achaia, where we have to fight for the Athenians so we can come to grips with a particular cultist who fights on the Peloponnesian side. Now, despite my rambling, I do think there are a few genuinely acceptable explanations for why this one-sidedness exists. For one, the Eagle Bear, despite living most of their life apart from it, is still, in some way I feel, rooted in their Spartan upbringing, and thus perhaps feels a stronger inclination to aid their brethren whenever they can, even if only subconsciously and or through their strong affinity with Myrrhine. Secondly, we need only look at the historical record to see that Athens was, arguably speaking, the aggressor in the war, with their devastating siege of Potidaea and their economic sanctions against Megara being major catalysts. Later events, such as their handling of the Mytilenean revolt's aftermath and the much later siege of Melos, where they executed all the fighting age men and sold the rest of the populace into slavery, also paint Athens as an imperialist power running amok, and thus you may be more inclined to side with Sparta despite its own glaring cultural faults. All told, why I've made such a big deal about this issue is largely down to the fact that Odyssey, as a whole, does a largely phenomenal job of handling the nuance and complexity of a world in conflict such as this, yet slips up when contrasting both sides of said world in conflict. It does little to ruin the narrative in my opinion, and when each individual story is viewed on its own with regards to the game's wider themes, it's something that can almost be entirely ignored, though when you do dig a little deeper, it becomes rather glaring. There's still one more twist in our conversation with Cleon in the prison, one that's dependent on whether or not you helped him earlier during our first visit to Athens. Remember that ship whose captain and crew we had to rescue from the Spartans? The one laden with mysterious supplies and with a just as mysterious destination? Well, it turns out that ship was destined for Mytilene, and while the supplies in question are never revealed, I think they can safely be assumed to have been weapons for the rebellion. Thus, the whole revolt is one of Cleon's creation, another act of malicious subterfuge in his rise to power. Now that he has that power, he's turning the tables on the Mytileneans by convincing the Athenian people to put them all to the sword, thereby further solidifying his grip. And the Eagle Bear, albeit unknowingly, has aided him in this endeavor. That the Eagle Bear, or the game in general, doesn't dwell on this fact or raise the question of how it all happened if the Eagle Bear doesn't help him is a little strange, but ultimately doesn't matter at this point. Cleon has to be stopped, or genocide will be the order of the day. Too bad we're stuck in prison, confronted by 2 guards with itchy fists while Cleon marches off to send a ship with the order. We take care of the guards handily, but things still look grim. That is, until unexpected visitors arrive.
By the power of the gods, halt!
Good timing.
Interesting. Death may be the greatest of human blessings after all.
Once released, we're directed to head to Pericles' estate, where our merry band of merry men are drawing up plans to save Mytilene and depose Cleon. Of course, in classic Athenian fashion, it won't be easy. Given his popularity, we can't simply up and kill him, as this will only create more chaos in the city. We instead need to discredit him first, using Athens' freedom of expression to our advantage. Once Cleon has been made a fool in the eyes of the people, we can then see the order sent to Mytilene be reversed and Cleon exposed. This duology of quests, yes there's only 2 this time, not 3, what a shocker, is the game's representation of the famous Mytilenean debate, and while it's far from historically accurate, I'm hardly going to call this a flaw, because the true historical debate, while interesting, wouldn't make for interesting gameplay. The day after the order to slaughter the Mytileneans was sent, the Athenian people had a change of heart, openly questioning their very harsh and very hasty decision. One key element of the debate was that the revolt was started by the city's oligarchs alone, with support from the people coming after and being supposedly coerced with false or only half-true intentions. That the Athenians punished the Mytileneans the way they did in response to the actions of a few, not the majority, left many of them uneasy, and thus the assembly reconvened to reassess their decision. While the exact specifics of this meeting are unknown, it's framed in Thucydides' work in the form of two speeches representing both sides of the debate. One given by Cleon in support of the original order, and the other by a man named Theodotos, who doesn't appear in-game, in support of reversing it. Theodotos would argue, in simplest terms, that the Athenian assembly was not a court of justice, and thus was not in the position to render such a judgment, while also adding that such harsh treatment of the Mytileneans would show other would-be rebels that there was no point in surrendering as the Mytileneans had done, thereby prolonging any rebellion and only causing Athens more hardship. A new vote was then cast, with Theodotos narrowly winning out and a new ship immediately sent, with the hopes of reaching Mytilene before the original order was carried out, which it miraculously did. Instead of wholesale slaughter, the Mytileneans had their ships seized, their walls torn down, and land divided into allotments and distributed to Athenian shareholders, while the leaders of the revolt were summarily executed. While Thucydides' account is presumably only a summation of the actual debate, it lends a fascinating insight into the inner political workings of Athens and its democratic process, but as it pertains to Odyssey, and as previously mentioned, it wouldn't make for riveting gameplay. So, instead of long-winded speeches, we help Aristophanes put on a play that openly ridicules and embarrasses Cleon right to his face, and help Socrates obtain evidence of Cleon's corruption and put on a mock debate at the Pnyx that questions the validity of Cleon's honesty and authenticity. When all's said and done, Cleon's popularity sinks faster than a trireme rammed in its broadside, forcing him to slink off in disgrace and look for ways to restore his reputation. All told, it's a neat section that continues to explore Athenian society and politics, made tricky by the fact that the eagle-bearer is a wanted individual, with Cleon having put a bounty on their heads that can't be paid off, similar to what we faced in Arcadia, as well as the Acropolis temporarily becoming a no-go zone. There is, however, one quibble I have with it. Or perhaps not a quibble, but something that I feel requires explanation, something that relates to this section's placement in the narrative compared to its place in the historical record. Time to put my pedantic history buff hat back on for a moment. Simply put, the Battle of Pylos and the Eagle-Bearer's subsequent capture happens in 425 BC, with the Mytilenean debate occurring right after. Only that the real historical revolt and debate happened in 428, a whole 3 years earlier. Now before you roll your eyes and let out groans loud enough to wake the gods of Olympus, there is, I believe, a genuine explanation for this. Two, in fact. Firstly, it could be that the revolt and subsequent hereafter shown in game is a second, fictitious revolt created purely for the story and inspired by the real historical event, thereby allowing the developers to get creative and not have to try and somehow gamify a literal debate. Secondly, and perhaps the most plausible, having the debate and discrediting of Cleon after Pylos and not before just works better narratively, given what comes after. Now a laughingstock in Athens, Cleon is headed north to Amphipolis in Macedonia to take command of Athenian forces there, in the hopes of winning a great victory against the Spartans that would restore his reputation. The real historical reason he went there was simply because he was appointed to lead an army to retake the city from the Lacedaemonians, a fact that doesn't lend well to a gripping and compelling narrative. Moving the Mytilenean debate forward in time to make it the catalyst for Cleon's involvement at Amphipolis just works far better as a narrative instigator, even if it means severely playing with the rules of time and space. Alright, pedantic history buff hat coming off again. Hopefully for the last time. At the same time we learn that Cleon has gone to Amphipolis, a messenger sent by Brasidas arrives, bearing a message from... What do you know? Amphipolis! What a happy coincidence! The old fox has taken command of Spartan forces there, and has requested the Eagle-Bearer's aid in defeating Cleon's Athenian host. I do find it a bit funny that a Spartan messenger was able to get into the city and just announce in front of a few of Athens' most distinguished citizens that Brasidas needs help killing Athenians, and that none of them have anything to say about it, especially if the Eagle-Bearer makes clear their intention to help the Spartans. But I guess they're still so focused on getting Cleon that they just sort of shrug and say, oh well. Arriving at Amphipolis, we find Brasidas on the battlements overlooking the Stromonian Gulf. How he greets you will differ depending on a few things. If you sided with him in Corinth and Arcadia, he'll be happy to see you. If you went against him both times, he'll be far more distant and unfriendly with you, openly questioning your loyalty to Sparta, which is frankly a bit rich since, loyal or not, the Eagle Bear is still a mercenary, but whatever. He'll also be this way if you killed Nikolaos and Megaris, and your decision to go against his plans in Corinth and Arcadia, if you did, will not be brought up, which happened to me on my second run and caught me by surprise. How he knows about Nikolaos' death is kind of dumb. You showed up, the wolf died, and that's apparently reason enough for Brasidas to know it was you. If that's true, then why on earth did he not confront the Eagle Bearer on it when we first meet him in Corinth? This would have made more sense if Stentor told him, but even then, why doesn't he confront the Eagle Bearer about it? It could have been a source of tension between them that could have been eased by our siding with him in Corinth and Arcadia, allowing their friendship to blossom in an interesting way, but instead he's all buddy-buddy right from the jump despite presumably already knowing what the Eagle Bearer did in Megaris, and only when we get to Amphipolis does he get all grim and surly about it. Now, dialogue in Corinth when we first meet him suggests that he's heard about Nikolaos' death, but not the cause. If that's the case, and he learned of the Eagle Bearer's involvement after, then that needs to be acknowledged. Perhaps Brasidas learned the truth from Stentor. The man did have a front row seat after all. This admittedly could get a bit weird depending on what order you do the king's tasks and the sojourn into Arcadia in, but it would be far better than Brasidas coming to a conclusion, one that is albeit correct, based on highly circumstantial evidence. As it's presented now, it feels rather jarring and contrived, with Brasidas suddenly going from bro Cetus to you killed your father, you goddamn monster, how could you, Cetus? Since I've sort of broached the subject, let's take some time and talk about characters and character relationships in Odyssey for a bit, since I think we've put it off long enough. And also because, surprise, we're getting very close to the end of the family arc of the main story, and I don't want to shoehorn it in at the last minute and not give it its due. Characters on the whole are a step above what we see in Origins. If you watched my video on Origins, if you haven't, you totally should, if you got like another 3 hours to spare, I argued that characters in that game, while very well written, often had barely a presence over the course of the main story. While characters in Odyssey function much the same, they tend to stick more. In other words, they tend to have a far greater and more consistent presence throughout the main story, and don't feel like one-trick ponies that disappear into the void when their usefulness has run dry. This can perhaps be best seen in Varnavas and Herodotos, who are the Eagle Bear's constant companions throughout our adventures across the lands of Hellas and the waters of the Aegean, even if they rarely leave the bounds of the Adrestia, save for a few specific occasions. It's a wonderful change from Origins, where Bayek is mostly on his own as he travels from place to place, and can make the somewhat daunting task of crisscrossing such an expansive game world feel a little less so. Characters in Odyssey also feel more fleshed out, with many we meet across the main story having whole dedicated questlines, or, if their presence in the main story is limited, a Lost Tale of Greece dedicated to them, Socrates and Alcibiades being prime examples of the former, and Thespis being a prime example of the latter. Even some characters who are just one-offs and may have little to no connection to the main story itself have entire questlines dedicated to them, such as Epi and Boeotia or Kira on Mykonos. More on her a little later. It's an improvement that just breathes more life into these characters in a way that just seemed to be lacking for many in Origins. By extension, we get to see their relationships with the Eagle Bearer grow and develop, each of them offering unique experiences, whether it's our philosophical discussions with Socrates, or inadvertently helping Alcibiades accrue more political power, or helping Hippocrates navigate the moral complexities of being a doctor. We can even sleep with some of them, which leads into my one major and perhaps, for some of you, strangest criticism of characters in this game. Like many other games of a similar ilk, there are a plethora of characters in Odyssey that we can romance and tumble in the hay with some being rather overt about their desire to do just that with the Eagle Bearer. Honestly, I don't think I've come across a game this horny outside of Baldur's Gate 3, with some characters so upfront about what they want that they may as well be wearing a massive sticker on their tunic that says "Please fuck me." It's kind of hilarious and occasionally awkward. Most of these romances are merely one-night dalliances and nothing more, which is fine. The Eagle Bearer is constantly moving from place to place and may not necessarily have the time or desire for anything long-term at that given moment. However, there are select few that can develop into something more serious and long-term, especially if they're tied to significant quest lines that span multiple quests and see the Eagle Bearer interacting with a particular character over an extended period, with the option to pursue a romance with them presented so long as you select the right dialogue options. Should you follow such a path, they'll climax, pun very much intended hee with a tumble in the hay and... that's it. They just stop. There's no expansion beyond this, no additional interactions, dialogue, what have you. All the effort, all the growth we see comes to a final, almost sudden conclusion and... I don't like this. With all the effort put in to make characters feel more fleshed out and present throughout the experience, for romances that give the impression of being long-term to suddenly end and not matter feels a bit antithetical to what the developers were trying to go for with characters in general. As an example, let's look at Kira of Mykonos, who forms the beating heart of one of the best questlines in the entire game and a personal favorite of mine. When we arrive at Mykonos, the island is in the middle of a rebellion against their Athenian overlords, the island itself ruled by a man named Podarkes, a less than kind gentleman who rules the island with fear and terror and also happens to be a member of the cult of Cosmos. Leading the rebellion is Kira, a dashing young woman with a personal vendetta against Podarkes after he had her mother killed when she was a child. Over the course of the questline, we can help Kira overthrow Podarkes with a few twists and turns thrown in for good measure, including learning that Podarkes is her father, which presents the option to either keep the damning revelation a secret or reveal it to all her fellow rebels, which doesn't go over well with anybody. While this is happening, we can actively romance Kira, hers perhaps being the most fleshed out of all of them in the base game. We'll get to what I mean by that last bit in a moment, though it's complicated by the presence of Thaletas, commander of a Spartan force sent to aid the rebels, whom Kira is already romantically involved with prior to the Eagle Bearer's arrival. Romancing Kira can have a dramatic effect on the ending of this questline, for if you pursue it, Thaletas will be more than a little peeved about you being Mr. or Miss Steal Your Girl, and duel you to the death on the beach outside town, with you either lying or telling Kira the truth about the Spartans' whereabouts afterwards. Given how much effort was put into romancing Kira, you might rightly think that she'll have a larger role to play in the game going forward, with potentially additional dialogue or interactions available after all's said and done and Podarkes is dispensed with. But no. As soon as the questline ends, it's just dropped, almost as if it never happened, and can almost make it seem like a superfluous waste of time. We can't even recruit her to serve on the Adrestia. Which kind of makes sense, since her focus will be on rebuilding Mykonos, or because she may have thrown herself off a cliff if you pick the wrong dialogue options during Podarkes' funeral, which absolutely threw me for a loop when it happened on my first recorded run, leading me to immediately reload my save. Again, for a romance that got so much attention to detail, in a questline that was shown quite a bit in the lead up to the game's launch, for it suddenly to get dropped like it was nothing once all said and done is just bizarre and a little deflating. Every major romance in the game is like this, and in a game that makes a substantial effort to make the characters we meet stick out and have more of a presence throughout its runtime, to have this element feel insubstantial is just... I don't know, I'm not really a fan. And I suspect I'm not the only one to have felt this way, because the developers seem to have tried to rectify this in a roundabout way with the Legacy of the First Blade DLC and the introduction of a romance with the surviving child of Darius, with it either being Natakas for Cassandra or Nima for Alexios. Unfortunately, this romance too isn't handled all that well, albeit in the other direction. We'll dig into it a bit more in the next part when we discuss DLCs a little bit more, but needless to say, it's just one aspect of the Legacy of the First Blade DLC that makes it, in my opinion, one of the most lackluster DLCs ever concocted. Now, romancing characters and all that may not matter to you, but I can't help but bring it up as a glaring flaw in what is an otherwise dramatic improvement on character writing and implementation, and it kinda makes me wish that the developers didn't even bother putting so much effort into some of them if they weren't going to give them the extended depth they deserved. There's one more I'd use as an example that's just beyond stupid, but I think I've rambled on long enough. Now, where were we? Ah yes, Brasidas and Amphipolis, and Cleon. Let's go get the bastard, shall we? The Battle of Amphipolis itself is, tell me if you've heard this one before, not much to write home about, at least initially. It begins with a rather underwhelming clash in and around the city's walls with a smattering of Athenians, before ramping up with another conquest battle. Proceedings are then ramped up to 1,000 when Deimos shows up and they casually cut down scores of Spartan soldiers before facing off with Brasidas. Despite his best efforts, Brasidas is overpowered and ends up having his own spear shoved through his skull, no plot armor to save him this time, before the Eagle Bearer confronts Deimos themselves. Before another duel can begin, however, Deimos is struck in the back with an arrow from Cleon. And thus the moment we've been waiting for since our earlier imprisonment is finally upon us. The chance to finally strike Cleon down and make him pay for everything he's done. There is, however, one lingering question that I can't quite put out of my mind. Did Cleon mean to shoot Deimos, or was it an accident? Upon initial inspection and based on his reaction, I've long held the view that Cleon intended to shoot the Eagle Bearer, only for Deimos' hulking frame and a poor attempt at pinpoint accurate archery stymieing his effort, with his reaction and subsequent flight being a reaction to the realization that he had missed his intended target. After wading into online debates on this moment and its meaning, however, as well as analyzing prior scenes and conversations, my interpretation has shifted to the former. That Cleon really intended to kill Themos, and that his reaction in flight is more due to the unexpected presence of the Eagle Bear. To better understand what I mean by this requires understanding how the cult as a whole views Themos, which is best exemplified by our conversations with some of its members during our infiltration of the cult meeting in Delphi many hours earlier, as well as how they react when Themos finally enters the picture. One thing that's made abundantly clear is that the cult fears Themos, fears their power, their rage, their wanton exercise of unrepentant brutality and violence. They may only be a tool, but they're a volatile, highly explosive tool, quick to turn to violence for even the smallest slights. There are also hints that suggest that some don't appreciate Themos' modus operandi. Many cultists prefer to work from the shadows, pulling the strings of power and influence from behind the scenes, whereas Themos prefers to do things out in the open for all to see, thereby risking exposing these more delicate operations to scrutiny and putting the cult in someone's crosshairs, someone like the Eagle Bear. With this context in mind, it's not difficult to imagine that some, if not most, feel that the cult would be better served if Themos was removed from the equation entirely. They've gladly played along with pretending that they're large and in charge, but now that usefulness has run its course, and tools that are no longer needed must be disposed of. Thus it makes a certain kind of sense that Cleon would try to do just that. The scene at the prison suggests to me that he doesn't truly respect Themos, only paying obeisance when, depending on your dialogue choices, Themos basically threatens to turn his ass inside out. It thus stands to reason that Cleon saw the Battle of Amphipolis not only as his one and only chance to restore his image in the eyes of the people after the whole Mytilenean debacle, but also a chance to remove Themos, both as a way of ridding the cult of a problematic entity, but also perhaps as a means of establishing himself as the cult's de facto leader in their place. Assuming then that this is indeed the case, why the shock and surprise and sudden flight from the battlefield when he sees the Eagle Bear? Well, for all we know, he probably still believed the Eagle Bear to be locked up, or perhaps still in Athens at the very least, or even dead at the hands of his mercenaries. Not in Amphipolis, not within striking distance of him. If this is, again, indeed the case, then it makes Cleon's surprise in flight all the more satisfying, seeing the master manipulator be outright fooled and caught on his heels, which makes what happens when we catch up to him at the beach even more satisfying. With nowhere else to run, Cleon will attempt to fight back with only his fists, making frantic attempts to talk the Eagle Bear down. The fight is pitifully one-sided, and eventually we force Cleon to his knees, where he first vainly attempts to justify his and the cult's actions and, when that doesn't work, cowering and begging for mercy. In a twisted way, I find this scene incredibly cathartic. Cleon was the mastermind behind so much suffering, so much death, while casting himself as a man of the people, using and manipulating their fears to achieve his and the cult's twisted endgame. And yet it's here on the beach that the mask comes off, and we see Cleon for what he truly is. A coward, unwilling to face the consequences of his own actions, seeking only to save his own skin, thus making the final decision of this section incredibly easy. There's no option to let him go. No matter what, Cleon must and will die, the choice being in what manner. Do we end him quickly and mercifully, or slowly and painfully? In both my recorded playthroughs, and in most playthroughs prior to them, I chose the latter, because frankly, Cleon doesn't deserve a merciful end.
I won't be forgotten for all I've done!
You're not worth the memory.
His death in-game is somewhat analogous to his real death in history, as he was killed while his army was routed from the field. While not stated in-game, Amphipolis was a resounding Spartan victory, but not without cost, for, as we've seen, Brasidas was also killed. What followed was the Peace of Nicaea, which was signed the following year in 421 BC, made possible by the deaths of Cleon and Brasidas. While not made evident in-game, Brasidas historically was to Sparta politically what Cleon was to Athens, an opponent to peace, constantly pushing for war with the other, consequences be damned. With these two warhawks out of the picture, Sparta and Athens readily went to the negotiating table, hashing out the Peace of Nicaea, named for the Athenian general and statesman who led the Athenian delegation in the negotiations. While seen as a tremendous breakthrough and intended to last 50 years, in truth it was practically useless. Several major players, including Corinth, Thebes, and Megara, all rejected the treaty, and conflict still continued unabated between the war's smaller players, until the treaty was officially broken only 6 years later with Athens' doomed Sicilian expedition. Even Athens and Sparta continued to be active in those 6 years, seeing the Athenians commit what many today consider to be an act of genocide against the island of Melos in 416, while Sparta continued to indirectly support their allies despite begging for them to accept the treaty. So while this means that the war will continue unabated for another 17 to 18 years, as far as Odyssey is concerned, the Battle of Amphipolis and Cleon's death serves as the perfect climax to this facet of the narrative, where the Eagle Bear can finally catch their breath, though not for long, for we still have one final matter to take care of. It's time to return to Mount Taygetos. It's time to finally put old ghosts to rest, a desire that the Eagle Bear announces to Marini after we meet with her in the wake of Amphipolis on the path leading up to that fateful spot on the mountain. The matter of Deimos is also addressed in this conversation, with the fate of the Eagle Bear's siblings still up in the air, the game intentionally ambiguous as to their fate after they're struck by Cleon's arrow. It's an ambiguity that pays off, for who do we find waiting for us at the top? Deimos, standing upon the very spot where their life and the lives of their entire family were irrevocably changed. How did they know that the Eagle Bear and Marini would be there at that exact moment? No idea, but ultimately it doesn't matter. The time has finally come to bring closure to this familial saga, with the fate of their family now well and truly hanging in the balance. What follows is one of the tensest scenes in the entire game. You can literally feel it dancing on a knife's edge, teetering and tottering either way, for it's here that every decision we've made regarding the Eagle Bear's relationship with Deimos comes to its final crescendo. The dialogue early on is largely dependent on whether you promise to bring Deimos back or believe they're too far gone, though one consistent element leading up to the penultimate moment is the story they tell from their childhood while living under the cult.
I was little. I found a lion cub, trapped in a snare. My friend tried to free it. That's when I heard the deadly growl of its mother. I watched as the lioness tore my friend to bloody shreds. Even in the world of beasts, a family protects its young!
I loved you! I still love you.
This short tale perhaps best symbolizes their feelings towards their true family. That not only have they felt let down, but betrayed and abandoned, left for the lions and the wolves, with only their godlike strength sparing them from an early grave. Of course, it's a feeling that was engineered by the cult of Cosmos from the start, who then used it to twist Deimos' emotions and turn them into the monster they've become, but even without their involvement, it wouldn't be a stretch to believe that Deimos would still turn out how they are now in some form because of them. Neglect and abandonment, intentional or otherwise, are well known to be incredibly traumatic for children, and Deimos is a prime example of it, their open distrust and hostility of the Eagle Bear and Marini a byproduct of it, which can be then further fueled if the Eagle Bear has already given up on them. It also feeds into Odyssey's most prominent theme, that of family, and by extension a singular concept within that broader theme that every person, on some level, consciously or not, is aware of. That family is complicated. It's a concept that can be seen across the narrative in many of Odyssey's side quests, such as with Kira and Podarkes, Neritos and Agapios, or the fisherman and his son that we talked about back in part 4. That the idea of family is not so cut and dried, that there's no such thing as the perfect family. All families, one way or another, carry scars or blemishes or imperfections, and those that appear to have none of those are either hiding skeletons in the closet, or are one tragedy or one bad day away from that thin facade shattering, never to be repaired or recovered. The Eagle Bear and Deimos may share the blood of Leonidas and come from a loving home, but so what? Fate, if you believe in the concept, is a fickle master and cares not for lineage, and will gladly tear down strong familial bonds for whatever reason it sees fit. And if it isn't fate, there are always corrupting forces like the cult of Cosmos to do the job, often hand in hand with fate, even if they intend a vastly different outcome than what fate has in mind. In conjunction, we also see that family is an amorphous concept, not entirely defined by blood. We need only look at the Eagle Bear's family on Kefalonia. the lovable yet naive Phoebe, and the idiotically scheming yet ultimately good-natured Marcos. Though they may not be tied by blood and prone to give the Eagle Bear some serious migraines, they in some way have proven to be closer to them than their true blood family in Sparta proved to be. They at least haven't thrown them from a fucking mountain. It's a feeling that's then extended to Varnavas and Herodotos, their constant companions in their fight to reunite their family and take down the cult, for reasons we've already discussed at length. It's a challenge to the idea that blood is thicker than water, because we've seen that blood can let you down and even betray you, intentionally or otherwise, whereas water, assuming you know the right people, will almost always save you, that family doesn't all require blood to be strong and steadfast. Our conflict with Deimos is another challenge to this idea, though in Deimos' case, they aren't just challenging it, but outright rejecting it, a rejection that, while certainly and heavily influenced by them, didn't necessarily need the cult to take root. It's also where the challenge of saving them comes into play, if that's your intended goal, for it's here on the mountain that we see with definitiveness that Deimos is more than just a demigod-made killing machine, but a horribly broken individual, severely scarred by crimes of the past, with their twisted devotion to the cult and their supposed destiny acting as a barrier to entry and repair. It's a dilemma we must grapple with when it comes to the final decision we must make. We're presented with two options on how to proceed: to either fight them or make one final attempt to break through the emotional wall that Deimos has put up. Fighting them is as straightforward as it sounds, and ends with the Eagle Bear killing their sibling and sending them tumbling down the mountain, just as they were when they were a baby, a case of history repeating itself.
No one will save you this time!
If you try to save them, we're presented with two possible outcomes, with each outcome dependent on whether you promise to bring Deimos back or not, and how you handle the conversation with Deimos back at the prison, as well as their possible reactions to Cleon's scolding, which is why I said to pay close attention to them earlier in this part. If you got the "I'm not your puppet" response, then congratulations, you successfully convinced Deimos that they're being used, and that the Eagle Bear and Marini are their real family, with everyone coming together in a group hug, symbolizing their final reunion and Deimos' release from the cult's clutches. If you got the "do what you want to him/her," then you fucked up. Like, seriously fucked up.
You can't protect anyone, can you? Maybe we both should have died here that day. But...
No!
The gods are cruel.
What follows is one final duel with Deimos, which ends with them dead, and an emotionally torturous final conversation with Marini before she dies. While there are other factors that determine what kind of ending we get, such as whether we fight Deimos on Andros, it's the conversation in the prison that truly determines what happens on the mountain, with Deimos' differing reactions based on our choices being a wonderfully thoughtful means of transmitting this. It's textbook usage of show don't tell. Instead of Deimos outright saying we convinced them or not, we instead see two differing reactions that remain consistent with Deimos as a character, while allowing the player to come to their own conclusion on what either reaction means. However, this only pertains to the fate of Deimos and Marini. What about Nikolaos and Stentor? They're just as much a part of the family as well. Where are they in all of this? While the fate of Deimos serves as the definitive end to Odyssey's family arc, there are still a few more afters that are made available to us as consecutive side quests once the dust settles, acting in conjunction as closure to this saga. Or Odyssey if you prefer. After either the triumph or tragedy on Taygetos, we're taken back to the family home in Sparta, where we can sit down for a family meal, with who shows up being dependent on who's survived this far, with the differences being incredibly striking and potentially very depressing. While admittedly I haven't seen all possible outcomes and combinations, there's something incredibly stark and disheartening about seeing the family all together as one in one playthrough, than seeing the Eagle Bear all by their lonesome in another. It's perhaps this scene that best quantifies all of our decisions over a single playthrough, like judgment is being actively rendered upon the Eagle Bear in this moment, with either the gods blessing them with a happy reunion, or punishing them with dejection and regret. The second quest takes us back to Athens, where we meet with Socrates in the city's graveyard and walk past its many headstones while discussing the concept of death. The walk will then end at a particular headstone, that of Phoebe. You may remember at the end of part 3, however many hours ago that was, I've already lost track, that the Eagle Bearer will ask that the young girl be given a proper burial. It's here that we see that Socrates and the boys have come through on that promise in what's a rather touching moment, the Eagle Bearer and Socrates taking a moment to remember those who fell in the fight against the cult, including Pericles and Brasidas. They also take a moment to talk shit about Cleon, which... nice. We then transition to Pericles' estate, where the Eagle Bearer and the boys share a drink or 10 to celebrate their success and give thanks. All told, these 2 short side quests serve as wonderful conclusions to Odyssey's family arc, offering both closure and a sense of finality in a touching and respectful way, though I'm not without a few quibbles, because it wouldn't be this channel if I wasn't. For one, these quests are optional when they really shouldn't be. Now, I'm not suggesting that players would intentionally skip them. Their names and placements are pretty overt in their importance, at least on an emotional level, but I truly believe they shouldn't have been optional to start with. Otherwise, players risk missing out on what I consider to be the family arc's true ending scenes. Secondly, the second quest is a great opportunity to check in on the Eagle Bearer's state of mind, and yet this doesn't really happen, with only dialogue about Brasidas changing depending on whether you helped him or not. Same goes for the party scene at Pericles' estate, with the Eagle Bearer rather jovial even if they lost their entire family. The quest could have been a chance to expand on the previous quest at the family home from an emotional standpoint, and yet this doesn't happen. I'm not suggesting that the Eagle Bearer be a moping, emotional wreck if the worst comes to pass, but perhaps they could have been a bit more reserved if that's the case. Even with these quibbles, however, I still stand by what I said earlier, that these 2 quests serve as wonderful conclusions to the family arc of the narrative, and I'm happier for their inclusion. So ends the family arc of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Except we're still not done. We still need to help Pythagoras seal the gates of Atlantis. You forget about that? Honestly, can't blame you if you did. Oh, and we still need to talk about the DLCs, though don't worry, I won't be going into too much detail about them, especially since one requires we finish the Atlantis arc before we can even start it, while the other... the less said about it, the better anyways. Oh, and we need to discuss the conclusion to our hunt for cultists, because it's... certainly something. Alright, enough dawdling, let's finish this. Alright, Atlantis. Where to even begin? Thankfully, the Atlantis arc of Odyssey is fairly straightforward, at least on paper. You may recall that all we need to do is bring back 4 keys tied to 4 symbols that will allow us and Pythagoras to unlock the Isu secrets of Atlantis before locking them away forever. Again, sounds rather straightforward. Until you start pursuing them and realize that it won't be as simple as nipping down to the ancient Greek version of home hardware and heading to the key counter. 3 out of the 4 require we complete a side quest or 2 before we're allowed to properly pursue these keys. These quests essentially gates of their own that, upon completion, will open and allow us to enter particular areas where these keys are tucked away. They're also situated in high-level areas that may be out of your reach at that early stage, at least on a first playthrough, which is why I recommend you finish the family arc first, using it as a chance to acquire the necessary levels needed to be better prepared for those areas, and even then you may still need to grind out some afterwards. The odd one out will be the one in Boeotia, the location of which Pythagoras has already discovered and gives to the Eagle Bearer when we first meet him on Thera. Given this circumstance, along with having the lowest recommended level out of the 4, it only makes sense that this would naturally be the first one you do. The reason for this I think is fairly simple, because it has perhaps the most unique boss encounter in the entire game, as well as being an introduction to what we'll be facing throughout this arc. What do I mean by this? Well, the keys are possessed by monsters from Greek myth that we need to take down. This is hinted at in Atlantis by the symbols we see in the vault, though you'd be forgiven for believing that they're merely symbolic. Only to find out that they are, in fact, quite literal. The Atlantis arc is where Odyssey fully commits itself to ancient Greek mythology in an overt and direct way, taking the tales most commonly associated with the monsters we face and spinning them in a way that both fits within Odyssey's overarching narrative and Assassin's Creed lore at large, while maintaining their cultural integrity. It's an arc that, while almost completely separate from the family arc, continues to play on the Eagle Bearer being an individual of great importance, as well as their conflict with the cult of Cosmos, as they also have a sizable, if considerably more subtle presence in this arc as well. It's an arc that, I feel, is enhanced by the legwork needed to come to grips with these monsters. It would have been so easy to simply have us waltz into some location, fight the monster, take their corresponding key, and leave with little in the way of build-up or story to go along with them. The legwork, while certainly laborious and occasionally egregious, gives these key hunts considerably more depth, while further exposing us to ancient Greek mythology, not unlike how some quests in Origins and its Curse of the Pharaohs DLC operate. Despite this, the arc has been the focus of some sharp criticism, especially by longtime fans of the series. More specifically, that the arc represents a sudden and dramatic shift from the more grounded approach of the previous games to one that is more fantastical and at times just straight up bonkers. It's a criticism that was, by my reckoning, originally focused on the Eagle Bear's godlike abilities. Even with the crazy sci-fi elements that permeate this series, protagonists in the prior games were fairly mundane in that they didn't have any crazy powers beyond eagle vision. While the Eagle Bear's abilities still make up a sizable portion of it, this criticism I think has largely been transposed onto Atlantis and the hunt for these keys and the monster bosses we tackle along the way. It's a criticism I don't feel really capable of even attempting to argue, because while I feel the family arc remains fairly grounded, and the explanation for the Eagle Bear's insane abilities are suitably justified within the scope of the series' lore, there's no denying that the Atlantis arc is indeed a dramatic shift in tone. These are not dream sequences or strange visions like how we see similar sequences in Origins or Valhalla operate, but considered very real elements within Odyssey's world, driving home the idea that Odyssey is more a fantasy game than historical fiction with sci-fi elements. While I don't think this perception is completely fair, especially when you learn how it is that these monsters came to exist in the Fate of Atlantis DLC, without that context, it's a perception that has precedence, and I will submit that I don't think the writers did a good enough job of setting things up within the base game to properly justify how the monsters we face exist. So what are these monsters? As mentioned, there are 4 of them: the Sphinx, the Minotaur, a Cyclops called Brontes, and Medusa, also known as the Writhing Dread. While you can tackle them in any order you choose, let's cover them in the above presented order, as it's in that order I've generally always done them, starting with the Sphinx, as it, or rather she, is the one found in Boeotia that Pythagoras initially tells us about. The Sphinx is by far the most unique encounter out of the 4, for a few reasons. For one, given that we already have some necessary pieces to confront her, the required legwork is very short, with only needing to find the second half of the amulet Pythagoras gives us, which is only a stone's throw away. Secondly, you don't actually fight the Sphinx. You're instead faced with a dialogue boss battle, where you need to correctly answer a string of riddles, then select the correct corresponding symbols tied to your answers on the surrounding pillars. Get them wrong and you die, the Sphinx firing the laser blah, forcing you to reload and try again, so always make sure you save before starting this sequence, unless you enjoy running around the gaff. And shout out to anyone that gets that laser reference. What makes it challenging is that, with every save or reload, the questions the Sphinx asks may change, with there being 12 possible questions the Sphinx can ask in randomly selected sets of 3, thereby greatly reducing the chance you'll get a repeat of earlier riddles. She also doesn't tell you if you get a riddle wrong, instead remarking how interesting your answer was, though she will concede when you get a riddle correct. Then there are the symbols. Even if you answer all of the riddles correctly, if you get the symbols wrong, laser. Despite these challenges, coupled with the fact that the riddles are basically puzzles, and as we all know, I fucking hate puzzles, I can't not applaud it for its creativity, as well as being a nice change of pace from the usual kill, kill, kill. Assuming you do it first, it'll be here that you learn that the keys, and the monsters themselves, are not what they initially appear to be. Upon killing the Sphinx, she'll collapse into a heap, with one of her feathers, the needed key, glowing, which the Eagle Bear takes. The Eagle Bear will then struggle against the key's power, while some holographic apparition of the Sphinx spouts about whatever, before the feather turns into an Apple of Eden. Ah, so that's what the keys are. Apples of Eden. Interesting. This will be the case after we defeat each of the monsters. Once they fall, a piece of them will glow, which the Eagle Bear takes, and after some struggle will subsequently turn into an apple, thereby further wrapping the Isu into the narrative. These short cutscenes also accentuate the fact that the Eagle Bear is of mixed human Isu ancestry, as no normal human would be able to withstand the power of the apples and come out the other side unscathed, which will make more sense when we explore a confrontation with Medusa. The Minotaur is the most involved out of the 4. It begins in Crete, at the ruins of Knossos, where we meet a boy named Ardos, who wants to save his father, Nikios, from the labyrinth that he swears exists below the palace complex. Sure enough, we follow him down and find an entrance to something further underground, ominously watched over by 2 Minotaur statues. Unfortunately, though probably not unexpectedly, it's locked, requiring a stele to open. To find this stele, we need to find and speak to members of Nikios' crew, who all emerged from the labyrinth, save for Nikios, and fled in terror, refusing to speak to Ardos about what happened or tell him the fate of his father, though, like the Eagle Bear, you'll have probably already come to the conclusion that he's dead. One of the men is merely a collector, who tasks us with finding the full set of armor that belonged to Theseus, the hero of Greek mythology famous for slaying the Minotaur. More specifically, we need to grab his breastplate from a nearby fort, though it should be said that you don't have to wear it to fight the Minotaur, any armor will do. Finding the other two is where the cult of Cosmos becomes involved, as they've captured one, Ardos' caretaker, and tortured him for information on the stele, while the other, known as Swordfish, is a cultist himself, and probably financed the original operation. Finding Swordfish is a whole goddamn saga on its own, requiring that we help and question people around the town of Heraklion who live in fear of the man, the Swordfish controlling the town like a sadistic crime lord, not too dissimilar to how the Monger attempted to run Corinth. While well constructed, it's also kind of bullshit on a second or third run, since even if we know where to find Swordfish, we can't access his little cave hut until we've helped the people in town, which admittedly bothers me more than it probably should. Coupled with everything else, this part of the Atlantis arc is by far my least favorite out of the 4, because a good chunk of it feels like bloat that could have been trimmed down and paced a lot better. While I appreciate that it works well in tying our conflict with the cult in with our hunt for the keys to Atlantis, it really perpetuates the grindiness that permeates this game. The bit with the collector is practically pointless, and the Swordfish, his mind broken by his experience in the labyrinth, offers nothing of substance beyond further building the already terrifying legend of the Minotaur itself. These two quests could have been omitted entirely and made their own separate things, because it's from the caretaker that we learn that Ardos has had the necessary stele all along, having stolen it prior to our arrival, totally unaware of what he has, which is fine, he is only a child after all. The caretaker divulged this to the cult while being tortured, putting Ardos at risk, which does justify the Swordfish's inclusion in this section, but if the caretaker knew the Swordfish prior, how is it that he doesn't know or have some inkling of where he's hiding out? I know that seems a bit of a stretch. Swordfish is under no obligation to share the location of his abode to anyone, but having the caretaker reveal Swordfish's hidey hole would have served well in cutting down the amount of legwork we'd have to do to find him. It could have also presented a cool knock-on effect if we help the people of Heraklion and kill Swordfish before ever starting our Minotaur hunt, since they don't require hunting the Minotaur to become available, while the opposite is true if we start our hunt for the Minotaur first. Though apparently, if my research is accurate, if you do the former, problems in the game's progression systems arise and content gets locked out, though as I haven't gone down that path myself, I can't confirm with 100% accuracy. That this portion of the arc is so bloated and sluggish is a bit of a shame, because the labyrinth itself, along with the fight against the Minotaur, is really well done, and a personal highlight of mine. There's something genuinely unnerving about diving into the labyrinth and following Theseus' famous golden thread, coming across the scores of corpses and skeletons of past explorers who fell victim to the Minotaur. You can even find Nikios' corpse, all but proving beyond doubt that he's dead, taking his ring to give to Ardos as proof, if we want. Yeah, even if we find Nikios' corpse, we can still lie to the young lad about his father's whereabouts, which I'm personally not a fan of. It just seems unnecessarily cruel, even if your role-playing is a more cruel eagle bear, and the intention of the lie is not to crush the poor boy's spirits, and only makes sense if you didn't find Nikios and thus are caught in a bind. If you do, then there really shouldn't be an option, in my opinion. The fight with the Minotaur is suitably and satisfyingly epic, the beast relentless in its attacks, giving us little time to launch attacks of our own and build up our stamina, making the execution of perfect dodges a must if you want to land any extended flurries of your own. When all's said and done and we take the Minotaur down, we take its horn, which turns into another apple, and we return up top, where we speak with Ardos and the caretaker one last time before setting off after the next key. Going after the Cyclops is just weird in an almost comedic sort of way. It begins on the island of Kythera, where we learn of a cult who worship a man named Empedocles, who believes himself a god and that Ares and Aphrodite are his siblings, and that he was cast out of his family because he ate some lamb despite being a vegetarian. For his beliefs, the priestesses of Aphrodite have had Empedocles arrested, with his cult asking us to break him out. We do just that, though instead of finding a god, we find a complete nutter. In any event, Empedocles has his own task for us. Upon arriving in Kythera, he was immediately accosted by some local brute, who stole his very special purple robe and a stele, which the man calls a key to his family estate, one that opens a door to the gods themselves. allegedly. In any event, we retrieve the Stele and return to Empedocles, who tells the Eagle Bear to meet him on the Isle of Thisbe. Sure enough, we find this door on the isle, with Empedocles calling out to his siblings with something calling back.
I didn't mean to be away so long. Kythera is... well, if you're looking to unleash a new plague somewhere...
Placing the Stele on the adjacent pedestal opens the door, which leads to this scene.
The realm of eternity! The house of the gods! Creators of the universe! Outstretch your mighty hands and raise me to the heavens!
Lovely family you got there, bud. The Cyclops, called Brontes, is arguably the easiest fight out of the four, as his basic attacks are pretty slow and easy to read. Hitting his glowing eye will also stun him and render him vulnerable to a flurry of attacks, though this itself can be pretty challenging on its own, as basic headshots don't count. You have to hit his eye and his eye alone. Outside of that, the only real challenge is being mindful of boulders falling from the ceiling during his second phase, as there are no explicit AoE indicators, the only tells being bits of smaller rocks and dust prior to the boulders themselves coming crashing down. All in all, a very simplistic but altogether enjoyable encounter. Once Brontes is down, the Eagle Bear will rip out his eye, gross, which then turns into an apple, leaving us with only one more key to go. Before we head off to grab this last key, however, I think it's important, after our interactions with Empedocles, that we look at Odyssey's tone in a bit more detail. We've already briefly discussed how the Atlantis arc represents a shift from the more grounded sci-fi of its predecessors to a more fantastical one, but Odyssey as a whole also represents a shift in tone in the way it's written. Put simply, it's a lot more lighthearted in its approach. A good example can be seen when we compare Odyssey to its most immediate predecessor, Origins. While it certainly has moments of humor, moments that are well done and most welcome, Origins' tone is, for the most part, rather gloomy and grim. Now I don't mean that as criticism, since I think it best fits the nature of its narrative, as well as Bayek's state of mind throughout its runtime. Odyssey, on the other hand, while certainly chock full of darkness and depravity, is a lot more willing to flex its comedic muscles more regularly. This can be seen almost right from the jump when we're introduced to the Eagle Bear and they encounter the Cyclops' brutes. Much of this humor is drawn from characters we meet along our journey, good examples being Marcos, Varnavas, Socrates, and Alcibiades, but only when such humor is consistent within the scope of their characterization. There are even a few side quests that lean into the game's more humorous side in delightfully comedic ways, such as trying to help an old couple reinvigorate their sex life in Delphi, or getting drunk with some Spartan soldiers. So drunk that they build their own Trojan horse. There's even a lost tale that's basically an entire tragic comedy called One Really Really Bad Day that always manages to get more than a few chuckles out of me every time I do it. It's just that good.
Ah, what a day. You should be proud. You've given this old man purpose again. Now, if you could just set those aside for a moment, I'll get started.
Kalipidis? By the gods. I've seen a lot in my life, but that was brutal. Poor Kalipidis. That's not good.
Like with characters, the humor found in these quests, and others, are very well done, but handled with restraint so as to not become grating and pull you out of the narrative, something quite a few games have struggled with, both past and present. To accentuate that point, that little of the game's humor derives from the Eagle Bear themselves was, I think, a smart move, as the seriousness of the narrative is often rooted in them and their actions, though they aren't above their own witticisms or bouts of sarcasm, though only when appropriate and, again, with restraint. Put another way, Odyssey handles its humor with a maturity befitting the Eagle Bear and their story in a way that works with the more written elements of our main protagonist while still allowing for some role-playing. It's not a constant slew of gag after gag after gag after gag, but comes across much more naturally, with the Eagle Bear's often annoyed, sometimes exasperated responses, eye rolls, or sighs that literally scream seriously, making it all the better. Again, it's lighthearted humor done with restraint. It also helps diversify the world and make it feel more real. Odyssey's world is massive in scope, which in turn allows for flexibility in its tone. Could you imagine if nearly every character was a humorless buzzkill, or conversely, a court jester? Either direction would be terrible for this kind of game, so that the writers were able to strike a balance is, I feel, worthy of praise. Hunting Medusa, known in-game as the Writhing Dread, will almost certainly be the last monster and key you'll go after, for two connected gameplay reasons. For starters, it's located on the island of Lesvos, which is considered a late-game area and has a recommended starting level of 46. By extension, Medusa, or the Writhing Dread, the two names will make more sense when we finally meet the lovely beastie, has a recommended level of 50, which, prior to the release of the DLCs and New Game Plus, was the max level attainable in the game. That alone should tell you just how difficult Medusa is, and sure enough, it's arguably the toughest fight out of the four, and, along with the Minotaur, is one of the most terrifying experiences you may have across the Atlantis arc. Hunting Medusa begins on a cliff overlooking the town of Erissos, where a woman named Brice is being put on some sort of trial, accused by a mob of sacrificing her lover, Ligeia, to the Writhing Dread and even worshipping the monster, with the mob fearful that she'll lead the creature and its curse right to them. Conversely, Brice claims that Ligeia is still alive, taken by the Writhing Dread and in need of saving, with the Eagle Bear offering to help in this endeavor. After the mob's leader and a gang of soldiers are taken care of, we follow Brice to the ruins of a village situated on the edge of a region ominously called the Petrified Valley. Oh man. From the ruins we head into the valley, which terrifyingly lives up to its name, the place completely and utterly devoid of life, so much so that the air even feels dead, while the whole valley is shrouded in a ghostly pall of death, while the petrified trees ooze some strange glowing substance, similar in certain respects to what we might find in Isu temples. It doesn't take long until we come across victims of the Writhing Dread itself, in the form of lifelike statues scattered along the path to the heart of the valley, faces contorted in fear and running away from whatever monster was chasing them. In many respects, this trek through the valley is reminiscent of our traversal of the labyrinth during our hunt for the Minotaur, where you can feel a sense of dread slowly grow in your gut as you edge closer to the epicenter of whatever was behind such carnage and darkness. While I find the labyrinth to be more visually interesting, I genuinely find the Petrified Valley to be more terrifying. Whereas the labyrinth feels akin to a cage intentionally designed to house and trap the Minotaur, the Petrified Valley feels more like a land just straight up abandoned to the Writhing Dread, who in turn turned it into their own domain of evil and wickedness, constantly threatening to expand its dark borders and engulf the whole of Lesvos. It's a reality that has the people of the island on pins and needles, which appears to occasionally explode into outright paranoia when the slightest hint of the Writhing Dread expanding its domain presents itself, if how we found Brice is any indication. While we can all decry this paranoia as being just that, in the case of the Writhing Dread, I think it's largely understandable. Whereas the other monsters we face are largely tucked away, out of sight and out of mind, the Writhing Dread, given just how much of the island it controls and how blunt it appears to be with its capabilities, does present a very real threat, and thus I can't blame the people of Lesvos for feeling the way they do, even if, in their supposed paranoia, their first instinct is to take heads and draw blood. What I find interesting about this section is that the Eagle Bear doesn't seem all that surprised by the presence, let alone the existence, of the Writhing Dread or the stories and epithets attributed to the monster. This is in contrast to the other monsters, where they display a sense of skepticism at their existence, only to receive a rude awakening that progressively grows over the course of these hunts. Whether this is just how this earlier section on Lesvos is written and is just a happy coincidence, or written with Medusa / the Writhing Dread being the last monster we hunt in mind, I can't say. But either way, I think it works well in highlighting how the Eagle Bear has grown as a character. That they've gone from being skeptical of the veracity of such legends, only to slowly realize over the course of this arc that the monsters of these legends are very real and very present, and that they shouldn't be taken for granted. It could also be that the Writhing Dread is so omnipresent on Lesvos, almost right from the jump, compared to the others, that they don't have time to be skeptical. Never mind just having a temple, or cave, or palace. The Writhing Dread has a whole damn valley to themselves. It's incredibly subtle, and could be easily missed if you're just casually moving along from beat to beat, but it's a subtlety that I appreciate in the Eagle Bear's growth as a character. At the heart of the valley is an Isu temple of sorts, where presumably the Writhing Dread is situated, along with Legaia. Unfortunately, there's no way in. What a surprise. It's then that Brice gives us two key pieces of information. Brice and Legaia are daughters of Artemis, who, according to Brice, used to train at the temple in ages past. While there, they found an artifact that presumably allowed them to come and go from the temple, with the artifact now presumably hidden away in the daughters' main village on another island called Chios. I think you all know where this is going. Brice also mentions a mercenary who claims to have killed the Writhing Dread, which seems impossible given what's presumably happened to Legaia, along with the fact that we can hear monstrous screams emanating from within the temple itself.
Legaia! Legaia!
Oh, hell no!
Either way, monster slayer or not, this mercenary is presumably our best source of information on the Writhing Dread, and so we must seek him out to learn more. Take a shot every time I say presumably. And thus, we set off to complete these tasks, and in so doing, return to the laborious loop of needing to complete a checklist just so we can get through a goddamn door. Thankfully, whereas I felt the quests tied to the Minotaur largely felt like bloat, the quests tied to Medusa / the Writhing Dread aren't nearly as bad when it comes to their inconvenience. They're also considerably more straightforward and don't have as many hoops to jump through. Retrieving the key is as easy as it sounds, merely requiring us to infiltrate the daughter's village and search one of its many caves to find it. Speaking to the mercenary is also fairly simple, as he can be found on a mountain due east of the valley. From the mercenary, called Zetes the Retired, we learn how it is that he's survived, as well as the Cult of Cosmos' involvement, the cult having hired Zetes and his company to find a particular artifact within the temple. Only Zetes survived, he and his men having been ambushed by the monster before they could get inside. Those lifelike statues we find throughout the valley, those were his men. Naturally, this has left him very shaken and rather philosophical, though not completely broken like Swordfish was by the Minotaur. He also ardently claims that he did in fact kill the monster, though he wasn't able to search its lair for the way was sealed. In truth, this conversation, and whole quest for that matter, is much ado about nothing, save for how it ties to the cult. It always ends with the Eagle Bear asking for Zetes' spear, which he claims was the reason he survived, which subsequently leads to an honorable duel. Like with Theseus' armor, however, the spear is entirely unnecessary. We can fight the Writhing Dread with whatever weapons we choose. Even the Eagle Bear will comment on the nature of the spear upon retrieving it, which feels almost like a case of lampshading by the writers.
Nothing special about this spear.
All in all, a largely inconsequential sidebar in our hunt for Medusa. With one exception, found in the form of a note we pick up after we kill Zetes, a note we'll come back to in a short bit. Once we have everything, the all-important key and the frankly useless spear, we return to the temple. Using the former opens the way, with Brice rashly sprinting inside, calling after her lover, with the Eagle Bear in hot pursuit. Like with the Minotaur's labyrinth, the temple is the epicenter of the Writhing Dread's horror, festooned with more lifelike statues and crawling with venomous snakes. You can almost feel an icy dread grip your heart as you traverse the temple's crumbling corridors, especially if only now you're coming to the stark realization of just what manner of creature the Writhing Dread is. Not that I haven't already mentioned what it is a few times already, but you get the idea. We find the Writhing Dread at the temple's heart, and sure enough, it's the infamous Medusa of legend, the monster famously slain by Perseus. Only that it's not a legend and not slain by Perseus, but a very real horror. Brice is promptly turned to stone before it turns its deathly gaze on the Eagle Bear, starting the fight in earnest. As mentioned, fighting Medusa is perhaps one of the toughest boss encounters in the entire game, as she's capable of briefly turning you to stone while also conjuring swathes of statue warriors to fight by her side, making it a constant juggling act. Why the Eagle Bear isn't killed outright when turned to stone is unclear, though I suspect it's a combination of not wanting to make the fight too overly difficult, as well as the Eagle Bear's hybrid DNA making them somewhat resistant and able to break such a hold. Not that it's overly difficult to avoid this attack, I mean you can just hide behind a pillar and wait it out if you want. Once Medusa is taken care of, the Eagle Bear will grab her artifact, which, like all the others, turns into an apple, before we see a short yet touching scene involving a flower Brice had hoped to give Legaia before she was taken and turned into the Writhing Dread.
Someone, I tell you, in another time, will remember us.
To understand what I mean, we need to return to the note we find on Zetes after we kill him. Reading the note reveals that the writhing dread was indeed killed during his ill-fated expedition, but not by his hand, but by an unnamed woman in his company. Unfortunately, this woman touched the artifact, the apple, and was promptly turned into the writhing dread herself. That Breeze recognized the writhing dread as Ligeia suggests to me that Ligeia, who we're also told was a fearsome huntress, managed to kill the monster herself before touching the artifact and suffering the same fate, or was perhaps consumed by the monster in some way. In a word, it's a cycle. As Zeddy's note plainly puts it, kill the creature, become the creature. Such a cycle could also explain the differing names we get for the monster. One thing that should be made clear is that no one refers to the writhing dread as Medusa, the latter name only appearing above her health bar while we fight, with my jumping between both names merely meant to make clear that they are one and the same. While information is scant at best, it's suggested that Medusa was once a woman who, like the woman in Zeddy's company and possibly Ligeia after her, had killed the writhing dread but was then reborn as the monster. It could be that Perseus did indeed kill the writhing dread, and it wasn't until many years later that this unfortunate Medusa individual found the artifact, touched it, and you know the rest. That such a cycle exists suggests that her existence, as well as her dwelling in an Isu temple, was all part of some great Isu plan to protect Atlantis, which will be later confirmed as being the case in a roundabout way during the Fate of Atlantis DLC. After all, she and all the other monsters we face carry the keys meant to unlock, then lock away Atlantis, with the writhing dread cycle being another layer of security against any would-be interlopers from accessing the ancient city's secrets. Should anyone who is not of Isu origin, pure or hybrid, touch the artifact, then they become the new guard dog, both as punishment and ensuring Atlantis' continued security. Interestingly, the writhing dread is the only one of the 4 monsters to have this sort of cycle, which could have been a fascinating twist on their respective legends had it been applied to all of them. What if, for example, Nikios had managed to kill the Minotaur, then touched this artifact and became the Minotaur himself, with the only way to break down such security measures being the Eagle Bear being able to handle the apple safely due to their Isu DNA. I think that'd be kinda cool. Now that we have all 4 keys, we can return to Atlantis and report our success to Pythagoras, though before we do, now might be a good time to discuss the DLCs. As mentioned before, the Fate of Atlantis DLC is practically a whole game on its own, with the main story taking about 15 hours all on its own, never mind the insane amount of side content available, thus, in my humble opinion, making it worthy of its own video. If you want to see that, let me know down in the comments. With that said, allow me to say a few words about it here. Upon playing it on release in 2019, I absolutely hated it. I found the story and its settings wildly uninteresting, while traversing its different zones to be a frustratingly laborious task and not worth the effort. This wasn't helped by the episodic nature of its release, the DLC divided into 3 chapters that were progressively released over the span of 3 odd months, which only added to the laboriousness of its completion. As it was, after completing it, I swore up and down and left and right that I'd never touch it again. Then I decided to make this video and thus swallowed my pride and dived back in, and to my surprise, I found myself actually quite enjoying it on my second go round. Why has been difficult for me to comprehend even as I write, because I was certain as certain could be that I would hate my second go round as much as the first. And yet I didn't, instead coming away with a newfound respect and appreciation for it, with plans to willingly and gladly go in a third time if I decide to make a video on it. Again, let me know in the comments if you want to see one. If I had to hazard a guess, it could be that, now that the full DLC is released, there's no wait time between episodes. You can just start the next one once you've completed the first, which greatly cuts down on its laborious nature. That said, my second run wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Accessing the DLC is still a chore, as it requires completing a prologue quest of sorts that only becomes available after you've completed the Atlantis arc in the base game. On top of that, Odyssey's modern day storyline is brought into incredibly sharp focus, and by God are these sections fucking horrible. Even if you take my already well-established despisement of the series' modern-day segments out of the equation, these scenes in the DLC are objectively terrible. Like teeth-pulling, face dragged across the pavement terrible. I'm sorry for sounding so hyperbolic, but I honestly cannot put into enough words just how much I can't stand them. They're just so... ugh. That bullshittery aside, The Fate of Atlantis is a very good DLC. It progressively expands on the world and lore previously established in the base game, as well as the Eagle Bear's place within it in a welcomingly thought-provoking way, while also continuing to explore various facets of ancient Greek mythology. While I hesitate to put it on the pedestal of phenomenal DLCs, alongside the likes of The Witcher 3's Blood and Wine or Cyberpunk 2077's Phantom Liberty, it's one that I will happily recommend to anyone interested, despite some of its glaring caveats. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for Odyssey's other big DLC, one that came before The Fate of Atlantis. Legacy of the First Blade. If The Fate of Atlantis is very good, then this one is very, very bad. Okay, maybe not that bad, but even still, to call it good is to frankly put lipstick on a pig. The pig may look prettier and may not be wallowing in mud, but it's still a pig. The thing is, you won't really know that until fairly late into the DLC, because the setup and opening few hours are actually pretty good, beginning with a mysterious letter you receive after you've either helped Marini on Naxos or reached level 29. Heeding the letter takes us to Paltidaia, Macedonia, kickstarting a rather wild series of events, involving a burning village, Spartans, and most strangely, Persians. Persians who know who the Eagle Bear is and are led by some guy called the Huntsman, and ends with a confrontation with a mysterious man wielding a hidden blade. A criticism that is often leveled at the base game is that it doesn't involve or even allude to the Assassin's Brotherhood or their forebears the Hidden Ones outside of the modern day plotline. While this only makes sense lore-wise, since the Hidden Ones won't be founded until the end of Origins, 3 to 4 centuries later, it drives home the idea that Odyssey is less a mainline entry and more of a spin-off, even with the greatly expanded lore regarding the Isu, lore that only deepens with the fate of Atlantis. With that in mind, Legacy of the First Blade feels like an attempt by Ubisoft to rectify this, introducing us to Darius, the first person in history to use the Hidden Blade, or a version of it anyways, as well as reintroducing the Order of Ancients as an adversary. Now I say rectify, but that in and of itself is a bit of a misnomer, as the DLC, along with the Fate of Atlantis, was already advertised alongside the Seasons Pass made available with the base game at launch, so perhaps a more accurate assumption would be that the DLC was always planned in anticipation of the aforementioned criticism regarding the assassin's absence in the base game. In that respect, and on the surface, Legacy of the First Blade works quite well, but it comes with a Thanksgiving-sized plate of ridiculous and borderline nonsensical bullshit to go along with it. In a word, or several, it handles this aspect of the lore really ham-fistedly, with many of these key details seemingly forced into the DLC's narrative with little in the way of nuance, topped off by the ending forcing its connection to the rest of the series in a way that left me feeling like I got hit over the head with a phone book. Shout out to any longtime viewers of the channel who get that reference. There's also the nonsense that is the DLC's romantic subplot, which requires a bit of setup, so bear with me here. The man we meet with the Hidden Blade is named Darius, who's presently on the run from the Order of Ancients, who in turn are led by one of his former comrades, a man named Amorgus. Now, if you're wondering if this version of the Order of Ancients is the same one we take on in Origins, yes and no. I think it's really confusing, with information on the subject either conflicting or unclear. After his attempt to assassinate King Artaxerxes I, who succeeded his now very dead father Xerxes I, was foiled by Amorges, Darius, now hunted by the agents, fled Persia with his family. By the start of the DLC, only he and one of his children have thus far survived, that lone child either being Natakas or Nima, which is dependent on who you choose as your eagle bearer. Helping Darius and their son/daughter forms the crux of the first 2 episodes of the DLC, until the end of episode 2 when the Eagle Bearer, who very clearly has romantic feelings for Darius' offspring, feelings that are reciprocated, manages to convince them to stay and start a new life in Western Achaia. Now usually I wouldn't have a problem with this, because generally speaking I think this romantic subplot, at least in the early goings, is done relatively well, and given time to mature and grow naturally. The issue is that it's presented as being optional for the vast majority of the first 2 episodes, and yet, even if you decide not to engage with this aspect of conversations that present it, you're still forced into it, snatching away all semblance of agency. If it was never intended to be optional, then why bother presenting it as such? Just make it mandatory. It would still be kinda shitty since Odyssey is a game built around player choice and freedom, but at least it wouldn't be deceptive. And that ain't even the worst part, because the big fat cherry on top comes at the end of episode 2, when, after a time-lapse shows the Eagle Bear and co. settling into their new settled life, we see that the Eagle Bear and Natakas/Nima have had a child. I'm sorry, but what the actual fuck is this? Why is there suddenly a baby? I don't want to be a parent. This moment is so jarring and out of left field that I was left picking my jaw up off the floor and nearly doing cartwheels of confusion, because honestly, what the hell? Dogpiling onto this is that the child, a boy named Elpidios, becomes the focal point of episode 3 when the ancients come a-knocking and destroy the Eagle Bear and Co.'s peaceful new life, killing Nataka/Nima and kidnapping the babe, with the main objective of the episode being to rescue the little one and finally defeat the ancients for good. At least until the events of Origins, anyways. The episode will end with the Eagle Bear rescuing Elpidios, but just as quickly deciding that they're unable to properly take care of them, since their life as a wandering mercenary is wholly unsuited to being a parent, handing them off to Darius to take them as far away as possible from Greece. Which means taking them to Egypt. Which is right on Persia's doorstep. I don't think the writers really thought that through, but whatever. Either way, we're treated to a final cutscene, which is pretty good in truth, though it comes with the DLC's final bit of BS. Its forced connection to the rest of the series that I mentioned way back earlier in the video and again a few minutes earlier, more specifically to Origins. What do I mean? Well, it turns out that Elpidios, and by extension the Eagle Bear, is an ancestor of Aya. And it's on that note that the DLC comes to a merciful end. Honestly, I think my gripes with the legacy of the First Blade lie largely in the fact that it's brimming with potential, yet fails to handle it with much grace or nuance, constantly beating you over the head just in case you didn't get it the first time. It also feels like a bit of a slap in the face to longtime diehard fans of the Assassin's Creed series, given how brute-forced and ham-fistedly handled many of the assassin elements are used in the DLC. It's just kind of a shame, which I know sounds unduly harsh on the developers, since I severely doubt they had much say in how the DLC panned out, given the state of Ubisoft, because I do honestly believe they had good intentions, it just didn't come together like I feel they intended it to. With that said, allow me to end this admittedly overly negative section with a couple of brief positives, starting with one thing they did get right. The villains. All in all, the DLC's villains are pretty good. I'm not going to call them standout or phenomenal, but I see them as a bright spot that's worthy of some recognition. The Huntsman is appropriately creepy, the Tempest works well as a sort of mirror to Themos, though I think it's kinda shit that she always dies no matter our choices, and Amorgus is well set up and introduced, starting with the deception at the end of episode 2. I also like how the DLC uses real-world history as inspiration for its events, even if only tenuously, namely in the involvement of the Persians, because the Persians did indeed get involved in the Peloponnesian War, providing Sparta with financial aid to help it build a fleet capable of taking on the Athenians, which would ultimately lead to Sparta's victory in the war. This is why we see Spartans and Persians working together at the DLC's opening, as well as why we aid the Athenians in episode 3. In totality, Odyssey's DLCs are a mixed bag, ranging from deceptively really good to deceptively really meh, which is why I would suggest that, if you haven't played them before and are on the fence, just wait for a sale, at least for the legacy of the First Blade. Alright, now that we've spoken on the DLCs, let's return to the base game, for we still need to return to Pythagoras and inform him of our success in retrieving the 4 keys. Setting the apples into their corresponding pedestals will reveal a holographic image suspended above the chamber, one that's progressively added onto with every pedestal we activate. Alongside this, we get particular messages from some mysterious woman, who we quickly learn is the Isu Aletheia, whose consciousness resides in the staff of Hermes Trismegistus for reasons I won't get into here because this video is already long enough and we still have one final thread to tie up after this. Isn't talking about this game fun? These messages are somewhat cryptic, save for 2. One directed at the Eagle Bear, and one directed at Pythagoras. The message for the Eagle Bear is pretty straightforward, Aletheia basically telling us to never lose hope and to never give up, no matter how challenging the road ahead is, while reminding us that our choices have consequences. Again, rather straightforward. The message for Pythagoras is also fairly straightforward, but offers a very different tone, Aletheia essentially warning Pythagoras against continuing his pursuit of Isu knowledge, saying it's twisted his mind, the other Isu having manipulated him to his own selfish ends, and that he should stop before it's too late, to call it a day and pass on the staff. Needless to say, Pythagoras doesn't take kindly to this.
No, lies. This is not obsession. This is research. This is discovery of the very origins of the world.
It is an opinion, Pythagoras. Though one with reason behind it, I believe.
Anyways, after all the pedestals have been activated, we speak to Pythagoras once more. It's time to seal Atlantis for good. Only that Pythagoras, in an act that proves Aletheia right, doesn't want to. So caught up in his obsessive pursuit of knowledge, he wants to continue searching, learning, risks to himself and Atlantis be damned. Hell, he even suggests that we claim Atlantis' power for ourselves and use it against the cult and anyone who would dare stand in our way, which I don't think I need to explain as to why that's a horrible idea. This in turn leaves us with a choice, though the outcome is always the same. We can either talk down Pythagoras and have him hand over the staff willingly, or fight him and force him to give it up. Once he does, Pythagoras dies on the spot, now that he's lost the life-extending powers the staff provides. The Eagle Bear then takes the staff and proceeds to seal Atlantis, which takes us back to the modern day. Now, before you say, oh god, here we go, Adam's gonna go on another tangent about how shit this segment will be, don't worry, I won't hear, because what happens next is really, really good. It's one of the few modern day sequences that I've actually come away really liking. In fact, it's one of my favorite scenes in the entire game. Layla, now out of the Animus, will approach the same pedestal the Eagle Bear used to seal the Lost City away and activate the pyramid. After a quick puzzle to realign one of the lights, we return to the main chamber, only to find the staff is yet to appear, much to Layla's frustration. It's then that we're greeted by a particular visitor.
True knowledge exists in knowing that you know nothing. A good friend told me that once.
Just like it did with Pythagoras, the staff has granted the Eagle Bear exceedingly long life, well over 2,000 years at this stage, an experience that, if we read between the lines, has made them incredibly wise. Somewhere in the afterlife Socrates is smiling, I'm sure of it. This conversation between Layla and the Eagle Bear is largely inconsequential until the Eagle Bear tells her that which is most important, and has formed the crux of the entire Assassin's Creed series. That the war between groups like Assassins and Templars isn't just about fighting for control of powerful artifacts, but a clash of ideologies. That of chaos and order. However, one cannot triumph over the other, for either direction would lead to humanity's destruction. The Eagle Bear's role as the holder of the staff, as laid out by Pythagoras and Aletheia, isn't to choose one side or the other, but to maintain a balance. Freedom for the people, but not too much, lest it gets out of control. A veritable Goldilocks zone, how nice. It's a mission that the Eagle Bear has maintained for nearly 2,500 years up to this point, with varying degrees of success by all accounts, and now that Layla's foretold arrival has happened, it's time for them to pass on the staff to Layla. Now, unless I missed something, I'm still unsure as to what it is about Layla that makes her capable of handling a literal Isu artifact brimming with ridiculous amounts of power, with her ability to do so being explored in the Fate of Atlantis DLC, but in any event, the time has come. The Eagle Bear is tired, exhausted by all the fighting and death they bore witness to in their exceedingly long life, one that has seen friends come and go with depressing regularity. It's time to relinquish the weight of responsibility and destiny and hand it over to someone capable. To Layla.
Promise me one thing.
Anything.
When you are done, destroy it. Destroy them all.
With the passing of the Eagle Bear and Layla as the new holder of the staff, thereby setting up the events of the Fate of Atlantis DLC, it's time to return to the Animus in ancient Greece, where we're treated to a cutscene involving Varnavas and Herodotus, where the trio reminisce about their journey, their Odyssey. This, of course, doesn't mean the end of our time in Odyssey, but it's a nice cap on what has been a riveting tale, full of intrigue and mystery, happiness and suffering, hope and despair. It almost seems fitting that it would end the way it does. On a beach, with friends, looking out over the world, wondering what will come next. Only that we're not done yet, for we still have one last thread to tie up. we need to discuss the end of our hunt for the cultists, because it's here that one could argue that the main story in the base game truly ends. One of the big question marks throughout the narrative is just who the hell is in charge of the Cult of Cosmos. If you look at the cult menu, you'll notice the largest of the cult portraits situated in the center of the screen, known as the Ghost, with every branch and every sage connected to it, but always concealed, right up until the last moment. That last moment being when, after we've killed every single Malaka's cultist in the web, we return to the very same ancient chamber in Delphi where our hunt began many hours earlier in the game. Approaching the strange artifact conjures a cutscene, where the Eagle Bear slowly approaches the pyramid and places their hand upon it, which in turn conjures a vision. A message from none other than Pythagoras.
It was never supposed to be like this.
Turns out it was Pythagoras who founded the Cult of Cosmos. Except not really. While this cutscene is really good, it's very brief in its overview of how the cult became what we know in the game, leaving out a lot of key details that were only later expanded upon in the social RPG Facebook game Project Legacy. Do those even still exist? In short, after meeting Hermes, Pythagoras founded the Cult of Hermes, with the goal of upholding the theory that the universe and its outcomes could be controlled, with the hope of maintaining a balance between order and chaos. However, as Pythagoras puts it, some of its members fell lovingly into the wicked arms of chaos, thus forming the Cult of Cosmos. Right from the jump, they set about sowing the world into said chaos, which prompted Pythagoras to seek out Marini and conceive a child, one who would be capable of destroying them. The Eagle Bear. In returning to the ancient sanctuary after so many hours, we've achieved this aim, but the ghost, the head honcho of the whole thing, remains at large. Unlike all the other clues we find that reveal the identities and locations of other cult members, the Ghost has been particularly careful about keeping their identity and whereabouts a secret in their letters, dispatches, what have you. Interestingly, it would appear that the Ghost doesn't carry a shard from the artifact, since killing the last cultist heralds the conclusion of that elongated collectathon, which would go to explain why we're directed to return to the ancient sanctuary, another instance of the Ghost being extra careful about not revealing themselves, since only cultists carry such shards. Thankfully, we don't have to wait or go on another hunt to find the ghost, because once the vision is over and the Eagle Bear pulls their hand away from the pyramid, we're met by a familiar face.
So, you've seen it too then. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Aspasia wastes no time in spilling the beans. She is the ghost. Excuse me? What happens next is kinda strange because I honestly don't know. It's just so bizarre. To that end, we'll need to go through this step by step. According to Aspasia, the Cult of Cosmos wasn't always the nefarious organization we've been tangling with. Not entirely, anyways. Yes, they used war and corruption to further their goals, including using the Pythia to order young Deimos be thrown from Mount Aietos, but such instances were controlled, contained. Until they weren't. Such a shift came in the form of Deimos, who progressively took control of the cult and turned it into that which we know. A monstrous organization willing to do whatever it took, no matter how depraved, to achieve its ends, aligning itself with Deimos' own twisted worldview. This shift left Aspasia more than a little aggrieved, as she had hoped, perhaps naively, that the cult could be a force for good in the world, or something close to it, leading her to ultimately distance herself from the cult while still maintaining the mantle of the ghost. In the Eagle Bear, she saw her chance to destroy the cult and undo all the damage she had a hand in creating. It's why she has a long list of contacts across the Greek world, went to great lengths to cover up our involvement in Megaris, revealed the cult plot to assassinate Marini, and aided us in translating the secret cult letter that revealed that one of the Spartan kings was a cultist. In a way, she didn't just see helping the Eagle Bear as a chance to fix the mistakes that led to the cult becoming what it was, but also a means to achieve atonement for her role in all that transpired before. She'll then reveal that she had a vision of her own, one that showed what would happen after the Eagle Bear destroyed the cult and destroyed the artifact, which she also reveals the cult used to influence the prophecies the Oracle was giving, since it offered glimpses into the future, using the people's reliance on dead gods to make it more tangible. In her vision, she saw the cult be replaced by a new kind of order, one led by a philosopher king, one who would unite the people and found a kingdom formed around a rational society. And Aspasia wants to find this king. In a word, she wants to recreate the Cult of Cosmos, to start over and try again. Remind me, what's the definition of insanity? Eventually we'll be asked to make a choice. Either let Aspasia go, or kill her. I imagine, if my dive into Reddit threads is any indication, that most players will have chosen to kill her, because the laundry list of crimes, direct or otherwise, is pretty lengthy. For starters, there's the fact that she was the leader of the cult, and openly admits to having ordered Themos' death as a babe, as part of a wider plan to eliminate the bloodline of Leonidas, thereby removing a thorn in the cult's side, with the Eagle Bear's fall from the mountain merely an unplanned circumstance that would have been celebrated if they had died. There's also the fact that she had the cult use the visions from the artifact to overtly influence the Oracle of Delphi to serve their own ends that ultimately led to war ripping the Greek world apart, leaving thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands dead. There are also the deaths of Pericles and Phoebe we need to consider. While I do believe her claims that she never intended for them to die, that she failed to protect them, and, in the case of Phoebe, willingly threw them into the fire that eventually got them killed is pretty damning. She'll claim that Pericles' death by Themos' hand was the moment she realized that the original cause was lost and that she had to change tack, but she didn't exactly do a whole lot to keep him out of the cult's snare, only keeping him in the dark. Had Pericles survived, or perhaps knew of her plans, then who knows what might have happened. Perhaps Phoebe might still be alive. And let's also not forget that she still maintained her official position as leader of the cult, even if her power had been usurped by Themos. Who knows how involved in its operations she continued to be, even as she helped us. Some have questioned why she didn't just hand the Eagle Bearer a list of names of all the cult members, but I don't think this is entirely feasible, as it would instantly out her as a cultist herself. Even if she didn't reveal her identity in such a list, just having one would immediately raise suspicions, just like with her in-depth knowledge of the secret cult language used in the Spartan King letter. Needless to say, much of what has happened is due to her actions as the ghost, direct or otherwise, leaving a whole lot of blood on her hands. A reality not helped by the fact that she wants to try again. To form a new secret order, one with similar ambitions. Sure, she intends to direct them down a gentler path, one that won't have her at the helm, since I think she realizes she isn't really up to the task, but if we learned anything, be it in this game or across the entire series, such organizations always seem to fall into depraved darkness, regardless of intentions. Hell, Pythagoras tried something similar with the cult of Hermes, and look what happened to them. Needless to say, killing Aspasia seems like the only logical outcome when everything is put into perspective. Yes, she helped us and seems to genuinely believe that an order like the Cult of Cosmos can be a force for good, but if there's one lesson that's consistent across the Assassin's Creed series, it's that power can be corrupted. It only takes one person to slip. It can also be seen as a final act of justice for all the injustices committed against the Eagle Bearer and their family, bringing this harrowing chapter of their life to its final conclusion. With all that said, sparing Aspasia seems kind of forced. It's presented as Aspasia making such a compelling argument that, despite their reservations, the Eagle Bearer just lets them go without much fuss. I could get behind this decision more if the Eagle Bearer, regardless of whatever demeanor you set them on, threatens all kinds of bodily harm should Aspasia fuck up again, as well as demand she seek forgiveness and atonement, along with never having to see her again. Because even if you do believe she has good intentions, it doesn't make up for the fact that she has had a hand in so much death and destruction. Instead, it feels like the Eagle Bearer just sort of wilts in the face of Aspasia's grand speech and even grander designs. It could be that, if you complete your cult hunt after completing the Atlantis arc, that the Eagle Bearer, who now knows their duty is to maintain balance, not swing the pendulum, is willing to let Aspasia have another go, while remaining prepared to intervene if it goes awry a second time. Some have also argued that killing Aspasia solves nothing. If we read between the lines when we first meet Pythagoras, it can be safely assumed that the Cult of Cosmos isn't the first order of its type, and certainly won't be the last. Thus killing her purely out of spite and a need for vengeance will do sweet FA in the long run. To that end, it would have been interesting to see some sort of fallout from sparing her if we do after this point, perhaps in the form of a side quest or two, but alas we don't get one, and thus we're merely left to ponder what might be while Aspasia casually strolls out of the sanctuary. There is, however, a third option. Or less a third option and more an extension of the option to spare Aspasia, which I guess would make it option 2.5, I guess? Needless to say, this option is where things get really bizarre. You may have noticed from earlier footage that there's a romantic dialogue choice while we converse with Aspasia. Now, let's pause there and rewind back to part 3 of this video, to Pericles' Symposium specifically. You may remember me suggesting that some players may wonder, especially after Pericles' death, and given how she seems to look at the Eagle Bear during the symposium and their subsequent reaction, if Aspasia becomes romanceable, to which I said yes. Sort of. That sort of comes to the fore here in the Ancient Sanctuary when, if you select the romance dialogue early in the conversation, you'll be presented with the option, when it's time to decide her fate, to give her a kiss.
I'm sorry.
I suppose that means you trust me.
I don't even know where to begin with this, because it's just so random and clumsy, a randomness and clumsiness that then seems to be lampshaded by the Eagle Bear's reaction after the fact. What makes it even more bizarre is that Aspasia is just okay with it, radiant even, before slinking off to parts unknown, never to be seen again, while I flap my arms around in confusion trying to make sense of what just happened. The thing is, it didn't need to be this way. There were ample opportunities to build up this moment and have it make sense, particularly on Naxos, where we spend arguably the most amount of time with Aspasia in any one section. There could have been moments on Naxos where it's just the two of them and the nature of a conversation could have leaned towards the romantic, with allusions to them perhaps sharing some amount of romantic attraction between them, with this moment in the sanctuary being the moment it reaches fruition. Instead, it's just sort of shoehorned in at the last minute, turning what could have been a satisfying conclusion to a relationship that perhaps runs deeper than first appears into a discordant, confusing mess. With all that said, we've finally come to the end. We've covered nearly every major narrative aspect of Assassin's Creed Odyssey to the fullest extent possible. There are other minor elements that have been left out, such as the free Corfu expansion that serves as the definitive end to Odyssey's story, but out of respect for the time you have all generously taken out of your lives to watch this video, as well as out of respect for my own sanity, I think this is a good place to call it a day. And get myself a beer, because gods above, I need one right now. Now, I must admit, I feel guilty for ending the main body of this exceedingly long video on that somewhat negative note, because I genuinely love this game to bits, and I don't want to give the wrong impression as we close things out. There's a reason I opened this video by calling Odyssey a breathtaking, almost jaw-dropping, but weirdly flawed experience. Because it's just that. It's a phenomenal narrative from start to finish, but comes with heavy, varying dosages of strangeness that may push your tolerance levels for such things to the limit. Take my already well-established love for this game and the country in which it's set out of the equation, it's precisely for that reason I've wanted to talk about this game since almost this channel's very inception. It is both a showcase of what's possible in video game narratives, particularly when it comes to choice and consequence, and equally a showcase of some of its pitfalls. Even still, despite the many criticisms that have been leveled at this game since its launch in 2018, legitimate or otherwise, it's a game that's seen a bit of a renaissance in recent times, with many skeptics now coming around and realizing what they've been missing, and I think a large part of that can be attributed to the narrative. All in all, despite its occasionally baffling strangeness, I'm just so goddamn happy this game exists, and I can't wait for the moment when I decide to dive back in again.